Welcome to the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast.
If you like a lot of wrestling on YouTube, join our call. Hello, welcome to Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast. You're listening to the warm, happy, vibrant tones of Maffew, Ross, and Jack.
Yay!
Who are all dressed for the shifts down the docks. Bloody hell. You're right, Jack.
My name is Cold Palmer. Sorry, it's football.
And hard.
It warms up. It warms up. No, it warms up in this room. Like I'll be sweating.
So three good things to be right now. I'm going to start eating pies when I get back home. But Jack, how's life?
Yeah, not much to report. Not too bad. Been watching lots of wrestling to catch up on and stuff.
What a weirdo.
I know. Yeah, that's about it, really.
I hear you've been having meltdowns on Twitter this week, and I think it's a joke.
What's this about then?
Jack,
say it for this podcast.
Too seriously?
I made some jokey tweets, but I think just if you make any tweet that gets enough shares or whatever, or retweets, eventually it'll annoy someone.
Oh, God. The unmute this tweet
Yeah,
thing
I've
has been a
done that.
godsend
'Cause
this week.
it's not just been people having a go at me, it's been people having their own individual arguments spiraling off from my tweet and stuff. All I did was a few tweets that were jokey, but like fans of the current era, now that all the new people are coming in after Netflix, let's hold firm. We were there in the trenches and all that sort of stuff. We were there for the golden egg and all the rubbish storyline. And then it's annoyed somehow both hardcore WWE and AEW.
Oh, well done, mate. And all
So,
united
yeah.
against you. That's
But
what you know.
no,
Right.
I've not had a meltdown. It was reported as such by a lovely lad who does TikToks. I think he was like, "Jack's had a bit of a meltdown."
That's what I saw. So I was like, yeah, he said
What do you mean?
it's
A
on
lad
TikTok.
on TikTok report. What's his name?
I can't remember, but
bet you did.
he framed it as Jack's had a meltdown, but then he just sort of repeated what I said and then sort of agreed with it. I think so. He was just.
Oh, so TikToker is having a meltdown
No,
as well.
he was just, and I can't blame him for this. He was just using the word meltdown to get a bit more engagement, and.
He's learning.
Yeah.
Oh, well, apart from being misunderstood by everybody, which is really hard to do on Twitter,
Yeah.
that sounds all right. Ross, what about yourself?
Fine. Just the same as Jack. Be watching the wrestling. World's End WTF Moments is now on the Patreon for those who do subscribe. So that's there now. We're all caught up with them. And yeah, just watching wrestling, doing a bit of work.
Nice.
Working on something a bit different. That might come out soon.
Joe loved that.
Joe's coughing now. Thanks.
You all right, Joel?
Yeah, I'm good.
There's a microphone there.
Yeah, I'm good. Just had a little bit of a cough.
Matthew, you been all right?
I'm happy. I'm happy. The lights are on. We're recording. I mean, it's all we need from this podcast. So yeah, very happy. I'm happy to be alive. Last week I wasn't.
No, you were
Weekend
quite
of Bernie's the whole thing. I'm like, I'm ready for this podcast we're doing. And Ross is like, for the fifth time, Maffew, it's the predictions for 2025. Give me a second. We did mention this 100 times in the chat. It's fine. The fact I was able to be coherent during that was, geez. So don't worry, I am awake today.
Good.
And it feels good to be alive.
You've had no Tom this morning, have you?
I have had lots of Tom.
You've had lots of Tom, sorry.
And he's on Lion's Mane, which I had to ask him, what the hell is that? Did he get that from a witch? They also gave you Eye of Newt.
That sounds like something you would find in a forest.
Yeah, it does.
Thank you. It's not just me. But he says it's something he got from Boots, and it's been really helping him with his concentration. I'm like, Tom, do you need more of that?
I sit next to Tom, right? And he makes me feel ashamed. I think I work quite hard, but not him. He's like Bruce. You know, Bruce Almighty goes on one.
Yeah.
Reply, that's Tom all day, every day. And I'm like,
Yeah.
how do you have that focus, that drive, the power, the drive, the rocks thing? Up the Dwayne, he made NXT great this week. Yeah, the fact Tom does, well, what is the crap with that apart from concentration? Just in the morning, pop a pill, bada.
Yeah.
Does it give like +3 to strength, but then the next day you get -5 to strength?
It seems to be that, yes.
Yeah.
But Tom, I guess if you never stop taking them, then you never get the minus.
Yeah, but
Like how Lemmy would never get hangovers because he never stopped drinking.
it leads to its different issues then, doesn't it, I suppose? Lion's Mane.
Yes. Working too much.
Yeah.
Again, I'll just point out, I often wondered, how does Tom get all this energy? And I shared a hotel room with him when we went down to the Rumble last year.
Uh-oh.
As soon as his head touched the pillow, he was snoring. I'm like,
Oh, what a gift. What a gift.
Oh, right. All makes sense now. He says, can you not do that, Maffew? I'm like, no, I have to turn like a rotisserie chicken for an hour before I'm, able to do that. So
Like Homer Simpson on the news when they're using the infrared.
that's right, for my sexual powers.
Rotating slowly.
Yeah. Hey, that's only half true. That sounds like a daft thing to say on the air, right? That's something I've just said about myself. Well, because when you're on the air, you need to watch what you say. In the news this week, one of New Japan's announcers ruffled feathers with his anti-AEW comments. Commentator Chris Charlton, who I like because he looks a bit like me, is in the hot water with New Japan, taking multiple shots at AEW during New Japan. Charlton's comments were particularly evident during the bout between Omega and Kidd, despite the match marking Omega's return to the ring for the first time since suffering a life-threatening bout with
Diverticulitis.
I tried. I honestly
Lyra
tried.
Valkyria?
Omega's return from a life-threatening bout with a poorly tummy. The crowd attendants booed the cleaner and cheered Kidd, indicating they were upset with Omega for leaving New Japan. Charlton leaned into the sentiment, calling Tony Khan a, quote, money mark, and accused him of stealing talent such as Okada, Jay White, Ospreay, and doing nothing with the stars, while Bryce Remsburg was taking on Kidd during the bout. Charlton accused him of wanting to stop the match as he unfavorably favored Omega. The comments were seemingly made to further a storyline that puts New Japan at odds with AEW. But according to Meltz, the comments were not well received backstage by New Japan officials. He was noticeably absent from commentary. And he is apparently on a hiatus.
It's been now upgraded to upgraded. It's now been revealed to be a 2-month suspension.
2 month suspension. And Meltzer said, 100% New Japan. Come report there. I think everything I just said there. AEW not happy with the reports. The fallout continues over to AEW as Tony Schiavone quickly deleted a post aimed at him. Quote, speaking for all of us in AEW, GFY, and speaking for all of us who have been around you, take a shower once in a while.
Tony, man.
Tony Schiavone was noticeably absent this week from AEW Dynamite.
But reports have emerged that say that has nothing to do with his tweet.
Sure.
I don't know where I stand on this because it's an interesting story. It seemed like it wasn't just during the Kidd Omega match, but it like peaked during that. Drew comparisons to Mike Awesome and Joey Styles commentary. But I like Chris Charlton as well, so I don't want to really say this, but like I don't believe that I believe that it was in kayfabe. I just think he might have taken it too far or gone into business for himself too much. They sent Rocky Romero out to do a run-in halfway through the show, and then he just joined commentary and started going.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And it's like, why did they send Rocky Romero? Or was it? It hasn't been confirmed, but people are speculating that it was actually do your run-in, but then the real mission is to sit next to Chris Charlton and calm him down.
Well, he's a producer on both sides, isn't he?
Yeah,
Behind the scenes or
Rocky would be
higher,
like the
Swiss.
the go-between.
Yeah.
I feel a bit sorry for him because if I was a commentator there and looking at Gabe Kidd and what Gabe Kidd, for example, was saying everywhere before the show, I'd be thinking, this must be all right then.
Yeah.
Then again, I can see it from New Japan's perspective where they're like a business partner is upset, they might cut ties.
I think that's exactly what they're seeing it as. Like, no, you're being incredibly disrespectful to someone we're working with, and that's not the storyline.
I don't think he did it maliciously. I reckon he probably genuinely thought this is going to make the show better. It's arguable whether it did or not make the show better, but like, I agree with the people who say for the next Forbidden Door, let's keep the aggro, make Forbidden Door a bit more unfriendly, because that would be class, but I just don't know if they'll be able to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
I can see that obviously there's a purpose for it, but I just saw it and goes, if there's somebody who loves New Japan very thoroughly, it's Mr. Chris Charlton. So I don't think he would do this maliciously. The company he's been working for years has written about the decades before this, so it must be pretty good. But it is funny going like, this, and they're like, no, this is not what we want you to do. It's like, oh, sorry about that.
I met him very briefly, and I didn't realize that I didn't smell anything untoward. I've just got to say that, just for the record.
Tony Schiavone used that insult on me as well. I think it's his go-to. By the way, you stink.
Yeah. I don't know. It was, to be fair, it was very brief when I met him, and it was a big room. So, this sounds awful.
That lad on TikTok, Jack confirms Charlton
This
stinks.
sounds awful, but we met the two commentators at the same time, but the only one we really spent most time talking to was Kevin Kelly. So we came away filled with all new kinds of knowledge and stuff about the world and how it works.
Oh, dear. It's also been confirmed that Kota Ibushi was banned from entering the Tokyo Dome. And we know this because Omega said it on commentary. He said, well, there's somebody I wanted it to be here, but he's not allowed to be here. And I thought, oh, yeah, because the stuff he said about New Japan years ago, and then Cultaholic Amazing News section went, well, no. New Japan and Ibushi did have a tumultuous relationship. Why are they writing down words for me to not say?
A Diana Peraza relationship.
A Samaritano relationship during Ibushi's final months with the company in 2022, although many of their issues appear to be resolved because he appeared in January 2023. Ibushi suffered a major injury since then, and he had that match in January last year in Noah. So I'm like, oh, wait, it can't be those comments he made on Twitter years ago. They've patched things up. So any idea why he's banned now?
Probably smells.
Yeah.
Yeah. Him and Chris Charlton in a room all by themselves.
I don't like AEW.
when I read this story, I just had the mental image of him trying to get in with the fans in the front and just being turned up. No, whoa, not you, son. And then he moonsaults over them and runs in. Yeah, it's a sad one. New Japan, we don't understand fully like the cultural differences over there and stuff with business practices and that, but they do hold a grudge sometimes. Shibata was gone for ages before he was allowed, and then he came back and wasn't pushed for ages despite being really, really good.
Yeah, I was also surprised Omega came back. So I thought, speaking of people having grudges,
Yeah.
Omega, the thing I think everyone's forgotten and moved on from, but he accused New Japan of blocking his entry into the country.
Yeah.
Because it turned out he'd been, hey, can I borrow these New Japan cameras for some recording? Of course, Omega. And it was like stuff for AEW before it became a thing. And they found out. Hey, what? So then
That's
Omega
such a
replied,
wrestler.
New Japan rang up, Tokyo Air and went, deny him. Said, sure. So it was like, oh, it's nice that he came back. So I was very confused yet amused to read that. The crowd booed him.
Yeah.
Wow.
They don't forget, apparently, and they don't forgive.
No.
I reckon it's because of his new theme, Sounds like a cruise magician's entrance theme. I hate it. I know it was made by video game people, and that man singing on it. It sounds like he's about to perform a magic trick on a stage.
I thought he was just coming out to it for that one-off on last night on AEW at the time of recording.
No, it was used on New Japan.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Bollocks.
So
That's a shame. It's just like an acoustic version of Devil's Sky.
But way worse.
Under the devil's sky.
you got to know and know the... But yeah, hang on. How dare you say this? This is Nobu Etsumo, the person I went up to and said, "Oh, you were going to be a pro wrestler." He went, "Yes. You watch pro wrestling?" And I went, "Yes. Who do I say? Chono? That's too obvious. Anoki Baba, Bobu Sapu.
That's
Bobu Sapu. That's him.
That was written by
That's him.
Bobu Sapu guy.
Bobu Sapu guy.
Wow.
Yeah. The entire generation knows Nobu Etsumo from that one dumb story I told.
That's wow.
He's a huge fan of magicians. Then that's all I've learned about him now.
Yeah, that's why halfway through the song goes, "It's sap time." Also, I thought this was interesting. One of the reasons why AEW didn't really build up Wrestle Dynasty, and I only found out because obviously I don't pay attention to New Japan, so I'm not that big a fan of it. It's not that way inclined, nothing against it. That there were two Tokyo Dome shows, and that's why some matches were on this. Because AEW has been asked, well, can you not hype that up too much by Warner Brothers Discovery
By
with their
Max,
new deal?
with the
And
streaming
Max,
deal,
sorry, I should have
yeah.
said that one. Yeah, it's because they say, hey, use this other streaming service.
Yeah.
And they're like, how about you don't?
They did like a little highlights package, didn't they, on last night's show? But as I think Alvarez was saying on Wrestling Observer Radio, he was like, it's mad because they had the Collision show, which led into Wrestle Dynasty because it was on a funny time. And they're like talking about stuff without mentioning the show that's about to start.
Yeah.
And it just felt really bizarre. I think that's an odd
Odd
one.
that. Almost as odd as, hey, guess where the Royal Rumble 2026 is being held? No. Don't click on this dodgy links. This is the time for weird news to be coming out from news stories that don't report news stories. It's been confirmed now. It's going to Iridia.
Riyadh.
Will
Says here, Iridia.
Lyra Valridia.
I think you'll find I'm right this time.
Will we see the return of Hiroki Sumi?
Hopefully.
And the other one he was in, was it Babatunde?
Was it Babatunde? The Dabakato days?
Yeah, but when he was called Babatunde.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about it.
Be on with a decent time for people in the UK.
Yeah, that's the main
Selfishly.
thing.
yeah.
The one positive. We'll watch it live.
Yeah, this sports washing is not too bad, is it?
Yeah. Anyway, moving on to the big news this week, which is the greatest wrestler of all time according to Cage Match for like 1 week. Big Boom AJ interviewed by the lovely people here at Cultaholic.
By Tom.
Yeah, and he was asked, so how would it feel to be above the likes of Kenta Kobashi, Misawa, Kawada,
French
Toyota,
guy.
Bobu Sapu? And he says, now that you bring it up, I thought it was a good honour. I didn't really know a lot about what it was, but it's an honour, and I just want to say thank you to everyone. When I decided to come back, I know it was going to be a boom. I told AEW, look, I'll come back, but this is going to be a circus. I can wrestle, I'm going to train hard, and I'm going to come out, and we're going to do a real wrestling match, and I'm going to bring it. Wow.
Bring what?
Any more...
The Boo.
Yay! Any more thoughts, opinions there from the lad? You can find out by listening to him and watching him.
Yeah. Apparently, I need to watch it in full. But apparently, I've seen snippets. Apparently, he was very nice and stuff.
Oh, there we
He was
go.
nice about our dance. You'll never guess what? They gave it 5 big booms.
I would have loved if you went. That was the worst thing I've ever seen.
The first time ever, he's just like,
You have made a mockery of my craft.
And he also revealed on it that he'll be wrestling. Oh, where was it? Was it Revolution or at Grand Slam?
I don't know.
He revealed,
January 4th,
man.
2026.
No, he revealed on the interview that he's going to be wrestling at an upcoming AEW show.
I think it was Revolution.
I want to say Revolution as
Yeah,
well,
I think
because
it was.
Grand Slam is all the way in Australia. And he's got, I assume, a packed schedule in the US. Yeah, we'll say Revolution. Watch the interview to find out, I suppose.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Can't give all the secrets away. Yeah. There. Go click other stuff here at Cultaholic. Do that, come back and listen to us. Talk about more wrestling.
Everybody get excited for the Cultaholic Hall of Fame!
Prestigious Hall of Fame time. In condescending order from last week, Wallace and Gromit, the wrong trousers. More like the wrong pick. 19%. Bah. Magnus Carlsen, again, 20%. I mean, yeah.
Time's over now. That's
I
it.
don't know. It's been a pretty news-heavy week. He keeps cropping up on my Twitter for you.
Yeah, it's just a fallout from the previous week. But I'm waiting for the next big incident to happen before I nominate him
I
again.
can't wait to see his calves.
Magnus Carlsen, is he good or is it in the genes? 20%. Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul, specifically the bit with Feathers McGraw disguised as a nun on a pleasure cruise, 61%. I mean, well deserved.
Thank you very much. I'll take credit for Feathers McGraw doing that. Yes, I will.
That's going to be great when we see the
Well done,
prestigious big board, all the stuff in 2025, and we're like, look, it's Feathers McGraw
As a nun.
So, well done, Ross. What have you got for us this week?
Well, first there's a little retcon from last week, because obviously I was saying that Wallace says diddlers in the film, but I was using it for the WTF intro for my World's End video this week, and I thought I'd put the closed captions on from the iPlayer, just in case you Americans don't quite get Yorkshire. And it turns out
Lancashire.
We
had this debate last. Sorry. Just to stop people from
the
beating you up.
borders are confusing. Which way's he going? I don't know. But it turns out he says tiddlers. But he definitely sounds like diddlers. So I ran with it anyway and just said, Richard, can you change it to diddlers for us?
Yeah. Yeah, well done. I would have done the same.
But this week I'm going to steal a pick, which I think someone else might have been doing. Not you, Maffew.
Oh.
I know what's coming up this week with Maffew. You'll never guess what it is. Jack told a funny story the other day, so I'm going to ask Jack to tell the story.
Oh, God.
Sam fell over.
Oh, right.
I wasn't there. Jack told it. It sounded
And this
funny.
is your-
I'm going to go for the Hall of Fame, yeah?
Ross is nominating Jack's funny story.
So mine and Sam's mate, Gilly, he's also, his first name is Ross, so we call him by a derivative of his surname to avoid confusion. It was his birthday. Every year, we never get to do anything for his birthday. It's always on January the 4th, which in wrestling is Wrestle Kingdom. But this year we did. Me, Sam, and Gilly ended up in Rise, Newcastle, where we used to frequent when we were younger. We'd had a few bevs. We'd had a few beveroonies. God, I sound like an idiot. And then we ended up in Rise. I'd say Sam's talent isn't so much getting drunk. Have you noticed this? He stays. Once he's smashed.
He's like Mojo
I was
Rawley.
gonna say,
He doesn't get drunk.
We
He
stay drunk.
So he was having a great time. We all were, but him especially. And then, for anyone who knows Sam, he's a huge fan of Trent Reznor and the 9 Inch Nails. Not the 9 Inch and
Well done, Brett.
9 Inch Nails. And we were walking down the steps into a different room, and the song Closer came on, which I know vaguely. It's their biggest one, right? Apart from Hurt, probably.
I mean, it's up there. I mean,
yeah.
no, we'll go down the rabbit hole. I'll just say yes.
When I told Maffew this story, he was surprised that this was the sort of song that provoked this reaction. But Sam got so excited, he did a little jump and then fell on his arse. And it was
It's a classic.
and it was in front of one of the doormen as well. So I was really worried for a second, but I think he just sort of thought he'd slipped. But it was definitely a mixture of the booze and the excitement.
He was
and
getting closer to God.
and the Reznor, yeah.
Talk us through the trajectory of the fall. Is it just little pop up and then
So,
slipping like banana peel?
I'll explain. I'll break this down like the JFK film. So I was slightly in front, looking back and to the left. Sam was there. And then I heard him give like a roar when he heard the bass line. Oh, mother effer, it's closer, whatever Sam said. And then he jumped. I want to say jumped like directly upwards. It was more the landing that did him. And then it was like a back bump. It was amazing. And then his feet came out.
How was the beer in hand at the time?
I don't think he had a drink in hand at the time.
That's a relief.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is a relief.
Have you got any further questions?
How did he get up? Did he play it cool? Did he own it?
I did that
Yeah,
thing.
you Del Boy.
I went to help him, but obviously he was behind me, so I had to turn around. By which point, Gilly, who's like bigger and stronger than me, had already picked Sam up, and we moved on quickly from the bouncers area because he was looking suspicious, but it was all right in the end. And then, to be fair, no ill effects. It seemed he had a great night for the rest of the night.
What a worker.
Yeah, what a worker.
Well done. Did he get up at the same time he went, "Help me" in the song?
Maybe.
There you
I
go.
don't bloody know the song that well.
It's funny you say about falling down. We were at the Green Tree in Bishop Auckland. Shout out to the two people that'll get that. There was some football match. I think it was a Liverpool game they were showing because a lot of people watching it, supporting it for some reason. And there was like standing room only pretty much, but some guy had not a chair to sit on, but like almost a little poof. But you know what I mean? That little thing you sit
So
on.
like a
What's
little
the technical term?
footstool.
Yeah, like a footstool type thing to sit on. And obviously they scored and he went, yay! Forgot he was on one of these things and just went head over tit, did a backwards roll, had his drink in his hand and didn't spill any of it. He like bleh, landed badly and everything like that, but it was just like the arm was just like, no, must protect the pint. And they were like, no. And as soon as everyone saw that he did it, was like, yay!
It is always a special moment when someone goes down and the pint always comes up first, then the body follows, and then the roar happens. It's a wonderful pubish moment.
I'm going to the cricket for the first time in the summer, and Ross has warned me already not to expect to see the ball from where I'm sat too fast. But when I think of cricket, I always think of like people hitting sixes into the crowd and people catching them and falling and the pint's still intact, or catching them in the pint. It's happened before, I think. Insane. Apparently, going to the cricket's more about the drinking than it is the cricket.
It is.
So, okay.
That's why it's such a British tradition.
I'm going to see India at the Oval. No, at Old Trafford. That was a Fawlty Towers reference there. But I am going to see India at Old Trafford.
Good.
Yeah. It's the major who says it, the old, or the colonel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The scene hasn't aged well.
No, but you know what has aged well? That pick.
Sam's full.
Sam fallen out. And if he does win, the picture we're going to get is going to be amazing.
He's not going to win this week.
Specifically to Closer as well. That's such a Sam...
In front of Trent Reznor.
That's such a Sam thing to fall over to Nine Inch Nails.
The slowest song that he could play in a club. Oh, that's nice. Jack, what have you got for us? Is it going to be Ross's funny story? Or?
It's going to be Chuck Taylor's drunk tweets during Wrestle Kingdom.
Oh, I didn't see these.
So he did one year. He used to do it. And then he stopped, I think, once he signed or became affiliated with them. And they might have gone, don't do that anymore, Chuck Taylor. But now he's back. Here we go. Rocky gave me his New Japan login. Where's the whiskey? That's his first one. Ichiban Sweet Boy, holy S. How did I not name myself that? Sassy Lucha Jesus, wow. Hechicero has a very sexual wrestling style and velvet pants. He's got to be a pervert. Holy crap, TLC played Shibata to the ring. So years ago, he realized that Shibata's theme tune sounds like the start of No Scrubs. Doodly-ding, doodly-ding.
Oh, God, yeah.
You've never put that together?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have wrestled both Tanahashi in Japan and Big Sweaty Mike in Evansville, Indiana. What a career I had. This is a reference, I think, to Tanahashi's haircut and the fact that the match ended via time limit draw. Tanahashi wants to speak to the manager about 5 more minutes.
Hey, that's good.
Glad to see New Japan cameramen are still world-class perverts.
What was that in reference
I don't know. I think they always get, as OSW would say, right up the hole.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
But with not just with, well, there's not really many women. I'm assuming it's with the men as well on New Japan shows.
Of course. I mean, look at them.
I know. I'm going to get a dragon belly tattoo like Brody King. Did they recast Shota? Umino. This guy's like 200 pounds heavier than the dude I knew. Where's all the hot guys on this show? Oh crap, Takeshita's here. Never mind. Ishii told me he watched that dumb grenade video I did and he acted it out. You should have seen it. It was cute as F. Have you seen the grenade one?
No, I don't think so.
It's like an old PWG show.
Oh, where they're all in the ring in the line.
He puts a grenade
It's not
down
Chikara
someone's
giving,
pants and then he
yeah.
takes a bump and they all fall over.
Yeah.
Nobody kicks out the Falcon Arrow.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha, effing Rocky. I know your password to everything now. I'm going to hack you. Do you guys think I could beat up Jeff Cobb? I'd look cool with the Great O'Con's hair. Very cool to see the young lions that were there when I was being in big spots at the Dome. He's glad to see the young lions in big spots now. Yeah. That's the only real tweet I'll do probably. Jungle B really has lovely hair. I love how he's called him Jungle B. Oh, he did Wrestle Dynasty as well, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but Gabe Kidd is legitimately a crazy person.
Yeah, we know.
Kevin Ortega, my former tag partner. Can you believe me and Zack Sabre have never kissed? And this was during Zack Sabre Jr. versus Ricochet. I beat both of these guys for the PWG title. I used to be good.
Wow. There's some truth bombs there.
Yeah.
God, he's funny. And it's funny he's there going where all the hot guys are. When it was at Starcast, when it was just me and these three of the lads who were like bored and we were talking about gay stuff basically. And we're like, who do you think the hottest lads in Bullet Club are? And so I was like, I don't know. And at the exact moment, Trent and Chuck showed up. I was like, let's ask them.
What did they say?
And they didn't even bat an eyelid. They're like, how dare you ask this question? They were like, oh, and they just went through.
Oh,
like,
they would have forensically broken it down.
They clearly had this conversation before.
Take their shirts off, tweet the Raw.
Yeah, it's everything but that. He's just like, oh, clearly it's this and this dude and all this. So
At the time, it would have probably been Adam Cole.
Yeah, what era are we talking about?
Yeah.
this is, what was the first?
Should we get a picture of Bullet Club up and
Oh, there's
rank
too many members.
Oh, no, I wait, man.
Too many men,
Just the
too
first
many
one we
men.
get to, the first picture, and then we'll just rank them.
It could be any era.
A quick rank. Off the top of the head.
Ishimori's in Bullet Club, right?
Yeah, or has been.
He's
certainly.
got big muscles like Evan Courageous.
Yeah, and it's pretty much like, yeah, he's probably got the nice, the
go.
craziest
That'll do.
body, but he's also mental.
I think Tama Tonga's he was always a handsome man, but I think now he looks, in WWE, he looks particularly.
Oh, Joel!
He's looks.
Fail to prepare, prepare to fail.
He's glowed up.
Joel with no
Turn your
light on him.
Joel.
Hold on. I'm locked in a dark room.
Where you belong.
Hey!
Oh, hello, Joel.
Obviously,
Speaking of hot guys,
if we're talking about original Bullet Club, Finn Balor's in the conversation, of course.
I mean, of course.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
picture there.
This one.
I don't know where they are. They've got the mask
Yeah,
on.
I know. There's so many iterations.
There's
It
so many of
depends
The
who you
bit's
want.
gone, hasn't it? The bit's
Yeah.
gone.
Oh, okay.
Jeff Jarrett.
Jeff Jarrett. I'll go for.
Worst to best, we're probably saying.
At the time, Adam Cole was a very handsome man.
We're
Is
probably
he
saying
now?
Nick Jackson. Just off that picture there.
Are you going worst to best?
Yeah, worst to best.
Oh, what a horrible thing to say about Nicholas.
Nick Jackson. He's in rarefied air there. Look at him.
Yeah, true.
Your lad in the bottom right. I've got no idea who that is. I don't watch New Japan.
You lad.
Luke Gallows. Doc Gallows, sorry. Matt Jackson.
Okay.
Yeah.
AJ Carl Tama. That's where I'm going there in that picture.
Yeah, Carl's a good-looking man, isn't he?
is.
You're putting Doc Gallows above someone.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
nasty. He
harsh.
played Festus.
He's a
playing him there,
massive
look at
man.
him.
The height's there.
True.
People
Oh,
love
you're a
height.
height guy. Oh,
Yeah.
and you know what? I've seen this. That
I am
seems
a
to trump a
height
lot.
guy.
Yeah.
But no, I think at the minute, if we're looking at all of them as they've aged, I think Tama might be the front runner now. Since he's got the fade going on WWE TV, he's looking really good.
I concur.
He's also
Can't speak English.
He got me to chop him in a video we did, and he's got a massive chest. I remember thinking
Keep talking.
is he wearing a pad or something? And then afterwards, I got a text from someone saying like, "How did you get to interview handsome Tama Tonga?" And I didn't. I was like, "Wow, he's got so many admirers." Then fair enough.
Oh.
Yeah,
Bucks definitely look better with a beard.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They
The
look
two baby
like
faces.
children without. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one else giving
Well,
the
thank you,
rankings?
that's it.
No, worst to best.
No, you
Matthew?
know what? That was good enough for me.
I also
you.
think Bullet Club era AJ Styles was probably the best he's ever looked as well.
No.
The hair's not long enough. No, it's not luxurious
No,
enough
it was
yet.
Yeah, he's
before
in
he got-
between his stages.
It was
It's like,
after
no.
his too short TNA hair, but before his too long WWE hair.
Nah.
Okay.
It's neither fish nor fowl.
Okay,
His
fair
hair's
enough.
never been too long, in my opinion.
Fair.
He's worth it.
So that was your pick there.
That was his pick there.
God, I've got what it even was. Chuck Taylor's a drunk text.
Chuck Taylor.
Drunk Taylor.
Chuck
How much wood?
Taylor's drunk tweets during Wrestle Kingdom.
Yay.
Yay.
Wow, Maffew, what are you picking this week?
Oh, it's such a hard pick this week. Oh, go on then. Hulk Hogan getting booed.
Yeah.
Oh, moment of the year. Sorry, New Japan and all your 11-star matches that I'll pretend to have seen. Just what a moment. What an unspeakably
We know who Hulk Hogan is.
amazing. He's getting
This is popcorn version 2 here. What does Hulk Hogan look like
You have to
every
load
day?
There he
up
is.
for a picture of Hulk Hogan on the rest of the
I
podcast.
thought you'd like that.
Well, you did it for popcorn.
Yeah. It's your thing.
It was amazing.
But it has made big news. That's from people.com that picture's been used on.
I mean, our news videos have been some of the hottest in recent memory about Hulk Hogan and that. I don't know whether that's just the surge of interest from the Netflix debut anyway, or whether it's because of the story.
No, it's Hogan.
I think a bit of both.
Can you get a picture of just put Netflix and booed? Just because the fact that the Netflix subtitles say, okay, yeah, sure. You know, I'll actually come up with Hogan's picture, put Netflix booed.
Go.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they're all,
Just the caption.
It's
Yeah,
so,
I
Deaf people know they hate Hogan.
it's so good because it's the opposite of what WWE traditionally would want. They'd rather pretend the boos had never happened, and Netflix have gone, no, we're reporting the truth here. I like it a lot.
Ah, yes.
Crowd booing.
Crowd booing.
But no doubt about it, he blamed it all on Jimmy Hart backstage. Damn it, James, you've got some heat out there, brother.
Yeah, well done, Jimmy Hart. Obviously, a lot of old school Memphis fans. Remember your feud with Lawler back in the day?
Do you know what the bit I found most despicable was as well?
There's a few things, but go on.
The bit where he tried to save it by using Savage's name.
That was so, and the crowd instantly
Didn't buy
realized
it.
it, and the crowd, they're like, no, we're going to boo you even harder.
Yeah. 'Cause
Randy Savage, Andre the Giant, boo.
I don't know if that was part of the script anyway, but he definitely lingered on Savage to try and like get them to go, yay!
Because then I think people just remembered, yeah, and you beat both of them, didn't you, Mania? You ruined those matches.
I mean, let's not.
No, I'm obviously kidding, but like it was just and it's been very interesting because people online, because obviously this is an event we'll get into later on. Raw was supposed to be not just a feud ender for lots of things, but also hey, hello new people, just come in, take off your shoes, whatever, sit down,
Put on your
is what
prawn
wrestling
sandwiches.
is.
I found it very corporate.
Yeah, there you go. And all this other stuff, and it's just like, okay, so there's gonna be a lot of old people, a lot of young people getting introduced to this. Everybody knows who Hulk Hogan is.
Yeah.
And they know what he's been doing these last few years. And yet there was still a bunch of people going, so why is Hulk getting booed? And you're like, oh, you don't know? And I couldn't tell if people were joking or not, which has been good for the people like Cultaholic and go, we'll let you know what Hulk's been up to. Don't worry.
I don't even think it was just the political stuff because everyone's been saying, he's been very outspokenly pro-Trump recently and this was in California and that's more of a blue state and all that sort of stuff. But Undertaker was on the show and he got cheered. It can't just be the politics. It's got to just be wrestling's relationship with Hogan over recent years.
Yeah, and there's certain things said that everyone knows about.
Well, and the fact he was on this show, another reason, not just the reason, but another reason, like he's trying to shill his beer to us.
Shell his crap beer.
My new tag team partner, brother, is American. Real American beer, dude.
Oh, good. Like every other tag partner you've ever had in WWE, it turned on you.
Did you realize, though, that for the first time I can remember, you actually heard the noise he makes when he rips his shirt off? He went,
I heard the other, what's he doing?
did he always do that?
Yeah, but we've never heard it before.
He's just old now.
Not the most disturbing noise heard on the wrestling this week.
Oh.
More on Booker T later on.
Oh, which bit?
When Stephanie Vaquer was doing her knee bouncy thing. My God. I've never heard anything like that in my days. And I hope I never hear it again. Anyway, Hulk Hogan
getting booed. One, because it's amazing, and two, I want to win Hall of Fame this week.
It's a strong.
You probably won't, yeah.
So it's a tough week. It's Ross's pick is Jack's story about Sam falling over. There we go.
It's almost like Ross was going to pick what you picked and had to scramble to find a.
Yeah.
And he did such a lovely job. Unlike last week where I picked what Ross picked anyway because I was dead.
Well, no, mine was a specific line, like, it's a nun on a pleasure cruise.
Like,
you've dressed a bit like Wallace this week.
Oh Christ, yes.
Yes. Well, oh no, I didn't realize it goes into blue. It goes into blue.
Jack's pick is Chuck Taylor's drunken tweets during Wrestle Kingdom, and mine's Hulk Hogan getting booed. You can go to that there computer over there, log into patreon.com/Cultaholic and vote.
The dirtier the better.
I can get your Norm to do it.
This is This Week in the Wrestling. It's this bloody week in the wrestling.
This week in wrestling.
Oh, yes.
SmackDown. And yeah, it's a 3-hour one. Cody Rhodes opens the show and says he's not cleared to wrestle tonight due to Kevin Owens. Drew McIntyre interrupts and gives Cody a big hug. He isn't here to hurt Rhodes, he's here to help him. Cody has become the centerpiece of WWE's best era ever, and he's about to screw up his life's work. Drew brings up Owens, who is currently running around pretending to be a world champ. They're even promoting him as a world champ at live events. At the pause, was that true?
I don't know.
The belt's being defended on live events, I think.
Is it really?
The one that Kevin's been
I
holding.
didn't even... Oh, okay.
I don't think it's like being official, like, now coming up is a Winged Eagle title match.
yeah.
I think Kevin's just been like, this is on the line.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
Maybe Cody needs a friend to help him out. Cody said he'd love to give McIntyre the credit he deserves, but he just doesn't believe him. He can feel the tension between them. Oh, here we go. So if Drew wants a shot at the title, he's happy to oblige. Drew says Cody will see the truth one day. He tells Cody to watch his back and leaves the ring, and Cody is immediately attacked by Owens from behind. I mean, he did just tell him seconds ago. Drew walks off as security separate Cody and Kev.
This felt strange. I liked the performance of both men in this segment, but I found was it a little bit loose, the logic there? I didn't quite know. Or is it just the beginning of something? I guess it's just the start of something.
That's how I took it. This
Okay.
is chapter 1, so I'm a bit easy to go with, or easier on it, I should say, than it would be if any of the time. I'm like, yeah, well, they've just started doing stuff together, so okay.
Fair enough.
It's a moosh bush.
And as a long-term viewer of the wrestling, I found Cody's motives questionable. Drew McIntyre has always told the truth, or this new version has for at least a year now. So why wouldn't he believe him? He even told him the attack was coming from behind. He still didn't believe him. If there's one thing we know about Drew, he tells the truth. So Cody was a naive babyface here, in my opinion.
Drew's very similar to Apollo Crews. You can sort of see you can see the future. He's always right.
But is it the present, though? Because he could see Kevin Owens behind Cody, couldn't he?
Yeah.
That's the present, isn't
Oh,
it?
right, you can see the present. That's not quite as good.
No, actually,
And then if you can see the past, you're just being a historian. Right? You just,
yeah, everyone could do that.
Yeah.
It's actually, sorry, we're spoiling later on. Cody's backstage getting wrapped up and going, how did Drew know? He must have psychic powers. And like, Cody, you're concussed. Please sit down.
I guess with it being 3 hours, which is just till June, Triple H confirmed, by the way. So back in June, we'll be able to go back to 2 hours.
Oh, hell.
It looks like the transfer window thing will just be like used to, Raw person here. So obviously Drew's a Raw boy.
Yes.
A Raw boy.
Ooh,
I'll
just
say.
before we, it'll be in a while, but before we get to Raw, I should mention that I included like the ad break stuff because obviously it's
I
different
also got
internationally,
that.
and so
Well, on posh Netflix stream,
yeah,
you mean?
so I
Yes.
included like the clearly just time filler interviews in the crowd, but we don't have to read them if we don't want. But nothing.
There's a few that I thought were good. but
Yeah,
not
nothing
you're
really
right.
happened.
I did not see them this week.
Oh, we will fill you in,
I
so to
watched
speak.
I watched on BT Sports.
Yeah, fair.
Watched on BT Sports.
It's all right, they'll lower your volume. They can't hear what you say. Joe's a professional. He'll leave this out. Nakamura defends the US title against Andrade. Nakamura retains after slamming Andrade's face into the top of the ring post. LA Knight interrupts Nakamura's celebration and beats him down. He goes to the BFT, but the champ slips out the ring. Knight grabs a mic and says he's coming to collect what he's owed, with everybody saying, etc., etc., etc.
Is he a bit too angry for what's happened to him? Or did Nakamura go beyond what was right? I know he attacked him in the build-up.
He
to-
spat
What?
in his eyes.
But then it
He
had
stole
no
his title.
But then
Made him blind.
it had no effect on the actual outcome of the match. He
That's
just
because
lost.
the commentators have a vendetta against LA Knight.
And the agents and the
Probably,
people who put the
yeah.
matches together and all that. But I found LA Knight not that likable here, I must say.
Oh, I was fully with him.
Fair enough.
You can't blind a man 24 hours before he defends his title. Well, you can. But it should be referenced more. That's what I'm
Yes,
probably saying,
okay,
yeah.
fair enough. And also, Nakamura's Noah match has happened now, so maybe he'll just lose the belt straight back to him. I don't know.
And to your point, Jack, that's the only other match he's had since November the 30th.
Really?
His
Wow.
Noah match on New Year's Day against Ulka Sasuke. Might have said that wrong.
You said that with such confidence that I believe that is it. So you mean he's...
The MMA man.
So Noah matches.
Yeah!
Yo!
Oh, it's,
Won a match.
it's Andrew doing LA Knight.
Let me talk to you.
Not to do.
The match.
Here right now.
The match. Classic Triple H structure because Andrade got a lot in and it just felt like one move later and then Nakamura wins. That's what he does on the lower card matches on the weekly shows.
Yeah, Andrade is just a very good kind of their guy and has been for a while now. Fair enough.
I did a tier list just before Christmas,
did
going through like how people who signed in 2024 did in 2024, and we were like, me and Tom were like, Andrade has just been a bit meh all year long. He's been having good matches. Obviously, the stuff with Carmelo Hayes was good to watch, but it's not really gone anywhere. He sort of fell back into what he was in AEW. When he went to AEW, people were saying, "Wow, it's going to happen now because it didn't happen before." And then he went back to WWE, and people were like, "Wow, it's going to happen now because it didn't happen in AEW." But now he's here, and someone left a comment saying they might be holding him off for Charlotte Flair to come back and them to be a thing on screen.
And then
That got-
Charlotte will pin him.
and that got me thinking that could be a thing.
I mean, he would definitely benefit from that. I don't know if it would help her or not. her
Power
return,
couple.
Her return's going to be a big deal anyway. But yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's a shame for Andrade. And Nakamura, I suppose, even though he's US champion, he's not the Nakamura of old or anything.
I don't think we're ever going to get that. But
No.
yeah, I thought, they're going to give Nakamura a push. And now, as you've pointed out, was that just for the Noah build? Because I thought LA Knight was going to move on and do stuff with the Bloodline. That's what we're getting. And I was like, that US title thing. You're like, well, you're a bit of a prawn sandwich then, aren't you, pal? Where have you been with Nakamura? So if it is just to hold that title to make WWE look good for Noah, then, fair enough.
There's this new stable in Noah that Aiden's told me to check out because they're just class. They're a class stable. Omos is in it. And a Scottish man from ICW who no one really paid attention to, and now he's gone to Noah and just become really good. I'm gonna find. the list
please
of
find
them,
out who that is.
Yeah, it's the fact that Omos is in it is insane to me.
I've enjoyed watching him walk around Japan.
Yeah,
It's on my Instagram. Just seeing Omos walk around and people going, "Whoa, he's kind of big, him." That's exactly what they've been saying in Japan.
no, I've typed
Your
in.
Japanese is amazing.
I've typed in Noah evil stable, and then it's just come up people asking if Noah, the biblical character, was actually evil. He saved all the animals. What are you on about?
Noah flooded the earth with the glory.
Jack Morris is the Scottish bloke's name.
Jack Morris.
Yeah, he was like just a
What
lot.
was his ICW name?
I
I'll
think.
say Jack Morris because doesn't ring any bells.
Well,
Philip Morris was his ICW name.
Yeah, he's stuck with I saw him wrestle like 15 times. I've no idea who he is.
Jack Morris is a Scottish professional wrestler currently performing in Noah. He's got like 18 abs.
Abs.
Oh yeah.
ICW.
Oh yeah, that's why they got him out. Like you don't belong here. His only ring name is Jack Morris. It says.
Oh.
So I guess he was just. I mean, he started in ICW in 2019, Maffew. So it wasn't. It's quite recent. all
That's
this.
Justin Gabriel, is it not?
Yeah, hang on. Can't fool us.
This man looks exactly the same as Justin Gabriel. This is incredible. Incredible scenes.
Oh.
But he does have
Well done,
abs.
well done, South Africa.
He's having tags.
The
with
Truth Commission are very happy right now.
He's having tags with Omos and stuff. And the stable leader is a recent young lion. And he's just won the top belt. They've okaded him. They've gone, right, just have the top belt straight away. So apparently it's all kicking off in Noah.
Thank you for that, Jack. Pretty Deadly confront Apollo Crews for exposing their lies last week. If the mean streets have taught Pretty Deadly anything, it's that snitches get stitches.
Yeah.
Legado del Fantasma interrupt. Pretty Deadly deny lying, but Santos Escobar isn't buying it. Angel Umberto grab Pretty Deadly, but Nick Aldis arrives to break it up. He wants a word with his fellow Brits. Did you watch Wallace and Gromit over Christmas?
So Pretty Deadly thinks Santos and the lads attacked the Street Profits while we were not watching the wrestling over Christmas. Apollo Crews says he saw DIY do it, but DIY think Pretty Deadly all right. And Nick Aldis doesn't believe anybody.
I think that it's just DIY who did it. And
Yeah.
they've enlisted Pretty Deadly to lie for them. Yes.
Yes. Oh, sorry. After the break, Aldis asked Pretty Deadly who's like, yeah, well, we went to sum it up. This doesn't need to be broken down that much.
And then they also imply that Pretty Deadly need to get involved in their main event match, their tag team title match against the Motor City Machine Guns, do the DIY boys.
And they say you'll get a title shot if you help us out. So there you go.
Will they get involved? Who knows?
Find out in seconds. Piper Niven is accompanied by Chelsea Green for her match against Michin, but it doesn't help her pick up the win. Michin taunts Chelsea after the belt and does the belt motion. That's the thing she wants.
Yeah, it is. Lots of shoot Hurricane Ranas from Machine here, which was nice to see. All the big power moves from Piper Niven as well. There was a shoot Piper Driver, which was nice after the unnerving sound of Michael Cole shouting, "You go, Machine!" while she was twerking her, and I quote, long back attack.
This is the second whitest thing Michael Cole did this week. Did you see his high five?
Yeah.
To Travis, was it to Travis Scott?
Yeah, when they're all dancing on the table.
Give me a high five, bro. Sit down.
He's old.
That drone footage was good, though.
Yeah.
Stop Jey Uso's entrance. You see it when it flies around, they're all on the table going, "Way."
And to be fair, Michael Cole knew what he was doing. He was playing up to it.
Yeah,
he knows.
He's self-aware.
Yeah.
But this was a nice little match, I thought. Quick paced. Got plenty in there for the time they were given.
Yeah.
Bish, bash, bosh.
Yeah.
Michin is just, reliable. Hey, we need you to do this thing against this person, and she does whatever role she's put in. She's a character actress, which is fair enough. I don't think the crowd are behind her as much as WWE seems to think, but
Yeah, because we need a reason. We don't know much about her.
We still
that's
don't
another
know
good
much
point.
about it,
Yeah,
yeah.
she's
She's very good, like when she's on TV, but like we need that hook. Like Chelsea Green, you can explain in one sentence that old thing people say, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, back in the Attitude Era, the gimmicks were one sentence long, and you'd understand the character. Meh.
That's right. She needs a hook. She needs a young fit lad hanging out with her.
Oh, hook. Oh.
Paul Heyman arrives backstage, speaking of which, and dodges a metal detector. like Morecambe and Wise in their prime.
It was proper British uncle comedy. That it was brilliant.
Yep. Ooh,
You missed a Boras special off the notes. Naomi got an NXT promo.
No, that's coming. I've put that in.
Oh, is it after?
Oh, did Matthew miss it?
Naomi's glow isn't just a look. It's a reminder that us all have a light inside. We're beautiful and powerful, and we change the world just by being in it. Naomi wants to be a living reminder that we don't have to experience life the way we've been told. We won't be pushed around by the fear in our minds, but led by the dreams in our hearts. Naomi does the impossible. She changes the environment around her. She is the glow. She is Naomi Glow. What the hell?
It's a shame there was just an election a few months ago. 'Cause I reckon she'd be in the front runner now.
I want
Bloody hell.
I want to know more about this plucky newcomer, Naomi. Why did you get this?
Don't believe what the news says. Live your life the way you want to.
GB News presents Naomi.
That first line, though, my glow isn't just a look. It is a reminder that in all of us there is light. Get in the bin. You like house music?
Pepper. Well done, Ross.
You like house music and dance flamboyantly, and you're a fantastic wrestler,
No,
a jam
that's
up
the
guy.
Cowies. She's using it to channel her humanitarian efforts. She loves
Yeah,
the
wow.
world, yeah.
Oh, we all know Avicii loved the pandas. I don't know why I went to Avicii straight away. Isn't he dead? Rest in peace. It's maybe because I saw his name on Netflix a lot this week.
Oh.
Yeah.
That one like burned in my...
Oh my God, you killer, Jack.
It was just funny in my periphery. I just saw his arm go up. I was like, he's not saluting Avicii, is he?
Chairman.
Oh, great guy.
Oh, yeah, R.I.P. Levels
Didn't he have a song called Save the World or something as well?
Who's going to save the world
Is that
tonight?
Avicii?
Maybe.
He's humanitarian as well. There we go.
He had Levels, which changed all of our lives. People of mine in Ross's age at uni. And
Oh, that
anyway.
was uni times. That was him.
You're
Yeah.
right. But Chairman Mao, more like Chairman Glow.
Naomi's-
Be the change in the world you want to see.
Naomi's-
Kill a landlord. Do it for Naomi.
Naomi's Chairman Glow. Like Geordie, Chairman bloody Glow. Yeah,
All these people beating up landlords. Bring it to the floor.
what's that? What's written on Tom Morello's guitar? Is it Arm the Homeless or is it Eat the... Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Naomi's proper, like, go on.
Yes. Rising up for Naomi.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a weird character shift for Naomi, that wasn't it?
Yeah, that took me by surprise. Heyman cuts a promo and hypes the Raw match between Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa. He admits that he and Roman were preparing Solo to become tribal chief, but only when Roman was ready to step down. Heyman recaps Roman's loss at WrestleMania, which is when Solo decided to strike. He calls the New Bloodline animals who don't belong in pro wrestling. Sorry, he calls New Bloodline animals. There we go. Typing. Tama and Tonga aren't welcome in the United States, and Jacob Fatu isn't welcomed anywhere outside the US prison system. Heyman vows that Roman will win on Monday, but Solo interrupts. Paul thinks he's here to attack him again, but that isn't the case. Solo wants a favor and appoints Heyman as the holder of the Ulafala during the tribal combat match. He knows Heyman respects his family and the Samoan dynasty. If Roman wins, Heyman can appoint him tribal chief once again, and Solo will acknowledge him. But if Solo wins, Heyman will put the Ulafala around his neck and be his wise man forever.
Oh, no.
Dun, dun, dun.
Can he do that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's
If you've got that Ufalafa, you can do anything, can't you?
apparently so, yes.
Yeah.
Fair enough, then.
The way he piped up the Bloodline lads, like the new Bloodline lads, was class, but apart from that, was just like a setting the table promo, not much to write home about for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, just more, please watch Netflix on Raw. The Motor City Machine Guns are in a hot, steamy room because they are hot, steamy lads.
Why did that...
Being betrayed by a friend sucks. Alex Shelley talk
No,
Gargano
say it like he said it.
sucks.
Being betrayed, sucks.
Dude.
I mean, they're channeling the Rascals a bit here.
Yeah. It sucks when you bail on a sweet Ollie.
They're 40-year-old men, man.
Alex Shelley talk Gargano, everything I know.
That is, the X Division is just skaters. That's all it is. Wow, I can't believe it's taken me 20 years to realize this.
But now he's taught the machine guns something too. They are wolves in sheep's clothing, dude, everywhere in this business. But the machine guns, pew pew, are the most revolutionary tag team of all time. And they're about to win the titles back
Okay.
from the Motor City Batupu.
Or like the narrator voice from Saba. Who did shoot the Denver Broncos?
I used to love doing that voice.
I thought they were really unlikable here.
Oh, what? They're the most revolutionary tag team in the world.
Let other people say that.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Yeah.
If someone else says you're the best of all time, it's all right. If you call yourself that, you're a dick.
What about CM Punk?
Because
his nickname's best.
Thank you for agreeing with what I just said.
Because they didn't just say it once. Like the revolutionary thing came out, then like the best tag team. Then there was a few more, and I was like, by the time we got to the fourth and fifth, I was like, right, all right, we know you're good.
Yeah.
Shut up, shut up, guy.
We're so great. We lost the tag titles last week, dude.
You guys, I'm going home.
Bodacious. And then Pretty Deadly interfere in the tag title match. Whoa!
Who saw that coming?
Oh, right. I was like, what was the pre-plan there? But, right, okay.
But the Shagging Cousins chase them into the crowd. It looks as though the Machine Guns are about to win the belts back, but the two interfering teams brawl back into the ring, and the match is called off. DIY retain and celebrate a great victory.
There's a lovely tangled web being created in the tag team division on SmackDown, because obviously the Shagging Cousins came out because Pretty Deadly accused them of attacking the Street Profits.
Yeah.
And the other stuff's happening in the ring. It was all right.
Yeah. I liked the S-housery of DIY celebrating as if they'd, won the World Cup. They're just on the line on the announce table going, yeah! Shades of Daniel Bryan as World Heavyweight Champ.
Yeah, DIY. Sorry, Bell.
And I agree with what Ross said. It's like Midsummer Murders.
It is like Midsummer Murders. Or Poirot.
That's what Ross said.
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm looking forward to the inevitable Corey Graves drunken Twitter meltdown about Johnny Gargano. Because his comments here, you know what? Sometimes Corey Graves can't hide that there's a little bit of real life disdain for someone.
Really?
He was going ham on Johnny Gargano here. So you watch 3 a.m. our time, 3 weeks' time, he'll be like, Johnny, I loved you.
Oh. I just thought it was because Corey's like...
You broke the rules of skateboarding, dude.
Corey's like a cool punk rocker and Johnny's like a nerd.
It probably is, but I'm just thinking.
Oh, yeah, there's always got that rivalry. I'll put hell yeah at Graves mentioning Josh Prohibition and M-Dog 20.
Hell yeah.
Which I wasn't expecting to hear on WWE commentary. So,
what was
he? The
in,
Ohio lads.
What was he in Son of Havoc in Lucha
Sorry,
Underground?
Son of Havoc.
But
sometimes they'll put a
Ross.
voice modulator on, and sometimes they would just forget. He just speaks his normal voice because it's Lucha.
And he was like a real young-looking whippersnapper, and then it turns out he could grow the biggest beard of all time, and he looked like a different man for a bit.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough.
Luke Littler.
Yes, like Luke Littler.
Luke Littler. My mum said, "Oh, do you follow Luke Littler?" I was like, "Yeah, I know who he is." He goes, "Yeah, he likes the wrestling." He goes, "Yeah. Does he know you?" I'm like, I have no idea.
Almost certainly
watched
yes.
Botchamania.
Almost certainly.
My mum went, he's 17. I went, yeah. He goes,
Stay away from Maffew.
Jesus.
That's not what she was telling. If that's what she said.
It's even worse than
then
I'm about to say. Say, do you know he's younger than Botchamania? I'm like, like, cheers, Mum. You're going to go now, have you?
Oh my God.
Hang on, I'm going through a tunnel,
Oh, that's awful.
That's sobering, that isn't it?
Like,
Botchamania has been a thing since he was born.
Yeah.
He's never known a world without Botchamania. What a utopian existence.
he's done well considering the obstacles against him. But yeah. And I think about his... Graves said at one point he wants to be the minister of propaganda for somebody. I don't know if that was mostly machine guns or not. And I put, why would he say that? He does look a bit like Goebbels.
No, he doesn't.
Completely uncalled for. He actually doesn't.
Honestly, thought you were going to say he looks a bit like Alex Shelley. That would have made more sense.
I can see Alex Shelley,
He look like Alex Shelley.
They've got the
You
same
said he
eyes.
looked like Goebbels.
Between those two, if I have to pick Goebbels over Shelley.
I'll just have a quick refresh.
These are the things that are going to get
Joel,
brought
get a
up.
picture of Goebbels on the podcast.
No, we can't. YouTube
So
will...
the children at home, Goebbels, he is.
Just stop.
He is.
Podcast didn't have to say
Oh,
that.
right.
I'm not showing it. I'm
That
showing
looks
you.
nothing like
That
Corey
is
Graves.
not at all.
Well, those aren't great photos, which is hard considering he was the minister of propaganda, but that lad with a daft haircut and a suit talking about wrestling.
I think Graves just looks like he could be in the Proud Boys. He looks like one of them, doesn't he? Like that sort of thing.
Oh, so that's okay to say, but that's a bit.
It's certainly not as bad to say, yes.
Oh yeah, it's a sliding scale. You are right. Let's move on, shall we? And about all these things we've just said last few minutes, we brought up like 6 months' time, that one lovely person who brings up. What did Maffew say?
Oh, yeah.
Like nothing but good things. Nia Jax and Candice LeRae are in the locker room ahead of Nia's title defense. She wonders where Tiff Stratz is tonight. Candice says she's probably upset about what Nia said last week, but it's fine because Nia still has Candice in her corner. Nia tells Candice to make sure Bianca Belair stays out of the match.
Ooh, it's suspicious time.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. I like
Disgusting. Where could she be, though? Where could she be? At this time of year as well. I mean, with like the debuts on the new shows.
You're trying to play she was at New Japan?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Her dad would never let her go there.
Backstage, Kamala Hayes
Why would her
tells...
dad never let her go there? I don't know, whatever.
I didn't get that, so I was just going to move on. Kamala Hayes tells Sami Zayn that he'd have definitely beaten him if Braun hadn't interfered. Oh, okay. The Usos arrive to back Sami up, and Mello leaves all cross. Humph. Sami heads off to get ready for his match. The Usos bump into Kevin Owens, who tells Jay to watch his back.
And Kevin doesn't like those two.
No,
Yeah.
but especially not Jay for some reason. Why not just take both of them? Or they set up a match between him and Jay.
Because Kevin would think they're bad guys. Yeah, everyone thinks Jay's a good guy, more so than other people in the
Yeah,
bloodline.
fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
That's
What could all of it mean, though? God,
It's so deep.
such a big shoulder barge.
Nick checks on Cody, who says he's fine. Aldis says Cody talked him into booking the other match of the Rumble, but now he seems hell-bent on not making it to the show. Aldis urges Cody to think about his future and the future of the company. Cody says Nick is a good boss, but he's the champ. This is the most important week in WWE history, and he wants to take on all comers. If Drew wants to come to SmackDown, that's fine by him. If Cody sees Kevin Owens or someone who looks like Kevin Owens, it's on site.
Who's that then in the wrestling who looks like Kevin Owens?
J-Roll.
I saw someone suggest online one of like the CZ, like DJ Hyde or someone, but I don't think he looked.
DJ Hyde.
Maybe it wasn't DJ Hyde. Someone, some deathmatch bloke. I imagine there's quite a few who look a bit like Kevin Owens.
There was a picture
Big
of
bloke with a beard. I mean,
my Instagram. I looked a bit like Kevin Owens a couple of years ago when I dyed it black for reactions. that
Okay.
time. Yeah.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
Well, don't go around Cody
I
Rhodes.
won't go around Cody Rhodes now.
Oh,
Yeah.
on site. In fact,
Let me at him. Let me at him.
in fact, I think that this made Nick Aldis's authority look a little bit diminished. So, Joel, there's been a change in the rankings of the GM.
I can see
this
why
week.
you'd think that. Go on.
He's on his phone. He's not even listening.
I am.
Okay.
Still looking at typing.
You were looking at something else before. You were on your phone before. I was.
What's
No,
on your
I'm
phone?
there.
Just
I'm
over
there.
there.
What are we on about?
Um, So I'm going. Aldis is now second. Adam Pearce is top. Ava's still third. So it's Pearce, Aldis, Ava. Pearce ran a wonderful tight ship this week. He wasn't even on the show. Thank you, Joel. Sorry for being an arsehole.
What is on your phone screen, Joel?
Well, my notes at the minute.
What was it?
Podcast notes.
So what's the most recent
Which
podcast note
podcast?
you've made?
Which podcast to listen to?
I just I just written down power rankings.
Before then! Before! Tell us your personal business.
I was looking at a lamp.
What?
A lamp.
A lamp.
Thinking again.
That's more what we wanted. That's
Come
more
on.
what we wanted to hear.
Let's have a look at the lamp. We'll see if it's good or not.
Well, I can't.
What's your style you go for
Like
on
a
the flat, Joel?
Pixar
What?
intro lamp, or
Do you want me to get it up on it?
Oh, yes, we do, Joel.
what's a lamp?
If
Show
this is
the
more
people at
important
home.
than our wrestling analysis, we'll cast analysis on your lamp. Oh, he's buying it from Argos. Oh. Oh. Joel.
The map. The map.
All right.
God, take
Joel
your time, Joel.
This is
typing.
Oh, I don't like that.
Interesting. Oh, right.
All right.
I don't like that.
I just need something that's not too bright and in your face. Just to, 'cause
Yeah, that does like would set a mood.
But the part of my
Ooh,
lounge
yeah, why
is
is he-
like too dim, so I
But-
need a bit of light.
Okay.
You just get
fair
a
enough.
candle for that.
Well, I've got candles as well.
No,
but it's not-
candles,
there you
are,
go.
candles are more of an effort than a lamp. You've got to remember to like blow it out and stuff. Lamp you can, and also candles sometimes aren't allowed in rentals.
I've got.
I know everyone still does it.
Oh no, you know those landlords who come round and inspect. So, where's those candles?
Yeah.
My candle detector was going off last
The
night.
candle snatcher. Give me your candles.
Only 20 quid.
It's a good deal, though, to be fair.
Thank you.
Good deal. Make sure
Oh,
you get a
and-
good bulb, Joel.
Look at the colour. It's
yeah.
mustard.
Okay. He's made a Kendrick reference there. A bit
that
late
not-
on, but it's all right.
Whatever.
Metallica reference, is it not?
No.
Yes, it is. It's a Metallica
What? No,
reference.
what?
He's saying mustard like master, isn't he?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no, you-
Mustard of puppets.
No,
That's
he's-
what I was
I thought
referring
you were
to.
doing the
Don't lie to Ross.
You were doing
That's what I was
you were doing
doing.
the Kendrick thing, weren't you? Kendrick got really excited.
Mustard of puppets.
Kendrick got really excited.
The sequel to Catch Up Them All.
What happened, Ross, was that Kendrick Lamar got really excited on a recent song of his because DJ Mustard was, like Mustard on the beat. Oh,
yeah.
So Kendrick went Mustard in the middle of the song to show how excited he was that his friend was on the track.
Well, he must have copied Metallica's cadence in doing so.
It's much longer than Master of
In the
Puppets.
liner notes, it says, shout out to James Hetfield.
It doesn't. He goes, Master.
What, have you bought it, like?
Have I bought what?
The album.
I'm almost convinced that Kendrick Lamar's never even listened to it. No, he might have done. Everyone's heard of Metallica, haven't they?
Yeah.
You don't watch Stranger Things, no doubt. Everyone saw Stranger Things.
That'll be it. Yeah. Candice tries to interfere in Naomi's title match against Nia, but Bianca Belair takes her down on the outside. Nia takes out Belair, and the match continues, but with both women down on the canvas, it's Tiffy time. She teases a cash-in, but instead hits Naomi with the briefcase to help Nia retain. Nia celebrates with Tiff and Candice, and Matthew's typing, bloody hell, can this bloody end or not? I'm so sick. Only for Tiff to blindside her with the briefcase. She takes out Candice while Belair hits the KOD on Nia. Tiff clears Bianca out of the ring and cashes in, hitting the PME on Nia to finally become the WWE Women's Champ.
Yeah.
Testament to her work inside that ring, I tell you.
Yeah, to which Maffew deleted his notes, going, great. I did not see this coming.
I liked it especially because it wasn't just a little swerve for swerve's sake. It wasn't like, let's tease them with disappointment. And then it also made sense. She waited until it was just a singles match. It would have made more sense not to do it in a triple threat, so she didn't. I think that's fair enough.
And she waited until she watched Bianca Belair do a KOD on Nia.
Fan-bloody-tastic.
She was very tactical here. Her positioning was brilliant. She was like, who's a striker with really good positioning? Aguero? She was like a Sergio Aguero.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Daniel Cardone. If you know, you know. If you don't, I don't blame
Both
you.
of these people have sent in messages this week.
The match portion of it, though, Naomi versus Nia, I don't want to use this word, but I couldn't think of another word, so help me out with another
Go on.
word. Sloppy in places.
Really?
In places.
Oh, I was going to say, bloody hell, there's one thing that's going to be overlooked for this whole stuff with Tiff is the fact that how good Naomi and Nia, the chemistry they have
First
together.
half, then I'll go. The first half was sloppy because Naomi's comeback with her doing a shoot Samoan drop on a Samoan-ish lady
Right.
was fantastic.
Yeah.
Naomi's married to a Samoan.
Yeah.
She probably practices on him.
And if wrestling taught us anything, if you know somebody, you can do their moves.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Lou Nixon does the go to sleep now after being on a Bloodsport show with CM Punk backstage. So I think that's when he started doing the go to sleep.
So great, isn't it?
Yeah. So it is true. If you've met someone, Joe Henry started doing the ankle lock after he wrestled Kurt Angle.
Yeah.
Oh, he's double ankle lock.
Oh yeah, how he defeated Jake Hager.
Someone
That's
did a double ankle lock this week, didn't they? It was on your Twitter, I saw. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was on
My
someone's
Twitter?
Twitter.
No.
Someone in some promotion.
double ankle lock?
Somewhere, yeah.
Well, when Henry did it,
Oh, no, it was bloody, oh, God, what's the name of the dummy wrestler in Japan?
Yoshihiko.
Yeah.
Oh, the blow up thing.
Yeah, the blow up doll.
Jesus Christ,
But you thought that
Ross.
was a real wrestler?
Must have just been scrolling.
Oh, bless you.
He was so agile.
He was. It looked real.
Again, if you just go by really quick, like, whoa, that's amazing.
When Henry did it,
Never seen that spot before.
when Henry did it, we sort of slowly, sadly realised that a double ankle lock's just sort of a Boston Crab looking thing. He just kind of did that,
Yeah.
and he won.
Yeah.
And it wasn't my favourite Joe Henry match of all time, but I don't know how much of that was actually his fault.
Yes.
He tried.
He did try.
He tried.
He did try.
The other fella tried as well, you know.
But yeah, they got me. On my notes, it said, they got me. Well done. Booming reaction for the proud heel Tiffy Strats.
She's been on a slow turn.
This is a face turn now.
She's done it to Nia Jax, so people are like, oh, thank God. Whatever.
Yeah.
I think this is a face. Yeah, I don't know how face-ish someone like Tiffany Stratton can be when her whole character is like a brat.
Yeah, but crowd have gone, you know what, we like you, regardless.
But you're actually good, yeah.
So this is going to be interesting. I mean, finally, because this is the worst bits of Money in the Bank where we have these, am I going to cash in? I'm like, whatever.
Well, who was it? Was it you who pitched Sheamus
It was me.
and the IC thing? I really like that. And in the days since, Matthew, I can't stop thinking about it.
Oh, really?
Yes. I just really want that to be.
I'm
what he
always
does.
thinking about my food.
Is that a Metallica reference?
My
again?
dreams are always about you. Sometimes about Sheamus, but then Maffew's face gets superimposed on Sheamus's body, and I get confused.
Did you see Gary Neville interviewed Sheamus recently?
Yeah.
And I thought it was
watched it all.
Maffew.
Did you watch it all?
Watched it all, yeah.
How was
Sheamus
it?
knows his ball. It's good to hear.
He's a Liverpool fan.
Yeah. He had the choice between Liverpool, Arsenal, and Manchester United, but his dad made him pick Liverpool.
Oh.
Because of the Irish
a good
players
lad.
playing for all the teams. You
Oh,
Liam
I
Brady,
see, I
I've
see,
heard
I
about
see.
this.
Ronnie
before,
Whelan,
right.
you're all them, all the people.
And then he mimed a brogue kick on Gary Neville, who Got a little fright.
Because Gary Neville found a tweet from years ago where, I forget what he said, Joe. Can you remember what the tweet said from years ago? Seamus legitimately didn't like Gary Neville.
Yeah, he said a lot of bad things about
Said
it.
he looked like looked like he had a mouthful of boiling water or something like that. Yeah. A mouthful of bees. Yeah, a mouthful of bees.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
He gets to give him a nickname during the interview, and he picks the Weasel for him. So Gary Neville's now called Gary the Weasel Neville.
But Gary's like, that's an upgrade. People usually say rat. I don't know why he's from Yorkshire. Sorry, I don't know what I've done there.
Gromit!
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not like Seamus won this interview.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, hands down.
I'm gonna have to watch it then.
And he locked him in the Boston Crab
Oh, does he?
for a while.
I've seen the picture of him.
Gary was struggling towards the end.
I've seen a bit where he scoots him, he grabs his legs and sort of drags him along the floor, and Gary Neville goes, ah! As he does whenever there's a chance in a big game. Ah!
So to clarify my points, Maffew, the first half was sloppy-ish. The second half was great.
Okay.
So I've got the Heat Shika was on there from Naomi. The reversal out the power slam off the ropes by Naomi to Nia. So the second half sounded a lot more scintillating than the first.
Is Chic as in CHI?
MJF does that
QUE,
move, and
yeah.
he is a he, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, I thought you meant like the Iron She.
No.
The Heat
I was
Sheik.
getting confused with
Naomi.
Chic, and he'd be like, yeah, but honestly, I know what the word is, but my brain not instantly goes,
I have said it on the podcast numerous
Yeah.
I
times.
know you have, but
I'm surprised that her new...
Heat Chic and Naomi putting them in the air for a real one.
I'm surprised that her new ultra left-wing revolutionary gimmick didn't get utilised in this match.
Just attack it with a plant pot. Or
Yeah.
She's taking off her giant horned boot. Jacob Fatu cuts shouty promos. The Bloodline make their way to the ring. He loves Solo. And the first thing he thinks about when he wakes up in the morning is Maffew. Oh, sorry, this is Jack Notes. Is how much he loves Solo.
Let's not make this a thing, Matthew. Come
I'm
on.
sorry, I'll stop
it's
now,
all
I'll
right.
stop now.
This was funny. I was about to say unintentionally funny, but they knew what they were doing there.
Yeah,
It sounds
being
silly.
all the way into it. Byron interviews LA Knight backstage. He was just talking to Nick Aldis, who wanted to know why he attacked Nakamura. Knight says it's because Nakamura did the same thing to him in the build-up to their US title match. Knight reveals that Aldis has granted him a rematch of the belt next week, and after he wins the title back, he'll set his sights on winning the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
Just set his sights, because you'll have that now.
He's actually got it, yeah. Unless Nakamura does the same thing again just before this title match next
This
week.
is perfect for Nakamura to go, you haven't got any sights, ha ha.
Or eliminates him from the Rumble. Potentially as well.
Yeah, that's all we got.
Yeah.
In the main event, Solo, Tama, and Jacob Fatu take on Sami Zayn and the Usos. Drew arrives to distract Jay, who takes him out of the big dive. The match continues, and Jay hits the big splash on Jacob, but Solo has sneakily blind tagged in. He hits Jay with a small spike to get the win.
Boom. Spike.
Spike.
Yes, I enjoyed the match for what it was, but it was also like a lead into the Raw show, wasn't it?
That's exactly what it was.
The Good Line's entrance lasting 37.5 minutes is a pitfall of a 3-hour show. Great moment with Sammy and Tama just battering each other on the mat. I don't know why I've written down great moment. It made me go, ooh.
Maybe it looked quite intense. Yeah, maybe it was quite real.
Yeah. Things that make you go, ooh, that moment.
Matthew's face on Sheamus.
That makes you go, does it not?
Apparently so.
First thing in the morning.
When I wake up.
But it was all about Jacob Fatu again, wasn't it? He was not the legal man. So then legal man Solo could get the win. It was all right for what it was.
Yeah.
So that they can work smarter, not harder.
I'm glad they did the Tiffy thing on this show, because otherwise it would have been maybe quite an uneventful feeling SmackDown.
Yeah.
But I get why.
Was it this match or was it something on Raw? I think it's this match. They all kind of blend together where Jacob just goes, I love you, Solo, and the entire crowd joins in.
Yeah.
That I liked.
That's his catchphase. But you know that
Yeah,
when
but
eventually...
then like I don't. Maybe I've just been like, okay, this is a match. Blah blah blah. I think it's one of the few times the crowd were like, "Yay, he loves him." Aw.
But when he eventually turns on him, if and when that happens, you know it'll somehow feature that catchphrase.
I hate you.
Love you Solo.
That's good.
Yeah.
Fire burn.
That's like
Ready to
and then
ignite.
Solo goes, and he goes, no, he said past tense. Turns around and gets hit. I love Lamp, but that's him right now.
Or he's in a Ford Galaxy with Solo driving down the highway and they see a river and then he goes, I love you, Solo.
It's another Richard Hillman reference on the podcast.
First one of the year.
You see his comeback?
What?
Fantastic. He comes back. He came back as a ghost over Christmas.
Oh, because Gail was leaving,
no.
wasn't she?
And on the sofa, the attention to detail, it's like watching NXT. The attention to detail, because on the sofa, when the ghost Richard appears, who is wet with seaweed all over him. Right?
Unbelievable.
all the cushions on the sofa now have pictures of all her ex-husbands ex-husband's on. Coronation Street-alicious or what?
Yeah, I didn't realize Corey was that sort of avant-garde. I thought it was quite realism-based. They've got ghosts and that.
It's funny you say that because one of the last times I remember speaking to my nana was there'd been an Emmerdale Christmas special. Obviously, it's every year, but there was one year they did that with like ghosts and people who used to be on the show and all this stuff. Oh, remember me, Marlon, and all this other stuff.
Marlon?
And
Jacob Marlon.
Yeah, Jacob. You'll be visited by 17 of the potential 300 dingles that'll be on the show. And spoke to Nana and said, oh, what do you... Because I watched it with some of your parents. And what do you think of that? She went, load of crap. It's not her thing at all. So I was very happy there was just one death on Emmerdale this year for Christmas. There was no ghosts.
That was funny, that though, wasn't it?
What, that guy?
Lad having a heart attack.
Oh, he's a bad actor. I think I'm having a... And she's like, yeah, whatever.
I think she was...
here we come.
I'm not much of an Emmerdale fanatic, but I think she wanted him to die. She was like, oh, let me get the phone quickly to call the ambulance.
She's just found out that he's actually a piece of work,
Yeah.
but she's like, oh, here we go, you faking again after we're about to renew our vow. And he's like, oh, he's dead. Oh, he's shoot dead. Oh no. And he's like a bit taken aback.
Yeah.
And that other guy who shows up who's supposed to be cool, but I'm like, you just got a shaved head, mate. Who are you trying to kid?
I know, yeah.
Speaking of bad actors, my favourite bad actor of the current TV season is Linda from The Traitors. So
I've only seen episode 1.
don't worry, I'll just mention.
Is Spence McGraw actually in it? Or is that just the advert?
I'll just mention.
She does it in episode 1 though, where she mentions
She's
the Traitors.
terrible. Yeah, it's really good. So like the Traitors is like a mafia game. At the start, they all close their eyes. Claudia Winkleman goes around and taps 3 of them on their shoulders, and they're the Traitors. Linda's one of them. Lovely older lady, very good natured. She's a retired opera singer. Hello. And then Claudia goes, right, everyone, open your eyes. Traitors. Linda goes. Looks at her, and then it gets noticed by one of the other contestants who later on goes like, now I'm not accusing you, but you did look at Claudia. And she was like, oh no, I was just looking because she was talking. She's a really bad actress. At one point, like whenever in the night the Traitors like kill someone, the next day at breakfast, they all come in one by one and find out who's not turned up. So, like, someone says to her, oh, it's quite nerve-wracking, isn't it? She goes, I know. Who on earth isn't going to be here? she's class. I still haven't
in her
watched...
head, you see, like, this is going great.
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
I still haven't watched this week's one, but I can't wait to find out what happens. It's class trash TV.
Is it on just once a week?
So
Yes.
the episode aired on New Year's Day, but then they put the first 3 on iPlayer.
Yeah.
It's
I looked at the first 2 were on iPlayer.
It's every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Oh, God, I need to catch up tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
It's good stuff.
I hope there's one lad in there who I just did not connect with straight away. He seems like the
There's
sort of
someone,
guy.
there's one of them I
Which
hate.
one?
I
I can't remember what his name was. He's got like short brown hair. I think he's got glasses. on. He's
Glasses,
very
Joe.
very
Yeah, I
uppity.
hate him.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
God,
English
I hate
teacher.
him. Yeah, he might
He's
be.
the sort of
yeah.
guy who put out the rule book on Monopoly when
He,
he's getting beat.
he gets more annoying.
Yeah, I bet he
Obviously,
does.
we're just seeing a
Does,
snippet of what these people are like, and they're performing. They might not be like this in real life. Let's just because the Traitors contestants get terrible abuse when they've been stupid. Like, people online are like, "How did you not see
Oh, the end of
it?"
last year's series.
Oh, Molly.
Oh, she forgot the rules at the end.
Yeah, she forgot that there might have been a traitor in the mix.
I need to start watching this, and I've been avoiding stuff like this, but my mum, every time I spoke to her on the phones, was like, I'm worried that you don't have a TV license. She goes, Mum, I don't watch BBC or anything else like that. I don't need to have one. I'm not breaking the law. And she's so worried. She's obviously a woman of a period where she imagines like the BBC send the biggest, hardest policeman around to say, are you watching TV? But
Should you be discussing this in a public forum?
Yeah, but Netflix have updated it where they've like, oh, I'm going to be watching live stuff on Netflix. And the BBC have said, if you are watching live stuff on Netflix, you do need to have one. I'm like, oh, balls, I need to get one. Mum says they're not expensive, 168 quid.
For the year.
For the year.
It's a joke, this country.
It's just, and this is my mum's helpful advice. If you pay it monthly, though, you don't have to pay that
£14,
full amount.
yeah.
I'm like, yes, thank you, Mum. I know how to. Like, I appreciate you breaking that down for me.
I know I divide by 12.
Yeah, really. This number is smaller than that. All right, okay, Mum. All
Did
right.
your man write the Rock's promo from this week's NXT?
You would have sounded likable if you done
Wrestling
that.
fans, you better cheer for the ones you like.
What was that? I will get onto that. The note here just says, interesting things that happened at Wrestle Kingdom and Wrestle Dynasty. Is there something over the page? Oh, there is. Beg your pardon, I thought we were just going to imagine. Shibata made his New Japan return to save Tanahashi from a post-match beatdown. They agreed to a match the following night. Is that Shibata's actual return at New Japan since
Since he got injured? No.
Since that shoot match that wasn't supposed to happen, etc., etc.
He's had a couple of matches, hasn't he? And they've always been
has he?
like amateur rules or whatever. But then because it's Shibata, sometimes you see him going like, I'm going to do a few strikes now. And
Yeah,
get
there
hit me
was the
back.
famous one, wasn't it?
When
where
they
it's like-
got annoyed with him for that.
Yeah.
Which I get why they got annoyed with him for that. Because if he died, then they would have looked really bad. In this one, maybe it is his first one since then, I guess. Yeah, maybe. But they agreed to a match the next night, which was a little time to draw, I think.
Fair enough, mate. Takeshita defeated Shingo to win the Never Openweight Championship. That sounds like it would have been a grand match.
Yeah.
A grand day out, if you will, if you're from Lancashire.
I haven't watched all of them, but from what I understand, that was the consensus match of night one.
Dookie injured
Dookie, but maybe. Dookie means poo-poo.
Dookie injured his arm mid-match against El Desperado, leading to referee stoppage and an automatic title change. I did see this because my friend showed me. He went, "You'll like this," and I thought it was going to be a cool move. And he went, "Look, his arm broke." I went, "Yeah, cheers, pal."
There's a difference between like a nasty moment and botcha, man. Like it's
there is such a weird like divide between some people like, "Oh, you'll love this, won't you?" I'm like, "Oh no."
Yeah.
But yeah, the title had to change hands then because he wasn't supposed to win.
Well, yeah, and in New
It's
Japan, I
interesting
guess
way,
they don't do many DQs and that. So if the match gets called off, then the title does change. Yeah.
That happened in Big Japan Not Freedoms like 2 weeks ago when a guy got a nasty gash on his neck and the ref went, whoa, I know it's a death match, but we need to stop. And the guy's like, I'm supposed to win? He goes, no, that guy wins and he's the new champ. And he's like, and the crowd are like, huh? And the champ's like, well, I'm sorry, we'll do a rematch, you know. We're trying to prevent a guy dying.
I was watching some Big Japan recently for matches of the month, December.
Oh, yeah.
They did a show on New Year's Eve. It's like 15 matches long or something. They did a whole deathmatch tournament on New Year's Eve, and then midnight happened, and they still carried on. And I was getting kind of desensitized. I skimmed through it, but I was like, there's only so much blood I can really, like it's. I don't get. By the end, I was like, this isn't that don't impress me, man.
I hit that ceiling a while ago now, and it's like, oh, it's me now. This now the ultraviolence no longer does anything to me.
Maybe.
But my mate who went to Japan said you need to see the Madman Pondo versus, and I quote, the North Korean assassin match. I watched it. They call him the assassin because he killed. At Wrestle Dynasty, Mercedes Moné won a match against Mina Shirakawa to become the undisputed British Women's Champion, which is the Rev Pro belt. And according to Tom, who spoke to Andy Q, the Southside Women's Champion as well?
Correct.
Have they inherited that lineage then?
Oh,
I had no idea about any of this. I don't follow Rev Pro.
There is a clip explaining what that means on Tom's Twitter. And that's as far as I can tell you.
I'll go tell you to go do a Tom then. The Young Bucks won a 3-way match to become the IWGP Tag Team Champions.
And they threatened to maybe bring those title belts to AEW Dynamite.
Oh, no. No, don't do that. Just stay in New Japan. And Kenny Omega won his return match against Gabe Kidd.
Probably like the best match of the
So,
weekend.
I didn't see any clips or anything like that. Were the crowd booing him?
They definitely were pro Gabe.
Yeah, pro Gabe.
Even though Gabe is a Bullet Club war dog and started off hating New Japan, he's now, I don't know.
But the way they
He's
wrestled
one
the
of
match-
our own.
The way they wrestled the match with the blood that was involved and the big high spots, they battered each other. It was fantastic scenes. And Tanahashi at the end getting emotional.
He was
his
bawling.
little war puppy has grown up to be a big war dog.
We knew Gabe before Tanahashi.
that's rather
did.
sweet.
The big faker.
Yeah.
We were Gabe's friends before he was cool. Actually,
Before
Hiroshi.
he'd even had intercourse. That's how far we've known him. Probably. He was about
We know because he told us.
16, wasn't he?
I think
Don't
he
make
was,
it weird.
I reckon he was like 17 or 18, probably.
He looked about 11.
No. Hey, look, Raw Netflix
What?
debut.
We've
No,
known
you
him for
said anything
ages.
weird there.
No.
Look at how young he used to look.
He used to have little spiky boy hair,
Rosy cheeks.
rosy
He had
cheeks.
hopes and dreams.
Precious rosy cheeks.
And his colour was-
lime green tights.
He didn't wear black. His color was lime green. Yeah.
His music was straight out of a discotheque in Berlin in 1988. It was fantastic.
He showed the WCPW with sandwiches his mum had made for him.
And then he rolled up Cody Rhodes and everything changed.
Yeah.
Oh
And now he's beaten Kenny Omega.
no,
No?
losing to Kenny
lost
Omega.
that.
Damn it.
They won the hearts and minds of everyone watching.
Nah, I'd imagine Gabe Kidd won that.
No.
He won the morals. New Japan just turned around and goes, nah, Gabe Kidd won.
Out of his
But then
crop,
Kenny Omega cleanly pinned him.
out of his crop of young lions or whatever, Gabe has definitely, I think, leapt ahead of the rest of them with this performance. It was very good.
Became Gabe Man with
Yes,
two ends on the
it's
end.
Gabe Man. Gabe Man.
Oh! Monday Night Raw Netflix debut. We open up with the kayfabe breaking intro package narrated by Triple H, which is projected onto a curtain surrounding the ring. The curtain falls to reveal Jean-Paul Levesque. Who else? He hypes up the crowd and wants them to impress the audience at home. He asks if we're ready. Welcome to Netflix era. Fireworks go off. Wee. So what do you think of the intro, Jack?
I thought, ooh, this is different, isn't it? Oh, do you mean the bit after or before the curtain fell?
Just everything I just talked about.
I really liked the hype package thing. I was surprised about the inclusion of shoot and work and heel and face and stuff, but I wasn't particularly against it. I just thought this is quite an interesting sign of what the future era is going to be, where I guess it'll just be more of what we've seen from Triple H. There's no illusions. This is like an HBO drama. There's storylines and motivations and all that sort of stuff. So fair enough. I thought the visuals were really cool with the painting being done.
That was very nice. I like the appearance of Bret Hart and The Simpsons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's when he goes on when TV changed, wrestling changed.
When TV changed.
Yeah.
It was like, he's never been on
I
there.
know
He's still angry.
I know Ross has a certain thought about when the curtain fell.
Oh, it was fantastic. Because I associate that spot, a big curtain being on stage, it dropping, then a silhouette being there. The lights come on, the silhouette's revealed to be Michael Jackson. Jackson would always he started a few of his concerts like that. So I was praying when I saw that. I was like, please let this drop. And Triple H stood there, like, he starts dancing around the ring. I really
Crowd would have loved that, by the way.
I know, what a moment it would have been. Shame it was just him cutting a promo, but he doesn't like to be on camera. Don't force him to be there. I really liked it. I like the fact that obviously this Raw was definitely not for us. This Raw was definitely for the people who haven't watched wrestling for a while.
I was going to say, this is a very important point. I'm glad you said it.
So to get it out there that, yes, wrestling fans don't actually think the wrestling's real. Yes, we understand it's all storytelling with the bad guy and the good guy that goes back to the carny days of yesterday. I thought it was very wise and very good to put it in there in the open. So we just say what we are. It's not 19, whatever year Vince McMahon cut that thing. He said, oh, we want this, that, and the other.
1863. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for saying. I agree with everything you just said. I can appreciate why some people would get mad. I imagine some people just being performatively mad, but maybe there are some people like, I can't believe everyone in the world should be saying that apart from us. Again, if they say it once or twice at the very start, that's fine. If it's, none of it was said later on the show. It's just that bit at the start, that's fine. It's a settle down, come in. This is what wrestling is, let you know.
Yeah.
I was absolutely fine with it. No one can hype up WWE half as good as WWE.
Yeah. So I thought the visuals just full stop from start to finish all night long were just a different level. Like
that thing, the
drone thingy-majiggy.
Yeah.
Just everything just felt like elevated to what it was before Netflix, which sounds like a really wanky thing to say.
So
but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I like the shot whenever someone came out and made their entrance and the sea of people behind them as well.
Yeah.
Looked really good. I think it was Cena who was like, oh, there's people everywhere. I was like, yeah. It was a really cool arena.
Yeah.
Bloody Clippers.
And yet they hyped the hell out of this show and being some people's jumping on point. And as I did tweet and it went crazy big, I didn't realize it was going to do that much. But a friend of mine just said, I started watching WrestleMania on Netflix and they've started off with WrestleMania 1.
I saw your tweet.
And it was just so funny to me. And so bad I had to tweet about it. But like, yeah, I guess if you don't know where to start off because it's, you just treat it like a TV series and you go, all right, WrestleMania 1 then.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh yeah, you would just do that if you had no idea or who'd ask.
They do need to sort it by year, don't they? The pay-per-view,
Yeah.
so you can go from WrestleMania to whatever came after WrestleMania.
Right.
What would have come after WrestleMania then?
The Wrestling Classic?
Something like that.
I think it is.
Yeah,
the
I'm not even
Wrestling
sure if that's on Netflix.
I know, but
crap show,
I remember
like,
I remember that was the second pay-per-view on Netflix, I think. On the
In
network.
fairness, it would go WrestleMania 1, Wrestling Classic, fair enough. Then WrestleMania 2.
The Wrestling Classic is a great show, Matthew. Don't disrespect the Wrestling Classic.
Ugh. And then
Moondog Spot.
not my spot. Not a Moondog name spot.
Oh, Gary Neville, big fan of the Bushwhackers.
Him and Phil. Love the Bushwhackers.
He's
That's what
like-
he said.
he goes to Sheamus, do you remember the Bushwhackers? Sheamus is like, yeah.
But so this was, okay, look, if you just started watching wrestling, we've been hyping this up for bloody ages, this debut, and it's felt like a big deal.
Yeah. It was always going to go one of two ways for me. It was either going to go the way it went on the night, which is just like, this is just like, here's The Rock, here's The Undertaker, here's Hulk Hogan, here's all these names you'll recognize for good or for worse, whatever. And just will nearly completely disregard storyline, which is what we got. Or it was going to be like, here's the storyline, but with these massive gaps to fill you in with like the cliff notes, which I think I would have preferred. But then again, that's we've been watching wrestling for a while, haven't we? So that it just wasn't for us this show.
Thank you. It's important to know. I'm glad you said all these good things. You're such a good guy. It's like you've done this for a living.
Such a good
for years
guy.
Such a good guy.
Yeah, I think it's what because I would say a lot of negativity about it. But I mean, well, no. You need to understand.
Temper
Sometimes
expectations,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Not enough people temper their expectations or see what they've been doing. Here,
A lot of reports were saying stuff like, it's a WrestleMania level card. I think that's what people might have.
Yeah, that's why people. This wasn't wrestling.
So I don't think the blame.
WrestleMania 4.
Well, Ariel Helwani said that was the best.
That's still the
WrestleMania.
funniest joke.
I'm sure it was Helwani as well. Who I should be careful calling him out because he is he'll find out some dirt on everyone involved with Cultaholic and tank us, because isn't that what
How
he
can you
does?
do that? You never open your soul on the podcast. You're such a closed-minded individual.
But Helwani also, I'm sure that he was talking to someone about great heels of the past, and he was like, my favourite one, Superstar Billy Graham. I was like, get the bin out of
God almighty.
Wait, like, how old is he?
You weren't watching back there. Exactly.
Yeah, hang on.
He'd been 3 if he was alive.
Oh, I loved karate Billy Graham. He could barely move in 88.
I thought you've done a bit of research before this, and I thought I'll say this to sound clever.
Yeah.
And that's where I prefer him to Dana White though in their whole feud. So there we go.
No, Dana White's a great heel. That's what you should have said. Yeah, Dana White's a great wrestling heel.
A bit too good of a heel, yeah.
Anyway, The Rock comes out with his special belt.
And his special Dharmas on.
You can't call them Dharmas.
His Dharmas were on.
Is that the sunglasses?
Oh, the glasses.
Yeah.
I had to think that.
You can't.
His Hollywood
Dharmas.
Dharmas.
As if he's like when a footballer gets a boot.
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
It's the signature Dharma sunglasses.
I've got my eye tested in about 4 weeks' time, and I'm debating getting some Dharmas for reading glasses.
Are you going to request some Dharmas? By name.
2 Dharmas, please.
2 of your finest serial killer specs, please. He says tonight is the largest arena gate in WWE history.
Yeah! Woo!
I did one mention. Mention this, and people are still arguing about it. Call me an e-drone or whatever. Look, it's not about, spend your money on whatever. It's not my business to tell you what to spend your money on. It's absolutely fine. I've paid very overpriced tickets for some events and stuff like that. And yes, Tony Khan did say the same. And there was that weird poll going around. I think Meltzer said this, didn't he? Like, AEW fans are much more affluent. And they read smart people sections of books or something like that. Remember that from last year?
Dave, what are you doing, man?
You remember that? Oh, I remember this very
Meltzer's
well.
not doing a good job of beating the allegations.
It was something like AEW fans have more money and
I'm more handsome and they smell
they got
better.
bigger dicks than WWE fans. It was just a ridiculous thing to say. Like, they smell nicer, not like that smelly Chris Charlton. And all that stuff. Yeah, and so obviously, don't care. I'm not obviously fine. It is just funny to me that WWE spent the last, 2 years now? Every time they go, to France, to Puerto Rico, or the other places. Berlin, and they go,
Scotland.
This is the highest ever arena gate. And they, yay! And it's always, greeted by cheers. Because obviously, if you're at a live event, you cheer anything. You cheer the fire alarm if it's loud enough. But
you don't cheer anything, do you? Andre the Giant.
God, yeah. But yeah, so it's just funny. Like, live ticket prices are out of control. Oh, well.
It is disgusting.
I'd have felt maybe a bit shortchanged if I went to this one. I know you got all the big names in that, but there was about 3 matches.
It was 4.
4.
Over 3
Jack,
hours.
that's the show you had to go to.
Yeah.
Whereas NXT is the show you want to go to because it's rubbish.
Yeah, well. We should probably try and go one day to NXT, really.
On the company card.
Absolutely.
Could you
Yeah.
imagine?
It's business expense.
If they ever come over here, we've got to go.
Oh, we're getting press access. I'll make sure of
Well,
that.
what? The security's open, take the velvet rope down and go,
Yeah.
We know who you are. Rock says, finally, WWE has come back to Netflix, ? Okay, obviously that doesn't fit because it's never been on there before, but we know what he means. He does the real catchphrase before putting over Netflix as a great partner for WWE, shouting out some executives by name. That's what we care about.
Dwayne, I don't care.
He jokes that if the feed breaks, he'll go Squid Games all over their candy asses.
he said he got the name of the show wrong.
Sound like an old man.
Yeah.
Did you get the name of the show wrong? What do you mean?
Squid Game.
Oh, okay. The Rock gives credit to Cody. He was in the front row. It's a bit anal, mate.
It's a Netflix show.
He also shouts out Roman Reigns. He'll be watching the upcoming Tribal Combat match if you smell, etc. Rock leaves hugging Cody as he does so.
They're
Thank
friends
you,
now.
brother. Yeah, thank you, brother, for carrying the company on your back the last year.
I'm like, wait, last time we saw you, apart from that brief appearance at Survivor Series where you did know, was you and Cody beefing, and everyone in our predictions thought we're going to get you versus Cody or whatever. Hopefully, this is a setup for something.
it doesn't
But then
seem-
NXT happened, I'm like,
Oh,
I know.
There is little dingle dangle on NXT. He says he messaged Triple H and Nick Khan 2 weeks ago about wanting to go to NXT. So Triple H and Nick Khan know things that The Rock's going to do. That's what I read from that little live from The Rock promo.
I don't really.
Only you would get
I
that from that.
I found it hard to read anything into the Rock's NXT promo at all.
I had to watch it twice.
Yeah.
I was like, I need, to write,
did you?
I need to write something down here. It was a mess.
It
Anyway.
really was. But this one
I think
at
he
least...
was still hungover from this night.
Yeah, God.
Yeah.
I mean, this one was Rock, come out, say your things, get your paycheck, or whatever, leave to people going, oh my God, it's The Rock.
He was fine here. He did.
Yeah,
his
there's
thing.
no, like-
It was very corporate though.
Very good, yeah. And again, it's no one puts over WWE quite like
Yeah.
WWE. And I get it.
Do you see how thrilled one of the Netflix blokes was in the skybox? He was like, "The Rock mentioned." I mean, I would be as well.
Oh, that dude going, "Argh!" Yeah, he caught the audio of him yelling. That was funny. But it's just the bit with Cody. I'm like, oh.
Well, that was the moment for me when I was like, oh, it's going to be that kind of Raw. Any storyline gone. This is just like, hello, this is The Rock. He's affiliated with the WWE. Get your pictures of The Rock inside the ring with the logos and whatnot. This is the kind of show it's going to be.
Tell Mama Rhodes I said hi, but this time Cody's like, oh, you. What do you like?
Yeah, I'm like,
the man who he threatened to make cry on your bloody belt and then whip you with it.
And I guess
he beat him up in the rain, which is more disrespectful than beating someone up in the dry, is what I got from that feud as well.
Yeah, we're fighting in the rain. Rock just beating him up. It was so great, and I was like, oh, we're fine. Anyway, more on that on NXT.
And then they were sharing drinks backstage, weren't they?
Yeah, and The Rock went and The Rock was about
Cody
to drive.
poisoned
The Rock hopped in his
He
car.
got his car with his tequila.
It probably takes him a couple of more shots to get drunk than the most.
But
the average
still.
bear, but still,
Yeah.
Drunk driving because The Rock did it, Your Honor. We get big ring announcements for Roman Reigns versus Solo Sikoa, plus a video package. Roman powerbombs Solo through a table called The Last Ride by Michael Cole.
Yeah, I found that quite strange because it was just a powerbomb.
Yeah, it's a bit
he
weird,
didn't
though.
do the
Yeah,
extension.
you're right. But Tama Tonga pulls the ref out the ring before the count of 3. Jacob for 2 attacks Roman from behind and beats him down. Solo hits the spike, but Roman kicks out, so heels beat up the ref. Sammy and Jimmy arrive to even the odds. They help Roman to beat up Solo, but he kicks out after a replacement referee arrives. Both sets of allies even, brought the back. Roman prepares to finish Solo off, but Kevin Owens arrives and hits a stunner. Cody saves the day and brawls in the crowd with Owens. Roman finally wins, and Paul Heyman prepares to present him with the Ulafala, but The Rock comes out and does it himself because he's a nice guy.
Yeah, house show fun. Wait.
there was also tension, I thought, between The Rock and Roman just before just after the Ulafala was passed. They stood and looked at each other
Before the handshake.
longingly. Yes, so I reckon that could be what The Rock does at Mania.
Looking at each other thinking, I'd love to make loads of money for wrestling you.
Yeah. Give me that Ufa-Lafa now.
Yeah.
I thought it was a bit of a game of two halves there. A game of two halves there. It was a nice throwback thing at the start with all the shoulder barges and the long collar and elbow tie-up. Oh, I loved it, so I did. And then just bells and whistles come to mind. You come out, and then 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 you come out.
I think it was definitely like, if I was watching it for the wrestling for the first time, if I'd managed to power through all the stuff before the actual
all the
wrestling.
WrestleManias before this, yeah.
No, just all the stuff on this show, which felt like half century worth of WrestleMania. But I'd have been like, this is the craziest thing ever. Everyone's running in and that. There's no rules. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Would you have actually started with like Punk, Rollins, or Rhea and Would you start with a normal wrestling match?
Right, I was surprised given the significance and everyone involved that this wasn't headlining.
Yeah.
And again, the street fight manner. But yeah, I'm with Ross. It was kind of as a street fight, and then the expected run-ins happened, as I wondered why this wasn't main event. And then that Owen stun on Roman as he went up for the charge at the corner, and I laughed loud up here.
Oh, did
Great
you?
sell, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Took it back.
Ooh, it was very, very over, but very paint by numbers as well, which I'm not saying is a bad thing necessarily, but I was just kind of like, I know what's going to be happening now.
Yeah.
And that's on me. It's on WWE. How dare you not reinvent the wheel for this match? That had to be what it was. And I was just like, okay, this is nice. We've done this. Now we're on to the other things we can do with this feud and the stuff. The Rock Roman tease or Solo and Jacob, but they're still going to love each other. And I just put, Rock giving the other father the reins and being nice with Cody.
Yeah.
Yeah, he even got called the final boss on the show as well, I think, so that's still there. But I associate the final boss with being a massive arsehole.
Yeah.
It's the nice final boss. You know, on those video games when you get the very end of the game and he's like, hello, tea, coffee.
All I can think is that The Rock has always secretly been two men, twins, identical twins. And we got a different one on NXT than we got on Raw. And it was a different one being nice.
this
to
was
Cody,
Braun
being
Strowman.
nasty to-
Not Braun Strowman. Right?
Why would he be friends with Cody? There's not been a moment yet where the tension's been resolved. It's only because it's the other Rock.
Well, maybe it's because he carried the company on his back for a year and he's looked at the bottom line, all those cash monies. He's gone,
Cody
ooh.
shouldn't be all right with him still. Cody should still have some resentment, I think.
Correct.
He pinned him at WrestleMania on night one, which I still grinds my gears. Let Roman pin him, sure. Built up tension for night two.
You think, oh, that'd be good, but then we'll get some Roman and Cody, yeah? And then you don't get it. You're like, well, that was just to please you, wasn't it? And you piss rub bottles.
So that Rock can, he does. And he carries his fake belt everywhere now.
Yeah, it's pathetic. And he's got a massive car, which is too big. He really has a small dick.
No, wait.
He really does.
He does. Of course he does. The Rock is the clearest candidate to have a small willy I've ever seen him.
Exactly.
car,
There's nothing
big
about him
belt,
that exudes confidence.
Shirts. Oh, it's all there.
Not the fact that
so
he's
insecure.
Not the fact that he's a massive bloke as well.
No.
But I think I will challenge you on his car being too big. Have you seen American roads? They are massive. They are huge.
That car's so wide.
Americans love big cars, man.
It's
Can you
so
know?
wide.
If they saw a Nissan Micra, they'd try and eat
Another
it.
laugh, yeah. Interestingly, though, I saw some quotes from Triple H after the show, which made it seem like this part of the Bloodline story is over. Like, it's done. He's focusing on something else. I mean, like, in terms of, like, what we've been... It felt like, it's changing. I don't know, Maffew.
I think it is. I think that's what they...
It was nice to go, okay, we can move on now. That'd be nice. Yeah, and I'm like interested to see, because we've been in the holding pattern, as I've said before. Kevin using that every week. Maybe we'll get over the holding pattern until this show. So now I'm like, yay, we can move on to the next bit of the storyline now, which is what I am looking forward to, as someone who's been watching this for a while.
I agree. I just need to get over my... I was just holding on to hope that Cody would beat The Rock at some point, and I don't think that's ever going to happen.
I think that was the plans, like, after Mania last year, with the promo they did with the watches or whatever.
I don't think Cody would have won that, though.
No. But it's all changed now. I think John Cena's put an end to that.
John's got a great poker face. You couldn't tell when he mentioned the list of people he might wrestle at Mania which one it's going to be. He tried them all exactly the same.
Then Jackie Redmond interviews the New Day in the arena. It's supposed to be happening during an ad break. It did. They antagonized the LA crowd by suggesting that Drake won the rap beef with Kendrick. Yes.
I thought Metallica won that beef.
That's one of Sam's favourite topics.
New Day came out and go
between Metallica and Megadeth.
I was going to say, the New Day came out and go, Megadeth are way better than Metallica. He started singing Crush 'Em.
What a
great song. No, the Goldberg WCW
one.
theme.
Sorry,
It's one of the worst performances you'll ever see of Megadeth at any part of their career. Just half-arsing it on Nitro. It's so funny.
I've seen the footage of Metallica covering When Doves Cry by Prince, and it's bad. Really
What?
bad.
When was that?
It's just two of them. It's just the Roman Reigns bassist and one of the other ones, maybe Kirk.
Kirk. Yeah,
and they
he does a
both
bit
stood
of
there
singing,
going, it's like in a break in the show, and it's terrible.
Ooh.
James Hetfield's probably there for a reason, I'd suggest.
Yeah,
like him.
he is.
Yeah.
Why is Lars there, though? That's a question people ask.
Many people have asked that over the years.
Terrible live drummer. Terrible.
It's so funny the amount of people are like compilations of Lars forgetting how to drum.
Really?
In brackets, his only job.
Has he not had loads of practice over the years?
No, he's had
There's a few amazing videos where like, all right, now we're going to play Creeping Death, and he starts doing the wrong drum. And like, no, that's the wrong one. He goes, do it again. And like having to stop, he goes, no, Lars, that's the wrong one again.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
It's funny. We get another teaser for Penta's debut. This one actually features his name and likeness because, again, it was too ambiguous for some people.
It was his face, and the word Penta was his mouth.
Yeah. So hi, it's me, Penta.
He's going to be called Penta. Shocking.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm amazed they're able to get that close a name to his name.
Well, it's Pentagon that he can't use, isn't it? Yeah, because of AAA.
Yes.
I think.
And but AAA trademarked so many variants of that. It was unreal.
That's why for a while he's Penta L0 me. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, am I allowed this?
Tenta, just in case.
John.
Just Penta
Tender Junior.
His new finishes. Boom. Boom. Various superstars are having a party in a skybox. The Cowie Girls are there. Of course they are. You also see several celebrities and wrestlers in the crowd, including Jack and Ross's personal friend, Wale. Oh,
Mine and Ross's personal friend, you
Oh,
say?
yeah.
You didn't have to say that, Maffew.
I know, yeah.
Thank you.
John Cena arrives to begin his retirement tour. He calls the fans smart. He's excited that Netflix is allowing a bigger audience to hear their voices. Cena talks about his history with the LA area, working at Gold's Gym and learning to wrestle here. For UP Dub, again, a shout out. Nice. There's been a lot of talk about Cena's WrestleMania opponent, a lot of rumors about him winning the record-breaking 17th World title. But he doesn't think the title win is going to happen because it's been over 2,400 days since he last won a match. He's still going to have some fun, but the title win is never going to happen unless he does something like win Money in the Bank or the Elimination Chamber or even the Royal Rumble.
Jesus Christ, John.
He asked the crowd if he should enter the Rumble, and wow, would you believe it, they agree. He says nothing is impossible. He's not just entering the Rumble, he's going to win the Royal Rumble. Goosebumps, Maffew, goosebumps.
I genuinely really liked it, as cheesy as it was.
Yeah.
It got me in the first half where he's like, it's just not going to happen. And he's like, but then it might take a miracle. And the crowd start going, yeah. I agree with Jack.
Honestly, it was the most like paint by numbers CBBS babyface thing. I don't know if I can do it, but if you guys believe in me, well then I guess I can. But Cena's the best ever at doing that style of promo.
He is, yeah.
And I think when you compare his promo to the Rock's and to Hogan's and all the others, he is far and away the best one currently of the legends at cutting a promo.
I like them saying, look, I don't want the title shot. It's not my time. It's about like helping the younger generation. Unless I win the Rumble.
Unless you guys want me to.
Yeah.
It would be considered a shock now if he didn't win the Rumble for me.
I like the fact that they added more. Anytime a Rumble where they add teasers to who could possibly win. The more potential winners, the better the Rumble.
I think that maybe he could. I do also. He would currently be my favorite to win the Rumble as well. But I think that I'd like to see like a 2010 Rumble Michaels elimination breakdown sort of moment as well.
Whoever eliminates him is going to be so over.
Austin Theory. He's back.
Anybody but Austin Theory.
And then
will be so over.
if he's then if he then has to force himself to do the elimination chamber, it adds more tension to that. Yeah, they could go a different way with it, but he probably actually is the betting favorite at the minute. Yeah.
We then get a Logan Paul video package, which I skipped.
He doesn't respect the process, and he basically calls himself a see you next Tuesday. That's it.
Yeah. Wow, I can't believe it. More wrestlers and celebrities are shown. Macaulay Culkin is easily the most charismatic, and he was going to be my pick if someone else picked the Hogan pop. Sorry, the Hogan pop. Sorry, the Macaulay Culkin pop.
Why was Seth Green so miserable to be there?
He always looks like that.
Does he?
Yeah.
PTSD. He used to work there, didn't he?
Yes, he was the. Oh god.
But like,
a writer.
I remember there was one time he was the guest GM. Yeah, he did used to write as well, didn't he? Oh, wow.
I don't know if it was his partner or just his mate or whatever, but there was a girl with him who was like smiling away, going like, and he's going, yeah, hi, yeah, hi. And then Culkin saved the day, thankfully. And it's nice that they're still pals.
Great use of the hat from the Culk.
Yeah.
Little finger bang as well.
Commentary
Fantastic.
falling over themselves. He's not home alone tonight.
He's there, you can almost hear what they're saying. Like, yeah, Home Alone. Yeah.
See the footage the fan got? Like, Liv Morgan's in the ring waiting for her match to start and they do the big reveal for Culkin. She's like, sees up the Tron, she turns around, she's like, nice to see that.
Yeah, that's cute.
There's also a big tour of her farm on YouTube now.
Is that a euphemism?
Nope. She has a farm with 2 cows, a few chickens, other animals are there. How does she take care of them all when she's on the road as much? That's what I'm asking.
There must be employees involved.
Yeah.
How did Clarkson do it? I've never watched it. I don't know.
Oh, Clarkson's fun. He works on the farm when the TV series is happening.
Okay.
Yeah, come on now. In what was originally a last woman standing match, but is now just a normal bout. Yeah, what was that about? Liv Morgan defends the women's world title against Rhea Ripley. Dom distracts the ref while Liv hits Oblivion onto a chair, but Rhea kicks out. Ripley wins with a pair of riptides and is once again the women's world champ. Dom tries to celebrate with her, but she hits him with a low blow and a riptide.
My thoughts on this are much the same.
Rhea celebrates on the stage, and The Undertaker arrives in American Badass mode to congratulate her.
The way that was done.
Looks like my work here is done. But you didn't do anything. Didn't I?
My protege, Rhea Ripley. I've always had your back.
It's just the way he drove straight past her at the start. I was just like, what the hell's going on here? She's just won the bloody title.
Hang on. I need to circle around. I can't reverse in this thing.
I love his circle in the ring sometimes. It's so like, it's so cumbersome.
He's having to stop and use his legs just to like, all right, this is a bit hard, this.
I know that it's too tight a turn to actually not use his legs, but it's just so funny. When
man. It's Pop a wheelie. Spin it round on its wheelie.
Yeehaw! Anything.
But
anyway, what were you saying about the match?
I just really similar to what I thought of the first match is that it just did its job. I was quite intrigued about the unspoken, like, oh, we've got rid of the stipulation, by the way.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing that has to do with it being placed right next to the tribal combat match.
Yeah.
Which makes me think that was there an initial order of the show that got changed around or something? Very strange, but the match.
They realised, like, hang on, this is going to be very quick, or to make this match and have what we want to do with all the other stuff, we've got to have a Hogan appearance.
Oh, yeah.
And we've only got 3 hours, so you just went, all right, get the short end of the stick.
On both Raw and Netflix, it felt like things were cut for time. On Raw and NXT, it felt like things were cut for time this week. But I thought they made the most of it. I liked the false finish with Oblivion on a chair as well. Yeah. Because that felt like it was going to be like, oh, no.
I think the whole match was to not to have a 5-star classic, but to have Rhea Ripley just look like the dog's bollocks.
Yeah.
Which is what it did. There was a few impressive moves that they both did. Just obviously they've been working together for a while now. Like the fruit roll-up suplex, I've called it. The standing suplex where Rhea rolled.
I love a fruit roll-up.
The fruit roll-up's great confectionery.
I was about to say if... should we do this as a big question, though? I don't know. I was going to say, like, I think Rhea Ripley, if this brings in loads of new fans, I think she could be, like, the single biggest benefactor. She could go, like, nuclear popular if there's new people coming into wrestling.
Yeah.
But should that be a big question? Like, who will benefit most from...
It could potentially be.
That could be nice because it means Rhea Ripley in the thumbnail. We're getting hits.
I saw a video on Twitter of a lady who saw Roman Reigns for the first time.
I did see that.
Did she swear in it? I can't remember.
No, I don't think she was. I was unable to understand everything she was saying because she was shrieking so loud.
Damn. It was Charles Robinson, actually. It was.
Oh, maybe it was a different video then. When I was just like, oh my God.
Who is this guy?
And all the comments underneath were like, yeah, understandable.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough then. Yeah.
It could be a big question.
There's
two of the leading contenders.
Okay.
I thought it was interesting at the start as well that after the ring bell was sounded, I went around the houses
That's technically right, yeah.
Cole did a big speech about Dom, which is like there's action happening in the ring, but it's all about Dom, which I thought was quite nice to see because Dom looks like going to be a focal point. Because basically he ran down the whole 2 years of the last 2 years of Dom's life while the match was starting, which I thought was very interesting.
I mean, he is the reason for the season. So
Yeah, he is the reason for the season.
Do you think him trying to side with Rhea momentarily afterwards is going to be treated as like a serious storyline beat, or do you think that's just a bit of pantomime? Like he's trying to weasel his way. Okay. Right.
Hey, who loves you, baby?
Do you think Liv will be like, "What are you doing?" I don't know.
It's like mind games.
She should be, really.
Yeah, she should.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, but yeah, exactly what you guys have just said. It was all about Ripley getting the revenge on Morgan and ending that one chapter, which is like finally like again great.
No, the Judgment
Now
Day.
what?
The Judgment Day never let feuds go. Liv will be like, "No, when you least expect it, I'll be back."
Yeah, the Judgment Day is continuing because at the start where they're walking in and Liv's at the front, like as the champion, Finn and JD are off to the side. Finn goes like towards JD as if JD was going to say something to the other half of the group. So there's something happening there. I saw someone.
Judgment Day Civil War. Which side will Carlito be on?
The racist side. We see Adam Pearce chatting to Bailey
Oh,
backstage.
he was on the show. Of course he was.
He's interviewed by Kathy Kelly, but Chad Gable and American Made interrupt. He vows to win a singles title in 2025. He says he can win against any lucha and tells Pearce to find the best on the planet so he can beat him next week.
Luchador.
I realised, I said lucha abbreviated. No, but lucha means the actual fight, doesn't it? I apologise. Pearce asks if Chad is sure and leaves to make a phone call. Wow, what 3 numbers do you think he put in his phone?
619.
That's right, and that automatically goes to Rey Mysterio's phone.
No, it'll be Penta.
Who isn't even the best luchador in his own family.
Oh!
So, suck on that. Script writers don't maybe know who Ray Phoenix might be. Maybe is, I don't know.
Maybe. They will in a year's time.
This will be Penta, won't it?
Oh, yeah.
And I think he could be one for the big question, maybe, if that's what we go for the big question.
Oh, yeah. He comes out like the Joker.
Penta and Ripley, no, please.
He could finally be.
I hate that look.
He could finally be the one who breaks the Mysterio curse. He's a luchador who finally gets over instead of Rey Mysterio.
Unless Michael Cole says this is the new Rey Mysterio. Like
That's it. Kiss of death, end it. It's over.
But you know, like instead of he's got to like do the head-to-head thing with the kids in the front row, but instead he's like, because he's a god.
I'm going to break your arm.
Come to the top of this ladder with me, child.
Oh god!
I love Chad Gable's line though, where he says, "I want to win a singles championship and dispel the rumors that I have problems with luchadors. So send me the best one in the world."
Has he had problems? Did we miss?
I don't know.
No, he's been beefing with Ray.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
the
fair
last
enough then.
weeks.
Fair enough.
It's been not
Dispel the
exciting.
rumours.
It's not been a primary feud, but it's been there.
And I guess the other noteworthy thing, it looks like Bailey's gone to Raw because she shook hands and he said he'd call her.
What if Pierce
Well,
is,
maybe Pierce is like, are we recording?
what if Pierce is like called up some like really old CMLL? Like I've called up
Yeah.
Blue Demon.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mil Mascaras.
Vampiro.
They have a really slow death.
That's right, El Canek. Slammed on. Everybody in the opening bit of Raw, he slammed.
Yeah.
The Miz is interviewed in the arena and mocks the crowd for being excited about Cena entering the Rumble, but then, say the line,
Good evening. Sorry, I was trying to remember what happened next.
Karrion Kross and Scarlett arrive. They want him to help the Final Testament fight the Wyatts. Miz doesn't want to. Chris doesn't care. Chris Cross doesn't care.
Chris
Cross.
Jump.
Charlie Brown did slide the left. And Cross rightly points out, why are you scared of Cena? You beat him at WrestleMania. Miz is like, oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, the Miz promo started off, I'm like, what's going on here? But he's like, he's been in 20 Rumbles, but won like 2. Ricky Stenicki Reed is. I was like, you've done well there, Michael.
Well done, mate. Well done.
The Miz gets a bonus to his promo abilities in sort of a networking or corporate setting, and I think that's what happened here. He was the Miz of old.
Wait, do you think Netflix were like, Ricky Stenicki's not enough? That's an Amazon.
Probably.
Shut up.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to mention New Japan, all right?
Or do you reckon they're allowed to besmirch? Like he besmirched, Ricky Stenicki.
I made fun of him.
Maybe,
Yeah.
So he was like, Ricky Stenicki's actually a really good film. You should go and check it out. They'd be like, no. But I enjoy the way he was like coerced into doing it by just going like, oh, you're mint, you aren't you, Mike? Yes. You've got massive balls. Yes. You'll tag team with us, won't you? Yeah. Oh, no. Good stuff.
Yep, Miz and Karen Cross working all right here. Then again, an Instagram video of The Rock saying bye to various people backstage as he leaves. He misses a handshake from Triple H. Wouldn't say he missed it.
Well,
go on.
that's deliberate, right? That's storytelling.
Maybe.
Do you think that was
I'm
real?
gonna have to wait and see. No, I don't.
It looked like
I don't particularly care.
Triple H loves sprinkling these little things in, doesn't he? Little details.
If it was, we'd have Triple H going
He did.
in the background.
He sort of did.
That's just Triple H's normal face. though.
Okay.
It's hard to tell.
I think this was real. And
Looks like the American Eagle from Muppets.
I think we're getting Team Dwayne versus Team Power at WrestleMania. I don't know.
Team who?
Power.
Oh, Pow.
Oh, okay. I think, yeah.
Try.
Before he drives off, Rock announces he'll be on NXT tomorrow night and then drinks a bunch of booze and drives his car off a bridge.
Christ.
I don't care.
Life,
I love it.
When you get that rich and successful, life's just a Grand Theft Auto game. You can just do what you want.
Well, have you not heard about the tunnels beneath LA just reserved for celebrities?
Oh, and there's wildfires in LA at the minute as well.
There certainly is, and obviously our thoughts go out to people
Yeah,
affected if they are listening there,
that's awful,
because
that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But yeah, bloody hell. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the serious tone in there. Sorry.
course
Yeah.
not.
I was just joking about tunnels for celebrities below the city.
That's what I was like, oh my God, imagine if that was real.
I don't know if this is a real thing or not. I don't know.
I've seen it on the internet, so it must be real.
Oh, it's on the internet then.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's one of those things where, like, it's a conspiracy theory that you wouldn't be too sure.
Well, apparently there's a Starbucks down below there as well. They had an interview on someone's podcast. I forget who. I saw it on Twitter. They're like, this guy used to work in Starbucks below LA.
Oh, wow.
This is like when Bully Ray went, I know Rollins and Punk have legit heat. Source, Bully Ray. A guy close, shut up.
I saw
Lying bastard.
I saw a story once about a secret dating app just for celebrities, like secret Tinder. So when you get famous enough,
Oh,
you can
yeah.
go on secret. So what's it like?
Oh.
I'm on a dog one this
That was
week.
rather a nice compliment there, I guess. Yeah.
I've got an exciting weekend coming up, you know. I've been getting on a dog dating app, basically.
A dog dating?
Borrow My Doggy, it's called. It's basically
Oh.
Tinder, but with dogs. I'm going to go and walk a stranger's dog.
Lovely.
Can't
That's
wait.
nice.
Going to be Big Smith, a big Labrador retriever.
Smith.
That's his name.
That's nice.
It is
I
nice.
think I signed up to that ages ago, but then the questions were like, so when's good, this, and all this, and it was just basically like, they need to meet you and find out if you're a weirdo or not, and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, they're gonna just see us.
I've got two.
They're just gonna see us and go, nah, turn the dog round 180, come
I've
back.
got two. I'm meeting Smith, the golden retriever, and I've got a little schnauzer who I've forgotten his name. Can't remember what his name was.
Well, I bet you remember his name because you're gonna take lots of photos, and
Oh, yes, I am.
that'll be the
Well,
big
no,
Hall
I'm
of
not.
Fame.
I'll be completely normal. If I watch it.
Oh, see, there you go. That's exactly why I went. You know, I'll just leave this now. After another round of celebrities and wrestlers, Jey Uso makes his entrance, accompanied by Travis Scott. Travis appears to be smoking a marijuana cigarette vape. Jey dives on Drew during his entrance, and the match gets
We
underway.
had a massive
That's what
fat doobie.
I
and
thought it
wasn't
was a vape,
Anything
you know?
else? Oh, it was lit.
Oh,
fam.
was it? I thought it was a. I thought it was a vape. I should have looked
He
closer.
earned you wins after reversing his
He
claymore.
was paying tribute to the Godfather by rolling a big fatty for that there pimp daddy.
I
Yes.
see.
That's what I used to
I
say.
couldn't believe it, me in a place like that, smoking a.
What's that thing about when you're so rich, you just do what you want?
Yeah.
Yep,
Oh, yeah.
I'm smoking weed on camera.
I hope he didn't drive home as well.
On the post-show interview, Jay denied inhaling. He said, "I only smelled it. I was just next to it." I was sad Drew lost, guys. I was sad he lost.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise, wasn't it?
Was it all babyface wins if we're counting Punk as a face and Rollins is also as a face? I guess was that? A
I
face
guess one of them has to be technically the face, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind the way he beat him. Like the reversing the Claymore was quite cool into the backslidey thing. But I like Drew a lot. I like Drew more than I like Jay at the minute.
I think in the grand scheme of things, it'll be better for Drew because he'll go off the deep end even further. Because I thought for a match here where Jay is one of the people on Drew's list, isn't he?
Yeah.
So you were thinking, oh, he's going to murder him here, Drew to Jay. But it was a little, didn't really get you out your seat for me, this match. It was a little bit subdued. And that might be because it was in the middle of a long show, I don't know. But I think the win might, in the bigger picture, pay off better than a win would have for Drew.
Right, I
Did I
thought...
say win and win twice?
I
We
know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's English.
Yes.
I was like, oh, are they only doing this because they've realised, hang on, Rumble's not until bloody Feb, so got some time to kill. I mean, what's he done once he's beaten everybody on his list?
narrative, lads, of the Rumble in Feb.
It's 3 weeks.
It is.
It's like 2 days after when the Rumble.
I mean, the
normally would be.
narrative. It's
The narrative
you
you're
arguing against the
pushing.
calendar now.
I can't believe
Oh,
it's
what
in
TikTokers
February.
you been following now?
You can't. You might as well have the Rumble in summer. Why not? It's like 3 days after when it normally would be.
Jack's like up the Gregorian calendar.
Up the Gregorian
There we go.
calendar.
Easy for me to say.
But yeah, the Rumble is actually sooner than you think.
Yeah, 3 weeks, isn't
fair
it?
enough.
Nah, February's ages ago. Away.
It's the 10th of January right now.
That's right.
Wow.
believe it?
God, I need to get my mum a birthday present.
When's her birthday?
God's
The
sake.
6th of January.
No, 30th. I've got time.
Ah, before the Rumble.
Just her birthday's always on Rumble weekend.
Oh,
Always
is that nice of her?
Mum, I'll come and see you after the Rumble. That's honestly what happened.
Oh. Kathy Kelly interviews Fluffy, that comedian, and not a dog, as you may think. The New Day interrupt. They're angry. They haven't been given the chance to explain the fallout with Big E. Fluffy says he liked them better when they had cereal. Alpha Academy show up and Fluffy leaves with them, chanting New Day sucks as he goes. Go with Fluffy.
And then Kathy Kelly's like, "Nah, lads, yeah, we've been told to move on from you two. See you later. Shut up now." So who they did that?
New Day
gimmick-
did nothing wrong.
Was it with the Miz they did this gimmick with a little while ago, where
Yeah.
he keep having his like interview time cut off?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to go to the back. He's like, what? I'm here.
I think,
I shaved for this.
again, all they've done is be nasty to their friend. We've seen wrestlers attempt murder on each other, and they've just been nasty to their friend who everyone likes.
Oh, it's
Also,
Big
you-
E though. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Some friend. I mean, yeah, Big E.
I also saw them, I think it was like digital exclusive of them outside the show when we, just after they turned heel, laughing at people's shoes, going, "Don't know if you care what you wear on your feet. You know, you care what you look like. What are you doing?" Just to the
They're
fans,
great,
just
aren't
to the
they?
fans out the back. Yeah.
So happy to see him. Backstage, Heyman asks Roman when to schedule an acknowledgement ceremony now that he's tribal chief again. Roman says that's January 27th and enters a room with a 2K25 sign.
What could it mean?
And the crowd go, ooh. I'm like, you win that?
Yeah. Fed pilled. I guess that's when it gets released, or maybe when the cover star gets revealed, which is going to be Roman Reigns doing his little pose with the fist on the mat.
That's right.
Yeah, it will be. Or maybe the ooh-ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's going to have a party.
Maybe he'll have his willy out. In the Maybe he'll recreate the Nevermind
On
album
the
cover.
deluxe edition of 2K25, you can see Roman's penis.
Just chasing.
We've already sold out of deluxe copies after saying this.
Rather than $1, it's the belt, and he's in the pool going.
Michael Cole. Michael Cole on Corey. Oh, yeah! It's the big hog!
Oh God. Willies are funny.
Willies are funny,
They
aren't
are,
they?
yeah.
Jackie interviews Rhea, who's joined by Damian Priest. Ripley celebrates a title win, while Priest says next week his beef with Balor ends. He announces a street fight.
It'll be finally the end of it next week.
Please.
Come
Yeah.
on, Priest. You've only beaten him like 5 times.
Yeah, what beef? There's tofu at this point.
But Finn went shush towards JD at the start, so that'll mean something. I'll guarantee it.
Well, I think
ram,
Priest will win the feud, and that Finn's next feud will be with the rest of the Judgment Day.
Good.
Yes, I would like to see a Judgment Day Civil War thing. But yeah.
What does that mean for Priest for WrestleMania?
Oh, he'll wrestle bloody.
I have no idea.
No, actually.
Doobie
yeah,
Buck Doobie Face from earlier. What was he called? Travis Scott.
Uso. Oh, right.
Travis Scott versus Damian Priest. Yes. He's already proved he can do it with Bad Bunny. He can do it again.
I heard that Fiend song, by the way. It was odd.
Fiend.
Oh, the Raw theme. Yeah.
Fiend. I think that's Travis
Oh, that
Scott,
was
innit?
nice when they played like all the and here's so and so, here's Michelle McCool whose name we've misspelled, and all this other stuff, and they had the old Raw themes.
I feel bad for.
Move to the music.
I feel bad
play
for
that
Lyra
funky
because she
music.
was next to Michelle and she didn't even get a Chiron. Just Michelle there.
Oh, those celebrities.
Lyra's a.
They announced, look, Wale's here, and then they couldn't find him.
Well, she looked like a fan, Lyra. Why does she do
I
this when the
know.
camera goes on her? Audio listeners, I'd look like a surprised newborn lamb entering the world for the first time.
She
Like on Liv Morgan's farm.
she should be treated more like a star. She's in the final of the women's IC title tournament.
But that's not for a Raw Netflix thing.
No,
No,
no.
not the premiere edition. Where we are? Yeah, more celebs. Braun Breaker, the bloke from Baby Reindeer, and Nikki Bella on her own.
Yeah, because Bree's married to Daniel Bryan. I assume.
Do you reckon they would still be that petty?
This is WWE we're talking
Maybe.
about.
Oh, but
They still refuse to have Mr. Anderson come back.
People are getting mentioned on this week's show who aren't. Edge got a mention on the show this week
Okay.
by Edge, of Not Cope, of course.
Cope.
I was like, yeah, we can call him Edge now. Yes, we can change his name. Edge.
I can't explain how much I hate the choice of Cope.
Oh, why don't you Cope?
Stop it. Why doesn't he just call himself Crime or something like that?
That would be way better.
How about he just calls himself Adam Copeland, right? But on like marquees, it just says Cope.
Yeah, you can do that.
Like John Moxley calls himself John Moxley, but on marquees it'll say Mox.
When Excalibur went... Oh, we'll talk about more later.
Yeah. Oh, goody. Hulk Hogan arrives with Jimmy Hart. The crowd not happy. This is not directed by to Jimmy Hart, I should say. Who many people are asking goes, what's your skincare routine? You haven't aged in 50 years.
Aye. A recent WTF video got a picture from 1994 and then today, and it looks exactly the same.
Yep.
But there is a shortage on hair polish. Hair polish? Boot polish used on hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Very interesting indeed.
Yeah,
It's funny how he got booed, isn't it?
It's weird how Jimmy's role has always been as a manager, and yet he didn't say one word. He's always just there with Hogan as like a silent, flag bearer in this case.
That's it.
Yeah, fair enough.
You think he's fixed his microphone, wouldn't you? He always has the microphone, but he never uses it.
Well,
Does he have the
it's a
microphone?
backup.
Maybe it's broke.
Yeah. It would have been great if Jimmy just said, hey, how you doing? And we just went, yay, Jimmy Hart. But yeah, Hogan tried to, as we said before, realize, I'm getting booed here. Let me bust out Randy Savage's name, Andre the Giant's name, Netflix, the greatest tag team partner of all time, brother dude, Jack, whatever. And the crowd were like, nah, go away.
Yeah.
Not since WrestleMania 37, I want to say.
When he was with Titus
Yeah,
O'Neil.
Titus was dressed up as pirate gear. It was the most flagrant. I'm making a bit of word there, I think. Hey, look, a black friend. Look.
Yeah, it was so honest.
Yay!
Yeah.
And every time it was like, Titus, yay! And then Hogan's like, yar, brother. It's like, boo.
I did a big bit on this in the Hall of Fame just in case people are wondering why we're being a bit wishy-washy about it.
Yeah, it was funny
He was
as
there-
hell.
He was there to plug his beer. It backfired, and then he ripped off his
You
shirt.
racist beer.
And then underneath his shirt, he had another shirt that said Netflix on it. And when he ripped off the shirt, he went, eh.
Yeah, he made a pathetic old man noise. It's all right, though, because Hogan will be on podcast right now saying it was a huge success and he was cheered.
Yeah, Jimmy Hart was the one who got booed, not Hulk Hogan.
Jimmy. Steph McMahon is in the crowd for the main event. Well, that's nice. Seth Rollins versus CM Punk.
And they said, by the way, Michael Cole, we wouldn't be here without the leadership of Stephanie McMahon down the years. That was a direct quote from Michael Cole.
And no one else.
With the surname McMahon.
Yeah. Seth pedigrees Punk on the announce table. By the time he gets back in the ring, he's able to kick out. Seth hits the stomp, but Punk gets the leg on the ropes at the last second before winning with two go-to sleepsies.
Yes.
Go to sleepsies. The same way that CM Punk beat a certain Mox in AEW. So when CM Punk does the colossal tussle with Roman Reigns eventually, you know who's going to win and how he will win.
That's how he beats just the Shield.
That's
is
how he
it?
beats the Shield.
Because he's got a similar moveset.
His little boys.
Don't say moveset. God damn it.
What do you think about the match, Jack?
I thought that Punk gave Rollins a lot of stuff, but which to new viewers would work a lot and ramp up the tension. Like, he's going to really hurt this guy, but I suspected, Punk's taking all this stuff. He's probably going to win. And he did. I don't know. I still don't really know how I feel about the finishing sequence with the go to sleep and then Rollins. I like it if it's a callback to like Punk's opponents taking the GDS and then falling through the ropes. And he's like, no, but Rollins couldn't quite do it. Bless you.
Sorry.
And he rebounded back, didn't he? But the rebound back, bless you, just was a little bit too convenient for me when he came back and landed perfectly on the shoulders. But
I know what you mean.
Apart from that, I thought it was maybe the best match of the night. Tribal Combat was fun in a different way. I thought it was good anyway. It was fine.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Rollins' performance in it, the way he was very arsey towards the referee at the start. The CKY line again comes to mind. The insecurities will get the best of you, because I think the way
that you know that.
this storyline will go. I watched CKY when I was a child.
I actually watched the videos.
You're right, I did. My mate along the road who is
crazy.
Jonah, I've forgotten his name now, the wrestler Jonah.
Jay Phoenix.
Phoenix, yes. He used to lend me them when I was about 11.
Wait, which wrestler?
Northern Wrestler.
Northern
He's
Wrestler.
a local wrestler.
Jay Phoenix. Oh,
Jonah.
Jonah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Jay Phoenix is somebody completely different. We'll move
Oh,
on.
no.
Oh, no.
He's quite...
Come on, people.
No,
wait, I
wait,
missed
wait.
this bit of law. Like, anyway, we'll move on.
Wait, is he a bad...
He's the guy.
Yeah.
He's the guy who I
Why
called,
do I know that other person's name?
Yeah. We'll move on. What do you think of the
He's
match?
the guy who I called Joaquin Phoenix on a video by
Okay,
mistake
that's
once,
fine.
yeah.
That's him.
Yeah.
It's not... Yeah, it's not...
He's not.
Yeah.
That's right. But kind of Jonah Phoenix.
Jonah Phoenix,
The
yeah.
other one
I'm
thinking of is a Scottish man, I believe.
Yeah. I almost lost my mind there.
This
Going,
guy's
There's no way.
This guy's from Pegswood, Northumberland.
Okay. I'm very sorry.
You'll have seen him wrestle on stuff before, Jonah.
I know.
Phoenix.
I'm very sorry, Jonah.
Yeah, sorry, Jonah.
Yeah, he used
It's
to
like-
give me CKY DVDs to watch.
That's fine.
Terrible guy. But yeah, Rollins' insecurities were very good in the match, and then it was just a very good match. I don't know what else to say about that.
Yeah.
I like the finishes because of the callback. I like callbacks in wrestling, especially if it goes that way with Roman Reigns. It could be funny to see.
Yes.
Oh,
Just a big lump like that bouncing off the ropes back onto the shoulders conveniently.
I remember once we booked, you'll never believe this, but in WCW we had a match between Nixon Newell and B. Priestley in the women's division. They were the only two women we had. And they wrestled again, and their finish was quite similar to the last one. And I remember going to Nixon, that finish was similar to the last finish with the last match. She went, I'm a historian, in a Welsh. I went, very nice.
Nice. Yeah.
So callbacks are fun, can confirm.
Yeah.
Especially to Welsh people, they love it.
Welsh people love callbacks.
There's a woman on the Traders who's
Pretends to be Welsh.
she's like,
She's pretending to be Welsh.
so you
more
know,
trustworthy.
You know, like some of them are going with gimmicks, like I have a secret son who's also in the cast or whatever.
Yeah.
Hers is like, hello, but I'm not really from Wales. You're like, oh, how is this going to help you?
She lied about Wales.
She's pretending to be Welsh, meets another one of the lasses at the start, and the woman's like, oh, I'm from Wales. And she's like, you see her go, oh, no. She's like,
Where are you from? She's made up
what's
place.
your favourite-
Oh, you know, so-and-so from there. Uh-oh.
I think her reasoning for pretending to be Welsh is that it was voted like one of the most trustworthy accents.
Good logic, yeah.
But she's spending her whole time, she seems so like neurotic and worried because she's keeping up this Welsh act. And everyone's like, you're acting a bit suspicious there. And she's like, no, bloody hell. Yeah, it's not going to help, I don't think.
The only time I lie is when I'm home in the valleys. But yeah, I'd say it was the best proper match on the show in terms of like, okay, I'm interested in seeing what these two do. Yeah, I thought it was good. I'd like to see it like a few months from now because I was just getting a bit tired at this point. Not like because I'm an old man, but just because of like all the pomp and circumstance and WWE patting itself on the back for 3 hours. I'm like, all right, I like to see this out of context. Maybe I'll enjoy it even more. But what I liked. Seth Rollins' GTS. Ooh, a lot of knee to that face there, that poor little CM Punk lad.
Yeah.
So if that didn't hurt him, I think he'd be all right for the rest of the year.
Yeah. I mean, Rollins' knees would have been hurt anyway because we now know the new announce tables don't break.
Yeah.
You need a pedigree on there.
You gotta prep them. You can tell. Everyone knew
Well, if
this.
you take the monitors off, that's why they fall down.
Exactly. This has been established for years now.
That like weakens the structure and integrity of the.
Of
announcer.
course.
Right. Okay. So why did
They're load-bearing monitors.
Why do Japanese ones never break? Why is that the thing?
Pride.
Oh right. Okay. Yeah. They're just hard. Yeah. You're the guy for this question.
Thank you. Yes.
You're the
Only
announce
one thing
table
I'm
man.
qualified to answer is the toughness of tables in wrestling.
What are the flimsy ones that always break? Is that lucha tables, like Mexican tables?
They barely qualify as tables. I don't know where they get them from.
Okay.
The same place we got this one.
Oh, okay. Well, don't lean it too hard. Then.
What did we think of the line at the start where Cole was like, 20 years ago, Colby Lopez, known now as Seth Rollins, a massive CM Punk fan, got in his car and tried out for his wrestling school. They used his shoot name on the air.
I don't know.
I thought that was nice.
Fair enough then.
I'm all right with that. I think people like go, okay. I'm like, well, no. If it's adding to the story, sure, and it obviously did because that is what they're beefing about.
Colby,
Seth's like, y'all wanted you to train me for free, and Punk's like, what?
Colby
Of course, I told you to
Lopez
go away.
makes him sound like some kind of dreamboat.
Say
What a
again?
name. Colby Lopez.
Oh.
Colby Lopez makes him sound like he's a dreamboat, which you could argue he is. Bit of a hunk. What am I doing?
But it sounds like
Who
you don't
do you think's
think
hotter
he's-
then out of CM Punk and Seth Rollins if you had to choose?
Probably Punk, to be honest.
Is that because of legacy or?
Yeah, when I'm on the pull, I'm always like, yes, they're lovely, but what's their legacy like?
They're horrible now, but 10 years ago they were nice.
Yeah, I don't like Weasley basketball shorts Punk with his dyed hair from back in the day. What a prick, what a heel.
Oh, how do you feel about people going, look, Punk's wearing his AEW gear. Another shot to the company he used to work for. Were you one of those people going, it's his Ring of Honor gear?
I'm fine with it, but I heard somewhere in Liverpool Jack Atkins implode miles away because he's a big fan of that era.
Yeah, he didn't come out to bloody AFI, which, okay, of course he wouldn't, but man can dream.
I find it strange that they're the same band who do Miss Murder. Anyway.
They're very, very different songs. So Raw, an interesting show. Again, I'm not going to be overly negative about the stuff that was obviously not for me. It was pro the stuff that was for me, like Punk and Rollins going at it. But I'm just interested in seeing what now.
Yeah,
That's it. They've been building up to this one show for ages. Okay, now what about that lovely weekly TV we've been enjoying for so many years now?
Yeah, I hope this like getting to know you stuff doesn't go on for too long because it is going to not drive away people who've been watching for a while, but it's going to be a long stretch to get through. But yeah, once The Rock did that bit with Cody Rhodes at the start, you realize, this is going to be a show for the people who haven't been watching for a long time. I thought it was all right, a bit too long, but I don't think it's going to be that long every week.
Yeah,
it's going to be around. It's going to have. Triple H did confirm as well. It's going to have different lengths every week as well. So some weeks it'll be 3 hours.
Oh, good. I mean, Dave won't be able to go, well, I set my TV to record it, and it didn't record all of it.
It's just
one of the best moments in Wrestle Observer Radio history.
What was it again?
It was, I forget how they watch it now. I can't remember bit for bit, but it was just listening to your old parents arguing while you're trying to do something else, and it was so funny. But Dave, it didn't record it via the thing. They had an overrun, and my TV didn't record it. And then Melty keeps going, Brian.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's one of my comfort listens. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll put that on.
Saying top marks for not trying.
Brian.
Anyway,
breaking news from Brad and Thurston. Netflix and the WWE announced the premiere of Raw. Netflix averaged 2.6 million households live and same day, according to the data from third-party Video Amp. That's up 116% compared to the average of 2024 on the USA Network.
The average. Of course, it's the average. The break date again. And WWE has done this. I'm not. People say I'm sound cynical. WWE have always done this when they make their debut, be it Netflix, USA Network, or
Spike,
My Network TV, or whatever that thing was called.
But I will say,
they always mega hype up the first thing and go, look at these hits, and then it's like, okay, now what?
It was number 1 in the UK yesterday.
Yeah, they're very happy.
Wednesday is when
they clipped Squid Game.
Yeah, well done.
And as it should do.
Oh,
Did quite slap this year, the Squid Game.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yes.
I haven't watched it yet.
I have no interest in seeing it, but it was just funny that the guy, the actor was like, why are you doing Squid Game again? He went, the money. I got paid now for the first one. I'm like, yeah, that money, man.
Yeah.
NXT New Year's Evil, the thing you should have been using the Netflix sub for.
Now, this is the show you want to have to watch, not the show you have to watch, because this show isn't as good as the glitz and glamour of Raw. That's what we were told.
But it's also more real and passionate.
Yes, like us.
And you won't be able to handle the fan base because they're rabid.
Yeah.
Yes, or the commentators. Well, one of them in particular is definitely rabid. We see various superstars that rang at the venue, including, the bloody Rock. Vic and Booker welcome Corey Graves to the announce table. That's nice, just to ensure that Booker doesn't kill Vic live on air, I guess, this week.
Well, it's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Remember a few years ago, the heat Booker T and Corey Graves had?
But it was fake, though,
That
remember?
might have been fake, but might not have been fake, but might have been fake.
No, I remember that story being like, because Booker shared that, I'm going to kill you, Corey. And they went, and then there was this and that. And then they went, surprise, it was to trick you and say you're not supposed to trust the newsletters. Ha ha, don't you feel foolish? And everyone went, but when we request to interview you about the truth, you say, like, no, you can't interview me. So I don't know what your point is about this. And it kind of just went,
Wasn't there a to-do in a Starbucks or something as well? Starbucks rings a bell with these.
They all said it was a big fakey thing, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, well, that's all right then.
Yeah.
Wrestlers would never lie about that.
Wrestlers would never lie to get the advantage on a podcast. That's ridiculous.
No. But it's weird to see Corey being the one who's been ousted from the main roster. I don't know, NXT.
It is the main run.
It's the big NXT's the big time, Maffew.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I feel bad for him. I was talking about this with Tom on the news video the other day, and Tom made a good point that he's called him like the Ziggler of announcing, where he's proven he's really good at multiple roles. Yeah. So he's the one that they get to fill in wherever they need it.
Yeah, surely it's a compliment.
Yeah, but
the commentary booth needs you.
Yeah, but I'd rather
you're good.
I can't say this without Ross. I'd rather he was in a higher position than NXT, but also, in a weird way, I sort of look forward to the dynamic between Vic and Booker these days.
A lot of people seem to. I'll clip something of the show, and because again, we'll get later on, because Booker forgetting people's names. And all the comments are like, I still love Booker. You can't make me hate him. Up the Booker. And it's like, oh.
This was the acid test because you're thinking, there's 3 men now. Will the dynamic change behind that commentary booth? And by the end of the show, I was relieved to report it did not. No, it was still the same bollocks it's always been. And it was fantastic.
What are you talking about? The time it did change. For the first time in ages, two of the commentators had watched the show. Roxanne Perez defends the NXT women's title against Julia. Both women end up down on the outside, but Cora Jade interferes to help Perez by running her back in the ring. Julia beats the count on her own and kicks out Pop Rocks, eventually winning the match to become the champ.
Aye, there was a sit-out Michinoku driver thingy, which was modified, which Gilly did, which was disgusting.
It was funny though saying it was like modified. I'm like, that's more of a Fire Thunder driver, but I'm like, the principle's the same, whatever.
She's got a certain way of delivering power moves, Julia, where she does like a slow tilt. She starts to overbalance and then she goes, just kidding, they're landing safely, really, guys. And I find it quite compelling.
Yes. But that looked like to me, Roxanne's head went ba-boing, which is, I guess, is the point of wrestling. Made me go, ooh, ooh.
Phoenix and Mox, huh?
I've written down here, bit of a weird finish with the ref dealing with Cora while Roxanne had the arm bar in. Then it was over sharpish after that. I should have been more elaborate on my notes because I don't know what I mean.
Well, no, I know what you mean. Like it maybe. I think you were saying before, and some of these matches felt rushed. I actually liked the fact that these matches didn't go too long because I think NXT, like every other wrestling show in the world right now, matches going too long. I liked it being concise.
I agree with you apart from Trick.
Oh, I was going to say I agree with you apart from this one.
Okay. Well,
wow.
This is just
put him up.
I agree with everything Ross podcast this week. Sorry,
I agree with everything apart from this one because Roxanne's been such a long and dominant champion that she just lost in 10 minutes. She's not that good.
Or is Gilly that much better?
That's what I took from it.
Is that the point? Like, the Rhea Ripley went on Raw was this to make Gilly look like the big dog's bollocks.
But I don't think Gilly is that much better than Roxanne.
You don't?
In real life, I think Roxy's a better.
No, in real life.
Whoa, that's a brave thing to say with a camera rolling.
I don't give a crap.
God.
Oh, yes, Confident Jack for 2025. Yes, we're here for it.
I think they're both
Shoot,
brilliant.
Jack, shoot.
No, Joshi Twitter will come for me again.
That's right.
No, I think Roxanne's better than Julia in the ring, but not.
Commit to it.
Just think she's really, really good in the ring, especially now that Pop Rocks has more of her.
Pop.
Aye, it rocks.
Yeah. But
Well, like the machine guns, me and Ross were running around, drop kicking, bang, bang.
Who's who, though?
Well, dude.
I guess I'm saving, I suppose.
Who's saving?
I'll be saving. I want to be Shelley, but I'll be saving.
I'm much like Alex Shelley.
Can you do it? Whoa, dude.
Yo, dude. Betrayal sucks, man.
Wow, it's like the here. Can't believe we've got the machine guns here for the podcast.
Just any X Division wrestler's voice there. Whoa! Ride the wave, dude.
Why the
NXT
hell?
was nerdy this week.
If that's the case, why was Luther not like a 17-time X Division champion?
His voice is mad.
Mr. X Division Luther.
Oh, it'd be so great.
He met Tony Storm this week. She shook his hand. Nice to meet you. Have you got any advice on him? It was so funny.
Is that when she's doing the ribs like backstage by going like boo?
Yeah, she did a video. Have you seen this?
She's like, don't worry, it's a rib, don't worry.
She did a video on Twitter and
seen that.
she's shaking hands with everyone going like,
Don't worry, it's a
Can you
rib."
watch my match later on? Have you got any advice? And like being a nervous rookie. And then she goes, I am known to play a few reams. So it cuts to her just going, oh. It's unbelievable. She's going to win Gimmick of the Year again for a different gimmick. Yeah.
Wow. The Monday McFoley. Bloody hell. I like Pop Rocks. Where's my notes? Getting escaped and bounced out of so Julia could land a Northern Lights bomb on the outside. And even though it had every big match is required to have a count-out tease, this was very well done and felt like the big deal it was presented as. Good step in the right direction for NXT Show of the Week. Eddie Thorpe is being attacked backstage, but Ava doesn't believe him.
Now this is...
It's just, yeah. I mean, I can get why. You know, Ava's obviously had a bad run.
You can't have a go at Ava here, Ross.
She's the general manager. I know he's a heel. I know he's lied once before, and she's being made to look like a right mug by this guy. But to dismiss the guy on first sight, I thought was inappropriate in her role as general manager of NXT.
It's his own fault. He's the boy who cried furry.
The Eddie who cried wolf.
The boy who shagged Wolf.
There we go.
There we go.
Let's get down to it. Yes.
No, I don't blame Ava here. I love the blocking of this segment.
Oh, well done.
Ava standing to the side going, I just thought the framing was all really good.
And this ends up the next segment after this. But back to it's phenomenal.
Is why I like NXT.
Wait, what?
Here.
Oh, later on.
Yeah. We get a video package for the feud between Ethan Page and Javon Evans. Javon had his jaw wired shut. Bloody hell, Matthew. Maybe you should try that. But he's determined to get revenge for himself and Cedric Alexander.
Hard words from Javon where he says to Ethan Page, I'm going to make you feel my pain.
Is that what he said? Oh, right. I
His
couldn't.
jaw's shut. He says, I'm going to make you feel
Yeah.
make you feel my pain, but he can't say it. 'Cause it's my eye. Fantastic scenes. I hope he never loses that, by the way.
What?
He has to wear that forever.
No, that would get annoying very fast. Very, very quickly.
That's his new gimmick.
Yes, his jaws from that James Bond bollocks.
Ooh. Oh, is that why Jaws was called Jaws? Oh, no, you have metal teeth.
Yeah, melty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right,
It's
yeah.
similar, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and you don't want him cutting promos.
But then when he did,
You get clang, clang,
Jaws.
clang.
No, remember when he talked at
Yeah.
the very end when he turned face?
Yeah.
Well, here's to us. I was like, Jaws is American.
Yeah.
What? And he had the little
He had a
silent.
beautiful voice.
He had a lovely golden voice. Yeah, it was
Here's
great.
to you, my love.
And he fell in love and turned face and helped Bond get out of there. Oh, what a nice.
Don't worry, Mr. Gilmore.
No, he was like, it was the deepest, most sultry voice.
Yeah.
Him and this last think they're going to die, so they pour a flute of champagne. That's what you do when you're trapped in an exploding lair or whatever.
What else are you going to do?
And he's there going, so what's your name again, love?
And he goes, well, here's to us. But like sexier than that. And then I think they survive. They survive.
Stop it, Maffew.
Yeah.
This table's not stable, remember?
Hi, Jack. Are you dreaming about me again?
On Sheamus's body, yeah. But then they escape and it's all nice in the end, isn't it? Yeah. Jaws lives.
Yeah.
Every time
happy.
every time I'd said I'm just picturing Maffew, Sheamus topless on the floor and you like clinging to him like a spider monkey.
Okay.
That's in my mind currently. Okay. And now it's in the mind of hundreds of people around the world.
Loads of truckers, pulling over the side that switch over to different podcasts. Next up is a North American title number 1 contenders match between Stephanie Vaquer, Cora Jade, Kelly Jordan, Kalani Jordan, man, bloody hell, and Lola Vice. Steph wins, pinning Kalani.
Can we get that Cholula green, man? Because it's about to get hot up in this mug. I had to Google what Cholula green was. It's a hot sauce. So can we get that hot sauce, man? Because I am horny.
Was this for a Lola?
If you said hot sauce, that could just be a JR quote you just said.
Hot sauce.
I'm horny, hot sauce, barbecue. JR, cowboy hat emoji.
Was this for Lola, by the way?
I can't remember what he says. It was near the start. I bet it was for Lola.
You said something about that he did when Stephanie's doing a bunny hop. Move.
Yes, Jack. He did say many things in a short space of time. It was horrible what he was doing. I now know what it sounds like for Booker T to have intercourse with Queen Charmel. That's essentially what we're doing there.
What did it sound like, Ross?
We don't need to do that.
Okay, right, fair enough.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't do that. But it was just like that. I might try and find it.
Sound like dial-up.
No, you're all right.
Booker T.
How are you going to search for? Oh, no, I don't know.
No, I saw someone clipped it on Twitter was just saying Booker T is going to get sent to hell. Or something like that.
Oh, God.
There you go. Booker T is going to hell. I found it.
Booker T's going to hell. Is that the caption?
Oh, wait, is this during the entrance? I've seen this one, I think. Oh, no, the one I saw was, can we get Booker a spray bottle or something like that?
Come on, I hope the video hasn't been copyright. Jürgen Klopped. How much does this person tweet? Where is it? It was only yesterday it was on there.
Anyway.
Oh my God, they've got an issue.
While you're having a lovely look there on the NXT Twitters for one Booker T quote, that has almost assuredly been
Oh
deleted.
man, come on, where are you?
There's right, one NXT.
This was a very fast-paced match. I thought it was very interesting because it was...
There we are. That's what we all heard.
Now, what I'll say there is, Booker's innocent in this situation. He's not simulating anything sexual.
The noise, though.
It's to emphasize the pain that the one taking the move's feeling. Ow!
I guess that's one way to look at it, yeah.
And Vic does this all the time. We never bat an eyelid, and he goes, boom, back.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no, Salah.
That doesn't sound like
Drury,
that.
sorry.
No.
Oh, it's too much, Ross. It's too much. It's the way it increases as it goes on. That's the thing, isn't
Yeah,
it?
in length, yeah. Will we have to mute that when it happens?
I think it's all
No, that'll
right.
be all right.
No, it's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No, we'll be 18 plus on YouTube. It's all right.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
Okay. Not for the. I just mean because it's W audio, not because it's.
Oh yeah, I was thinking more because of the the saucy nature.
We'll be
of it,
all right
yeah.
because it's W audio as well.
I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
But for like, if it's 6 seconds, it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
we're all going to hell.
Oh,
with
we
him.
are going to hell.
The same train as Booker, I guess.
Stephanie won.
Good win.
Good win.
Good win.
Yeah.
Good home win.
Well done.
She's
result.
she's not facing Fallon yet though, as we'll find out later on.
Which is bollocks, but we'll get on that later.
It is bollocks, and I hate those goth lasses.
No,
Yes.
I hate Ava.
Ah,
She's the one who should be telling to
that's
go
true.
away.
That is true. Yeah.
But the match was a massive dick swinging contest by everyone involved. It was like, ooh, you do a move, and then ooh, I'll do a move which is similar but slightly better.
You do a move and I'll do a move, honey.
Metallica.
Song from South.
I thought Steve had felled herself with the crossbody to Lola and to Cora on the floor. She landed on like her shoulder face. Face and shoulder at the
Shoulder
same
face.
Her shoulder face, her face and shoulder at the same time. Lovely angle slam with a hammer lock from Kalani Jordan, who then effed it by going through with a 450, even though Cora Jade moved out the way about half an hour before she took off. And that led into the finish there for Steve to get the win. But Steve's the right winner there for me. Steve is good. Yeah. I would say that Steve is better than Gilly and Roxanne.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of competition for that.
I think Gilly, at the risk of the wrath of online, is comfortably in third in that race, but I don't know yet who in my mind is number one.
Man, Jack is feeling really confident. I'm so happy.
Oh, she was never one of the stardom ones where I was like, she's brilliant in the ring. It's more like she was the most popular and the biggest star. She was the biggest star.
Okay.
Oh, she was a star. So I'm not surprised she's the one that WWE have gone, we'll have you. But she's no
Steve.
Suzu Suzuki or Sayuri, for example.
Wow. Yeah, that's what we were also about to say.
God damn it, yeah.
I should say if Big Bill's listening, the tracking number did come through. It was in our spam folder.
Thank you, Montana Billy.
Thank you, Montana Billy.
Yes, he sent us more things.
Yes.
I assume the stardom mention reminded you.
Yes,
of
it did,
Montana
yes.
Billy. Big fan of
I've
stardom.
got T-shirts with Mr. Sasaki on there.
Oh, Suzuki.
Suzuki. Bless me.
Yeah,
That's right. Yes.
Gesundheit.
That's right. It's that time for the sneezing. Sometimes there's women matches on NXT where they've been told to wrestle as fast as humanly possible, and I go, this is a bit bad. This worked really well here. Very fast-paced action that I liked a lot.
Yeah, it was good. I was shocked that Fallon got the pinfall, but we'll find out why.
Yeah. Ava is backstage with the Spooky Witches and tells them that they have a tag title shot. They leave, and Ava is interviewed by Sarah Schreiber.
Yeah, that's her.
Acts as an update on Eddie.
She's been there for years.
Yeah, she really
Who
has.
asks for an
Sorry,
update.
asks.
Asks for an update on Eddie Thorpe. Ava says Eddie is lying, and the triple threat match will go ahead. Obafemi interrupts and says, No, I attacked Eddie in retaliation for last week. Ava says the match is still on, and Oba says whether Eddie makes it or not, the result will be the same. This ruled.
What is she doing, though? Two wrongs don't make a right.
But it's so great. Oba's like, no, Thorpe is right. He is injured. I should know I injured him. And Ava's like, I'm all right with that. And Oba be like, oh, sweet. That's exactly what I thought you would do.
No,
Great, thank you.
Not oh sweet. No,
I'm being rewarded for doing bad things to people.
he is.
She is letting the inmates run the asylum here. I want more decorum from my general manager. She needs gone ASAP. It's time to go.
It is.
It's never happening because of a segment later on.
But it was great to see Oba rocking up to NXT dressed as his own version of the Rock meme. He had the turtleneck on. The necklace was visible.
I didn't get that.
Yeah. He's got bosh. Imagine Rock approaching Oba dressed like that and going like, ah. 'Cause he can't do anything else. Oba would kill him if he was like, what are you doing, you freak?
Is The Rock like The Rock's like a similar size to Oba though?
Oh, Oba will be bigger.
Is that why they didn't appear on screen together?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
The Rock's from a different era though, when everyone was taller somehow.
Yeah. Oba's the biggest man who ever lived.
Okay.
That's right.
Oba's bigger than Omos.
No.
Yeah.
And I can say that with great confidence.
No.
Yes, you should, all the confidence in the world, you should say that.
Oba is bigger than Giant Babar.
That's right. Well, currently, yes.
I saw a gif of him the other day. Poor giant.
You're not
Barbara,
lying.
man.
I'm trying to help you.
I think the point of the
I
gif
guess
was
he might
how,
be lying if...
Sorry.
Hey. Go on,
I guess
Jack.
the
What's your
point
lovely
of
point?
The point of the gif was that Giant Baba was really popular and a good babyface, and I get that. But he looked in pain when he was wrestling. I felt bad for him.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
He looked the way he looked.
He looked like he was in pain. It's like, oh, that's a lovely compliment.
He did. He was late. It wasn't prime Baba.
I was gonna say, people see him when he's like been wrestling for 30 years.
God, he looked like Ken the Box. I felt so bad for him. He looked so stiff.
It's all the Bar fans. Yeah. Triple H is in the crowd with Nick Khan. Great.
What? He was never on camera again, was he?
And also, random man in blue shirt that Triple H called over and went, "No, yeah, you can come and say hello." Realized and then ignored him because the camera was on him, and the bloke just had to go, "Oh, bye." I felt bad for this bloke. Triple H went, "Aye. Oh, actually, you know.
I'm on camera. Go away.
Yeah.
Scum. We get an OTM video package. They brag about becoming #1 contenders. Fraction may be a good tag team, but they've never been in a dogfight. They talk about their tough upbringings. They're grown-ass men, while Fraction were always arguing like children. Next week, OTM will drag the champs through the mud.
Well, yeah, they might have grown up in Nigeria, and I bet that was hard. But Nathan Fraser grew up in the Isle of Wight, where Adam's from.
Yeah.
So he knows even harsher surroundings, quite frankly.
He's taken a few 2-footed challenges on the touchline. And
Wait, he's not a Jersey lad?
Probably. No, he is Jersey, isn't he? Yeah, he's Jersey.
Bastard!
I love you. Like, hang on.
I knew I should have looked that up.
It's all right. We don't know anyone else from Jersey, right? So anyway, they
We look like Americans. Jersey, Isle, whatever.
islands, aren't they? Yeah, he's Jersey. You're right.
Islands in the sea.
Well remembered.
That is what they.
Or is he Guernsey? Actually, no, I think he's Jersey.
He's definitely Jersey.
Okay.
I knew how to Google it. Nathan Fraser.
But yeah, I think that this was the sort of promo that I'd have appreciated maybe a bit earlier in their career to give them some motivation and stuff.
That's a good point. Yeah.
But and only one of them was
Jersey.
One of them was
26, bloody hell.
He is 26.
he looks lovely in that photo. One of them was
Pre-WWE.
he does. He looks great.
That's in 2020.
Four.
That's a Kurt Cobain. The Prodigy's got on his tights. Roxanne Perez says hello.
Oh.
He only one of them grew up in Nigeria, and the other one, what was his thing? He had to learn to feed his family at 17 or something like that. Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oliver Twist says hi. He was like 11. Sorry.
Thank you for that. Yeah, here's OTM. They're wrestling the tag titles next week. Anyone thinking they're winning?
No.
If this was real, then yeah.
What do you mean? What were you trying to say?
They're hard, massive lads. And look at these other two like acrobats that they're facing. But I think Fraction will win.
He's not listed on the notable people from Jersey page.
Okay.
But Graham Lasso is.
Well, of course, Graham.
Of course, Graham Lasso is. What are you trying to say? Fatal Influence face Gigi Dolan, Tatum Paxley, and Shotzi in a 6-woman tag match. The babyfaces win because they are brave.
Well, they did lots of high flying
You
moves.
are brave.
They were braver than the heels were.
And then Shotzi gets the pin on Fallon.
It's ladies' night, lads. It's ladies' night. This is the third match tonight. The third ladies' night match. I'm having a bad time.
No, it is.
You're
It's
so
ladies'
excited.
night.
It's ladies' night.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
Booker,
night.
calm
all
down.
the ladies. Oh dear. Tatum Paxley primed for main roster call across. I've written
Oh,
down.
don't say that. Meltzer will lose his mind.
Yeah, I know she's not
I
supernatural.
mean, lost his
Dave.
mind. Implying he still got it. Left his head like Chibata years ago.
I think she's the most total package, and she proved herself that to be out in that match in terms of being both in terms of character, promo, and wrestling in-ring ability.
Do you think Meltzer's brain has a permanent seat like in Hurricane Hall and just watches all the wrestling? Sorry. It's so
I think
stupid.
they pulled it out and it was like one of those ones you have to wind up.
Same.
Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. That's the noise it made. Yeah, I thought this was another exciting match. Not really all killer no filler episode with the quality of wrestling on the
Up
show,
to a
which
point,
I always
yeah.
think.
Up to a point, yeah.
Just
Yeah.
the rhythm that we're going through.
Thank you. I'm surprised Shotzi won because it's like, yeah, Shotzi's back. And I think they've done the thing like what AEW did with Britt Baker. It's like, she's back. And you're like, no. If you realize if someone leaves for a while.
Here, where's
you
she
need-
been, by the way? That's a good point.
Shotzi's been injured.
No,
hasn't she?
man. Dr. Britt Baker,
Oh.
DMD. She came, her suspension ended. It was like 1 week, wasn't it?
I saw she was having.
The MJF stuff or whatever.
She was doing the cold pool
I
stuff.
actually forgot about that. It's just, I think they're just like,
Cold pool.
Cold pool with DDP was on
Oh,
Twitter
right.
a little while ago.
cold poo.
And she was in
cold poo. That
she was
famous
in-
wrestler.
She was in Cobra Kai apparently in the new season of.
Oh, well, there you go. That's what she's doing. She's fighting kids.
Yes.
Becky Lynch is in Happy Gilmore. 2.
Oh, thank you for that pregnant pause there.
Seth
I don't
Rollins has been cut from the Captain
saw
America
that.
film.
Oh, Seth.
Why? Is it because he opened his mouth?
I don't know.
Jesus, that's not supposed to come out of there, is it? I thought Colby Lopez was a dreamboat when I saw his name.
Yes.
There's the same way he's drinking with his new missus, and he goes, "Here's to us." Yeah.
His new
Like in
missus?
Jaws.
Hey,
Oh,
Jaws
right,
and
oh.
Moonraker.
It's a callback.
I know
Not a very
right.
good one, I admit, but
Just like the moon.
yeah.
Great song.
That's the point I was trying to make. Yeah, it's like, oh, she's back, and the crowd are like, oh, okay, yeah, but we've had other people here. You usually, unless I don't know, the bloody Rock or somebody, you need to like reintroduce someone, do a promo or
But
something.
you don't have to do much with Shotzi. Just look at her. You can tell what she's all about.
Yeah.
You hear the music,
She's
you see
crazy.
the... Yeah.
Oh, it's not like establishing the character and the gimmick. It's just like, okay, but there's other people who've been here for a while.
Yeah, true.
So, I mean, I like it,
Did
but
Shotzi's
come on.
return dilute the impact of Gigi's return, perhaps, because it was so soon after?
I'd argue it accelerated it.
Oh, okay.
Or made it even more better because she wasn't going to do anything otherwise, I don't think.
No.
I just realised there that Moonraker is the same Bond film that has "Where's Dr. Goodhead?" A woman. Oh. Like the Doctor.
You're so disappointed.
Bond's like looking for the Doctor.
There's a female doctor
And
called
female-
Dr. Goodhead.
Dr.
No,
Holly
and
Goodhead.
oh, yeah,
You'll never guess
oh,
what.
like,
You'll never
like-
guess what. She ends up getting with Bond. But when he's looking for her, he's like, "I am here to see the Doctor," and then she walks out and she goes, "I'm the Doctor," and he goes, "A woman."
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, Roger.
Anyway, no, you're a nurse.
Yeah.
Women can't be doctors.
Yeah, it's very much the implication.
And then he goes, Turner.
there's a bit like-
What if Dr. Goodhead's a bloke? What's he like? Go on then. I'll give it a go.
Well, while I'm here,
There's a bit where
the benefits of
they've
good
been-
education.
They've been saving the world in space, and then at the end they're flying back to Earth, and like M's like, right, let's check on how Bond's doing, and they turn on the camera in the spaceship, and him and Dr. Goodhead are wrapped in a blanket in zero gravity.
Are you going to say the line?
Banging, yeah. And he goes, what on earth is Bond doing? And Q goes, I think he's attempting re-entry, sir. Because they're coming back into the Earth's gravity while he's...
And that's how the film ends.
And that's how it ends.
And I watch all these as a kid, and every time my parents would go, oh. The worst one is World is Not Enough.
No, don't say
This is
it.
foul, this. World is Not
With
Enough.
Denise Richards as well. It's a big
Yeah.
actor. Denise,
It's-
wait, was that her
Denise
name?
Richards, the Olympian?
No, Denise.
Yeah, actually.
Denise.
Yeah. Van Outen.
Denise.
I can't remember her name.
Salcedo?
Anyway, her name is Denise the Minis.
Wait, I can get it. I can.
Yeah.
Actress.
This little lad with a black and red stripy shirt plays a doctor.
Denise Richards.
Okay. Play.
She must have the same name.
As the triath?
Yeah.
As the heptath? Isn't
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
Triath.
A person. Anyway, and her name is Christmas
Denise Lewis. As the triath.
Christmas Jones.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, Dr. Christmas
Dr.
Jones.
Christmas Jones. And later on, obviously, it's like, oh, sexy son, whatever. And at the very end, again, exact same setup. Where's Bond? There he is. And then they got the, like, the seen him shag. And then just, I can't believe this. This is the entire reason I have this character's name. It's so disgusting. I thought Christmas came only once a year.
That's how
And
it
that's
ends.
how the film ends. And I'm always watching these films
But-
as a kid with me parents.
But that last one was in
And
like...
that's how these things end.
But that last one was in like the 80s. This was in like 2002 or something.
Yeah. Hey, what was it? It was like 99 or
Okay,
whatever.
yeah.
But yeah, it's like that's foul.
Oh,
It's not
God.
even a polite double entendre. Bond's just like, come on, love, you're like a dead horse. Bond will come again in Dine of a Day.
The best one.
Why is she called Christmas?
For
So they could
just
do
for
that joke.
Literally for that joke. And also, that's not really her wheelhouse as an actress. Like, she's got to be a professor and, like, talk about sciencey stuff. And she's like, if you see here the launch codes
Yeah,
of the
I know,
geometry... And it's just,
And her entire reason she's that, because she's got one of those white coats on. A scientist.
yeah, a woman.
A woman scientist. Crazy, you know.
Fallon Henley does a good
Oh, yeah.
wee kick round the post. And I've called it the wee kick because she hangs on and swings round like George of the Jungle, probably.
Oh, he treats women with respect.
More respect than Bond.
More
bloody
respect than
does.
Bond, yeah.
Watch out for that tree.
Yeah.
The match was a bit of a mess in places, but that's what these matches are. Which
Yes.
is good. It's not that's not a bad thing. It's a
Yeah,
good
and it was
thing.
different to the other matches we had earlier this night. I was very happy.
I
with
think
it.
the alt lasses will go far, you know. I think it's remember the days of Paige and AJ Lee, that sort of different anti-diva sort of shtick.
yeah.
I think that'll go far in this day and age.
Everyone's got tattoos now.
Yeah,
Exactly. All the cool people
I
do,
don't- I don't have
like
any
Chuck
of
Taylor after watching
You got
after
any,
watching
Joe?
Brody King.
Don't think Matthew or Jack do.
I don't have any.
I'm gonna get one this year. I said
no,
that
I
last
don't
year and it
have
didn't work.
I booked it for my next one end of January.
I tried to get a test to see if the bloody thing is with because again with certain piercings, like if they get infected. I go, my body doesn't like piercings. Now a friend told me it might be just the metal. Like I have to make sure I'm not just picking the cheapest metal that they use and they
Okay.
say it's better. Whatever. I'm digressing. But I want to make sure that I'm gonna get a tattoo. It's not gonna poison us or whatever.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
when I've asked tattooists, they've gone, no, we don't do a test.
Yeah.
You can get tattooed. I'm like, and that's the test. I'm like, oh, I think I've been lied to then.
Okay.
Or I'll take my services
Go to
elsewhere.
a reputable place, Matthew. That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't heat up like a stick in prison and ink.
A really horrible smiley face. Ava shouts at Ethan Page backstage for his attack on Javon Evans. Ethan points out it's been replayed on every episode of NXT since.
That's a really good
been
point,
booked
yeah.
on the show. Okay, Ethan, yeah, you were good here. They argue until Ava's dad.
Sorry, I missed that completely. What's happened over New Year, Matthew? You and Ethan Page have been back in contact.
He sent me a threatening message.
Really?
No, of course not.
What did you send him? Anything? Nothing?
No, I mean, what do I need to send him?
An apology, maybe? Or maybe he needs to apologise to you. We
I'm
don't know.
sorry for being honest.
Because you won't tell us anything about this
It
situation.
looks like a new leaf has been turned over.
There isn't anything, but Maffew will continue to think of stuff to make it sound interesting.
year,
There's
new
this
you,
plot that you've
T.
decided that me and him are beefing. They argue. I'm with Ethan Page in the segment as well because they argue until Ava's dad interrupts. He tells Ethan that Payback is a bitch, but Ethan doubts it. The Rock tells Page the same thing he's been telling the whole NXT roster tonight. If he needs anything, he should come and find him. But Ethan needs to remember that Ava is the final boss of NXT. So you just contradict yourself there, pal. Page begrudgingly agrees to play nice, and The Rock says he'll see him on the main roster one day. Ethan leaves the room, and The Rock asks Ava for promo advice. We're just going to pause there and let that one
When
sink
I
in.
wrote that, I was being sarcastic, but actually maybe later on, maybe he genuinely needed promo advice.
Ava tells him the passion of the NXT crowd is unmatched, and he'll know what to say once he's in front of them, and he makes a funny noise, and he leaves.
Have The Rock
This was a foreshadowing if I ever saw one, because he was rubbish here.
Was he all right? I think he was drunk.
I
was
hope
drunk as well.
I hope he was still drunk. And that's his
he
reason
was,
because
I think he was legitimately a bit tipsy.
it was
Watch it on Netflix this week, this show.
yes.
Because it carried on. The one I saw on Wednesday morning, and it was just like, he carried on. He was just like, I don't know what to say. He says an F-bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was
God.
yeah.
God.
But you can curse, it's okay. Anyway, more of that afterwards. But yeah, I thought Page looked really all right here compared to bumbling, stumbling old man Rock.
I saw a lot of people, and I fully understand what they mean, saying stuff like, isn't it great for Ethan Page that he was the one in this segment? and
Simon
stuff.
Miller did that.
Yeah.
Isn't it great? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well,
The Rock forgot he existed the second this was
that's
over.
the Progress Atlas champion Simon Miller that you're
Exactly, he's won a booking.
Yeah. But no, I think I get what Simon means on one hand. And when you're a wrestler, you probably look at it a different way and everything. But just watching it, I think that The Rock actually sort of buried the threat of Ethan Page here a bit. Didn't take him seriously as a threat. He went, you're the lad who's going around breaking jaws. Well, just like I've said to everyone else, if you need some advice, just come and find me.
And then he patted him
And
on
he
the
goes,
arse,
go on, get out of here, you.
He assaults a subordinate in the workplace, is what happened there.
I just thought he's treated him like a little jawbreaker.
Oh, you're hard, are you? Well, I'm The Rock.
Yeah.
All right.
Page has to be
this is a good thing to do to one of your wrestlers?
is in a book. Paper beats Rock is what I'm trying to
Oh, you should have been on the
Jesus
show.
Christ, that made no sense.
No, that's
did it?
good.
He's in a book.
Page,
Well, yeah,
Ethan Page.
Paper.
Oh, an actual Page is
Paper
in a
beats Rock.
You were saying
Now
Rock.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Now I'm with you. I thought Page's written a book. That's what you're talking about.
But yeah, I didn't think this really. I don't actually think this helped Page. And then he goes
No.
like, "See you on the main roster one day, kid." I'm like, does he know? Like, this isn't like this would have worked with Javon Evans, like a young kid.
Yeah.
Ethan Page has been on the indies. He's done all this stuff. He's had a long career.
Yeah.
And now The Rock's treating him like he's the new plucky up and comer.
Plus, he's a heel.
And he's a heel. It would have
Like, what are you
It
doing?
would have done Page better if him and Rock.
Miller, you're wrong.
I
Stop being positive about
I
everything.
just disagree with Simon on this one, and everyone else who said it as well. I just think it would have done Paige a bigger favour if The Rock and him had got into an argument or something. I'll never respect your daughter.
Or
but
Page
instead-
broke his arm or something, or his
Yeah.
jaw.
But instead he
Oh,
goes,
God, if Page broke his jaw, I'd never say
And
anything
then
about
Rock's
him
on NXT
again.
next week.
No, I'm still going to No. Crowd. Yay!
I thought it was a mess from the start. Just when Dwayne's doing his promo, you broke a guy's jaw. You broke a guy's jaw, isn't that right, Ava? And then she's like, Siobhan's jaw. You broke Siobhan's jaw. He didn't know the name.
Oh,
he doesn't know the names of the NXT superstars.
Then he broke his fingers, his wrist. Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
All connected.
I mean, the thing about going to The Rock for anything he needs, he offers that to everybody in the roster, not just Ethan Page. Emasculated was Ava right in front of her own father, by her own father.
Yeah, if
I mean,
you
we
need
know she's
anything-
rubbish. We don't need to say it on the
If you
show.
need anything, come to me. But also, she's the boss around here. It doesn't make sense, Dwayne.
And as Maffew
I hate
says,
this version of The Rock.
Yeah, he contradicts himself by saying, but, you know, to be cool with The Rock, you need to be cool with her as well, because she is the actual final boss, even though I just called myself the final boss. Ava then going, this is a pretty big moment, with a little pause, looking at her father in the eye.
Have they ever met before?
Jesus Christ.
The Rock and his daughter
I
hasn't
don't
met.
think they
That
have.
was the instruction for Simon Miller to go, what a moment. Guys, where were you when Ethan Page and The Rock had a dog poo segment on
of all of the
NXT?
people in this segment, how are you bashing Simon Miller the most?
Because he's like, what, if anybody, it's just Simon Miller in particular
He just
going,
said it was
what
cool.
a moment
He just
for
said it-
Ethan
he just
Page.
said
Like,
it-
are you...
Maybe he tweeted it before the segment was finished. Maybe he just went, oh,
But
sick.
yeah, he didn't watch the
Just
show.
watched
He's
it
a
on-
real wrestling reviewer. He doesn't watch this.
That's not what I suggested.
I did.
Simon, you know Simon's like a big muscly man.
Whatever. Means his cardio's crap. You'll never catch us.
He's too nice, but if he wanted Maffew, we'd batter you. Like.
Yeah, but I want to change. I'm bored of the Ethan Page feud, so I'll start one with Simon Miller instead.
I like Simon for the record.
I like
had
Simon
a nice
for
word
the
with him at
record as
Wembley. It was
well.
nice.
Yeah. I liked you until this exact moment.
Yeah, and he gets told to say whatever he wants to say from the heart, and then goes on to say he doesn't know what the F he's going to say, which is proven to be true later on. This segment did nothing for me either.
Sam Miller's the Atlas champion because he has to do a lot of heavy lifting.
Because he's got big
That was
muscles.
good.
It was good.
Yeah, okay, I'll move on. I'm pushed it too much now. Sorry.
I just can't remember if he's still the Atlas champion. I think he is, but I can't remember.
Well, apparently, as soon as we said Luke Jacobs is the bloody champion of this and that, he lost it. So, yeah, sorry. Enjoy your title run.
No, it wasn't as soon as we'd said it. He'd lost it like 3 weeks before.
No. The second we said it, it came
Okay.
out. They went, right, we're changing the booking. Once again, Charlie Dempsey defends the Heritage Cup against Lexus King.
Oh my God! it
Should
gets
never have been
worse.
returned to him anyway.
This
It's
show.
via DQ. It's going to stick with it. I'm sorry, man.
Show.
This time under sudden death rules, i.e. a normal singles match. That makes sense.
Don't
makes
defend
sense.
the Heritage Cup under normal singles rules and try and disguise it. as-
No. I'm with
This
this. I'm
is
all
just
right.
a
This booking's all
continuation
right.
of the original match.
I
isn't it?
wholeheartedly disagree because
Okay.
Heritage Cup is all about the tactics.
It's
how
like-
are you going to do?
Now I've remembered.
No,
How are you going to do
You
rule
just
two?
love the rules set.
I bloody love the rounds.
Yeah.
It's
But they
not
didn't have
the
enough
Heritage
time
Cup
to do it.
if there's no rounds,
Yeah.
quite
They
frankly.
didn't have enough time for anything because
The magic of the cup is gone.
It's like when they did the Final Four after Rumble 97.
Yes,
it
That's how I
is.
took this to be this. King accidentally headbutts Dempsey down low and he goes for a leapfrog. He takes advantage and hits the Coronation to win the Coronation Cup.
Brilliant finish,
was
though,
called.
because it now goes back to
Terrible, rubbish, unbelievable.
the
thing.
finish is inspired because we've got on the storyline of is Lexus King a good guy? Is he his son's father? His father's son? Jesus,
No, you're
I'm
right.
having a terrible
You're
week
right.
this week. But now he's headbutted a guy in the groin mistakenly. He didn't mean to do it, and he's profited on that
But he
with a
did
win.
decide, you saw him decide, actually, I'm going to take advantage
Yeah.
of it. Also, I'd blame Dempsey, by the way. You've jumped up and put your balls level with an on-rushing man's head. You just didn't jump high enough.
Non-Russian.
A non-Russian man.
right. I mean, you are right, yeah.
An on-rushing, an ombudsman's head. as it comes from.
It was so weird. I was positive this match. Crowd were quietly into it, which is how they should be. I mean, it's
Quietly.
well, no, it's the cup. It's like no, they're going to expect it to be slow
Oh,
burner and stuff
okay,
like that.
yeah,
They're not going to be
yeah,
instantly
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh my god, a headlock, and then they're quite, quite. Thank you, yeah, exactly. And then they got the Steve Williams Barry Windham spot from Starrcade from way back in the day, and this is why I'd say you can watch it on network, but you can't. But here it wasn't made a big deal of. Like you'd think it would have, because the entire story is, as you just said, Lexus King, is he your son's father? This was the moment when the commentators were supposed to go, did he mean to do that? And what's Lexus going to do? The moral decision. The devil and the
Or
angel
did
on
they
the
not
shoulder.
actually do that?
They didn't say anything about it, so instead nothing was made of it, and Lexus King just took advantage of this moment. And I thought the whole thing was going to be, did he mean to do that?
I think it's
Was he going down the dark path because that helped him? What does this mean for Lexus? Which is what people have latched onto online. It turns out lots of people are actually enjoying this. That's fair enough. And that was just bizarre. And then the crowd cheered him anyway. So I thought the commentators really dropped all the balls here.
All the
like,
balls.
Like Ed balls.
I thought
because
the
it was like
reaction of the NQC
one. Go, sorry.
Sorry, just the reaction of the NQCC saved it a little bit because they were like, what? No, that's not on. So I think partly.
Right,
But you're right.
right.
I agree with what you're saying there.
I'm like, did you just not get that? Was there about a big note here? This is the important bit of the story. Did you forget about this? The thing that we've all been watching and putting up with. And I'm at the point respecting people who
Putting
like,
up with?
Yeah.
Putting up with.
This is the
That's what I
highlight of
said.
my week.
Engrossed
I'm
in.
very sorry to hear that.
This was a battle of two contrasting styles, Maffew.
Yeah, good and bad.
No, one with the grit of the cobbled streets of Blackpool, and the other with the shine of a Gibson Flying V, with some tacky arse lighting bouncing off it on a stage.
What
legitimately
provoked you
wrote
to
that
write this? Yeah, I was going to say, what
Oh, you actually write it down. Well
this
done.
match provoked you into writing lovely prose.
Because I forgot that they discarded the Heritage Cup round system. And once I got past that, it was probably the best.
Which had an
match.
angry walk around your house.
It's like Roy Hodgson's reaction when there's a chance.
Oh, no. Probably the best match of Lexus King's career
Oh,
in a singles capacity.
yeah, best non-varsity
Oh, in
blonde.
terms
as
of
well.
crowd reactions, absolutely. There's been times when even the NXT shed hasn't given two tosses about him. This crowd were like, oh yeah, we get it. This is nice, this.
This was in LA as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or- yeah, right.
And the storytelling, subtle. He didn't come out on his throne. He's now a lovely, humble boy.
Or is he?
Or is he going to be?
Yeah, I like it.
It
I was like, I'm not-
definitely a mistake.
What? The leapfrog.
I will confidently say he did not mean to headbutt Charlie D in his nuts.
But, okay, but him
But he
taking advantage of it
capitalised
when
on it, yeah.
What's he supposed to do?
Wyndham
Well-
and Williams went, I'm sorry, I'll let you get a breather to get your breath back.
I'm on Lexus's side with that, but I don't know if Charlie will be.
Yeah, I don't know if Charles would have done the same thing if the roles were reversed.
Yeah,
So you know what? I'm looking forward to watching next week and seeing what happens with that,
Yeah.
which I think is the biggest compliment you can give a wrestling show.
I miss Chase U.
We all do.
Just miss
What's
him.
happening here?
No,
Where
no,
is
they
it?
had to get murdered so Rich Holland could lose a title match.
That's what they died for. That's mad.
Waste.
What I will say is, though, Lexus King has fantastic flexible shoulders because Charlie does the submission hold at the start, whereas using his legs and twisting his shoulders around on the mat. Don't know how he did it or what it was, but it was fantastic to see how flexible the shoulders
Ren
were.
can do that as well when she does the scuttling like a spider amateur wrestling stuff on her neck. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Jeff. Oh, God.
Is that a good time to have a break? Because I really need a wee as
Yeah, a
well.
line of cocaine or something.
Yeah, we'll have a break.
That was a failed Alberto Moreno reference there. Unbelievable, Jeff.
And we're back. Shotzi interrupts a meeting between Ava, Fallon Henley, and Stephanie Vercoeur. She claims she should be number one contender, not Steph, because she just pinned Fallon in the 6-woman tag match. Good logic. Fallon suggests a match between the two, which they agree to. Ava calms them down and books it for next week. All right, cheers.
No.
I'm wagging my finger in the air. It is not good logic. Get in the queue. Wait until the match. There was literally a 4-way match with a number one contendership on the line. Let that lady have her match, and then you can have your match after that because you pinned the champion. Not now. Why is Ava to put law and order in order?
No, I agree with Ross. It's not Shotzi's fault. She's wild. She's impulsive. We know this about her. She's reckless.
She's mental.
She is crazy. But Ava should be the one to say no. And instead she goes, yeah, go on then. You're playing into Fallon's hands there.
Yeah, there's just no, what's the word? Authority, is there, in Ava?
No.
She's a simp. Is that the right word? I'm not
Depends.
with it
Who's she
today.
simping for?
I don't know. What. She's just really bad at her job.
There we go. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Joe Tessitore is in the crowd for the main event. The NXT title match between Trick Willie, Obafemi, and a dead Eddie Thorpe, who was late to the match because he's still dead.
Weird booking for Eddie there. It was booked like a baby
Yeah.
face. That would have been way more effective if Trick was wiped out and the match was still on. Will the champion make it back for his title match? Yes, he will valiantly.
Although I did like his entrance through Gorilla and all that, and then it really got me hyped.
The match continues, and Oba sends... Sorry, I beg pardon. Oba almost has the match won, but Thorpe arrives just in time to pull the ref out the ring. The match continues, and Oba sends Trick into a steel chair held by Eddie. Oba hits his finisher on Trick to become the new champ. Oba celebrates with Julie on the stage, and we get pyros that raise their belts together.
Why are you laughing at that?
That was a bit like... Just like over...
Forced.
Force is the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
It's the new era.
Yeah, but like, and then here they are, the new era. It's like, okay, don't make it too bloody obvious what you're doing.
Yeah.
But what do you think of the match?
I thought it was bollocks. I thought the fact it went about 11 minutes from the bell to bell, and then The Rock had a full 16 minutes left for his segment was bollocks. The
I
fact
agree
that
with
this was the end of Trick's reign, the fact this was the start of Oba's never-ending reign. No one's ever going to be Oba, so let's give him a big bloody victory to get the title on his big boulderish shoulders. I thought it was not what it should have been, in my opinion.
Does this mean that we're getting a Trick Eddie rematch to distract Trick from a title rematch? I don't really know.
Yeah, I was confused by that. I thought, good action, but I was waiting for Thorpe to show up because I knew the match wasn't going to end until he did his thing.
Yeah.
And I put his thing, which was nothing. And I put, ha 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 ha. Because Febby had attacked him earlier and he wasn't lying. So he sent Willie into Thorpe's chair, powerbomb, new champ, shot of Lesnar fan pulling a dumb face. Stop showing on TV, please.
Oh, it seemed like he was ready for that. It's like the
Exactly. Get ready.
Go away.
I think they might have asked him to because the camera was right there on him. They're like, do a confused face. When
But it's like every time you see an entrance, you can see his stupid little face going,
Yeah.
You know me from Instagram, and that time I did a silly dance 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Piss
I
off!
hate that I know you.
Do you know him?
Nah.
Or know of him?
It's me when I look and goes, oh, I love Maffew, such a good guy. I'm like, oh, no, whatever.
He
But-
probably
that
hates
true?
me,
No,
and
no,
I don't
really
like him.
No.
I have nothing against him. It's not his fault.
No, he did one dance once. He's made a whole life out of it.
Oh, no. You know, I
we
remember
bring the book. They've made a dance
How
one.
dare you compare them? Exactly, there's talent.
Hack to a girl, there's talent involved.
There's Talent Fenley there, all right?
Hack Tour Girl's turned heel now, hasn't she?
Yeah, crypto.
Yeah. Lesnar fan coin is only seconds away, I'm sure. But
That might be a bit too far from me. I like to apologise.
What? Oh.
Yeah, he's done nothing wrong to me, apart from just to make me go like, ugh, when I see his little face.
Apart from that, though. And yeah, the match was very quick. Not necessarily the worst thing in the world, because sometimes you get burnt out by these things. I can see the arguments to and for it. Obviously, the reason for it is like, no one can argue that. How dare you, The Rock, take up Ava's show like this? But it was also weird that, it's a three-way. Eddie Thorpe's in there, he's been injured, so of course, Oba's going to pin the dead Eddie Thorpe. And then Trick will be like, well, you need to have a single. No, we'll not do that.
I have to.
I was not expecting that.
I have to confess before you read the final segment notes there. I also needed to watch it twice like Ross did, but I couldn't bring myself to watch it again, so I didn't recap it very well at all.
Don't worry.
I just couldn't bring myself to go through the cringe again.
Don't worry. But happy Oba's got the title.
Oh, yeah.
He's still cheered to hell despite technically being a heel, but
He's
that's not going to...
heel.
He does what he
attacked
wants.
Eddie Thorpe.
He's
Eddie Thorpe's a
Oberson.
heel.
Eddie's
It's all right. It's okay. No. The Rock, this is the main event. The Rock comes out and cuts a very weird promo to end the show. Maybe he did need Ava's advice after all. Can somebody sum up what he actually said? But we don't need to. But I'm sure Ross has got some
We'll
notes.
start with the 45-minute entrance. Unnecessary. Took away from Oba's big victory, which should have been given more time.
Oh, and as he makes his entrance, he spots a lad with a shirt that says Pro Wrestling is Real. And I went, hang on, I know what that shirt is. It's bloody Ken Anderson's shirt from TNA. But it's one of the ones that doesn't have his name on it. So I had to check. It's on Pro Wrestling Tees. You can buy it now. I went, so that's nice. That kid went to Pro Wrestling Tees. He's a big Ken Anderson fan. And Rock's like, yeah, this is what it's about.
Yeah, Rock's
yes.
Mr. Kennedy fan.
Yes. So happy he's getting his flowers finally. Hall of Fame.
He tried to save that Tito Ortiz segment. Bless him.
Nothing could have saved that.
He's all I remember from that going...
Giant Barber couldn't have saved that. And then what happened, Ross?
Then we get the fake emotion at the start, wasting more time. Or is it the fact that Rock has legitimately not got a clue what he's going to see, so he's just stalling for time? I get that being NXT is bigger than some WrestleManias, but F me, Dwayne. The fact he was getting choked up with people chanting his name. He hears it everywhere he goes, the stupid prick. So much time wasting. Tricks. The funny with the good bit, there was one good bit in the entire promo, and that was a bit where he was like, fans, no matter where I go, they're always saying you can't do this, can't do that. They're like, you can't be nice to Cody. Then they're saying, you can't be nice to Cody. I like that bit, because that is what has been happening.
What's that going to do with the show
today?
He did.
That's what the Rock
he
said.
definitely wanted to mention it. It reminded me of the Adam Cole MJF clarifications in their feud. Where like, no, I'm a good guy now.
But at this point in the promo, we're still like getting to know The Rock in terms of like he's appeared on the show.
Getting to know.
We're setting
Who
the
is The Rock?
We're setting the table, I should say.
Okay,
we're
yeah.
setting the table before something big's to come at the end of the promo.
But
then nothing big came at the end of the promo. Instead, he tells us how professional wrestling works. The fact that we have to boo and cheer the wrestlers, make noise for the wrestlers, because that'll mean that some of them could be main event in WrestleMania in 3 years' time, whereas some of them will get, I was about to say, eliminated from NXT there. They'll get released from the company.
Yeah. That's what he said, and it at least was refreshing for WWE these days to at least pretend that the fans' input can change things. After so many years of like, you don't know what you like.
You thought it was all right?
No.
Refreshing?
No, I didn't. Just that sentiment I thought was a bit refreshing. But
the only interesting bit was the Cody bit, because that then led into, which I forgot to read out because I'm not with it today. He's put the pressure on, The Rock has, with the ride. He's like, trust The Rock and trust the ride, feel the ride, feel the rhythm. I don't know what he said. But he mentioned a ride with Cody Rhodes. And I doubt they're going to go to Disneyland together. So I don't think it's dead in the water. But surely you can't say that and then not do anything with Cody in the future.
Okay.
I think he can say, I don't trust a word he said in this promo.
Oh, me neither, but you would think logic would dictate. He mentions a ride with Cody Rhodes, and they're not going to go to Disneyland on It's a Small World, are they?
No, they'll do the Coronation Street and drive off the bleed thing. Capital letters, oh man, this sucked. Hey, I vanity search afterwards, and some people didn't like that I've changed my character now with no build. Screw them, her. I just put curses multiple times.
I've just realized.
Rubbish.
I've just realized that they need to do. If anyone should be doing the Richard Hillman, it should be Jacob Fatu and Solo.
That's the joke I made earlier.
Did you?
Yeah.
Is that why you brought Richard Hillman? No, that is why.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. In my
said
mind,
Ford
Only
Galaxy,
just-
yeah.
I thought you just.
you
know
did.
what?
I'm sorry.
I
In
was
my-
so just. You said Coronation Street reference. Ooh,
In my mind,
everything else just happened.
I thought we'd brought up Jacob and Richards separately. Not. Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay.
It's been a long podcast.
It has been a long podcast. The other bit was just painting NXT as this lonely, like, oh, the ticket you want, you need to have is Raw for all the superstars.
Raw
and
is
the
the
glitz
sexy
and the glamour,
ticket,
yeah.
he said.
But this is the show you want to have to come to, which you would
What
do if
the
you're.
hell is he
Which
saying?
you would do if you're a fan. If you're a fan of NXT, you're going to buy a ticket for NXT. So you don't need to be told if you're a fan of NXT. Oh, you've bought this ticket because you are a fan of NXT. I don't need to know that. I know that already. What are you doing? What's happening?
If it means you're not on this, you're on Raw. Absolutely, you'll go on NXT instead of this.
There's a meme online at the minute where people lose aura points. It's like if someone spills a pint
really?
in the pub or whatever, it's like minus 1,000 aura. I think The Rock lost a lot of aura between Raw and this show, and I don't know what happened.
Crap, awful.
It just sounded like, and it happened to all of us. It probably happened to me in 3 weeks. I know, but it's just when you look at someone and go, "Oh, you're just old now."
It's happened to me today.
What do you mean?
Just the way I've been talking on this podcast.
Oh no, that's fine. That's just I'm going to talk complete bollocks for several hours. That's normal. But there's a moment where you go, "Why is this person acting this way?" Like a friend of a friend or someone that was acting in a certain way, and I went, "Oh, it's just because he's old."
I saw a review.
It's not
of,
like he's this or that. It's just he's old.
I saw a review of that Santa film that he was in.
Oh boy.
Red One?
Yeah.
Great film.
Oh, the person said something along the lines of, "While I was watching this, I was fantasizing about watching literally any other film." No.
I get it at certain points because The Rock does all of the coolest stuff you ever seen. And it's clear that The Rock had a big hand in making sure The Rock did the coolest stuff you ever seen. But the periphery, it was,
He did a chef's kiss, by the way, in case you want to say that. No, just kissed Jack on the lips.
yummy.
If only.
Ross has kissed Sam on the lips, I believe.
Oh, yes, I have.
We gave him the kiss of life at Bleed Rise after he fell over.
That was me. But Ross's was when they got married, of course.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Sam wasn't going to do it, so I was like, well, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, fair.
I thought he'd be more into it than that. But, oh well. I'm sorry. That's why he divorced now, I guess.
It's just, because he's a goth.
Yeah, you know, I just thought,
And he likes
I
clothes.
don't know why I've got nothing to justify this thing I've just said.
You
so
should
I'll
have
move
walked
on.
down the aisle too closer by the 9 inch.
Yeah. Right.
He wouldn't have made it.
No.
Fell flat in his ass. Yeah, Rocky was like, there's been a few times I've watched comedy roasts and the comedian's gone, you know what? I won't make any notes. I'll just wing it. And they've always bombed. This is what this was like.
Yeah, he did his homework for Raw, but he didn't bother revising for
He
NXT.
forgot he was supposed to do NXT.
And he was drunk.
He was.
Yeah.
I think he was as well.
He's drinking that real American beer. 'Cause
Would
There's
it
loads
not
of it
been-
left over.
This was the chance to go like, I am proud of my daughter and the job that she is doing. Because at no point is anyone on screen, apart from little bits here and there, going, that's Dwayne's daughter.
Yeah.
That would have been. I just don't understand. Obviously, having The Rock in the NXT ring to get the picture of The Rock in the NXT ring, I get the effect that can have, and on people's perspective of NXT, and put that on the big banner on Netflix so people who don't watch NXT can go, wow, The Rock was on there. That must be worth checking
Oh,
out.
it's for the NXT thumbnail, isn't it?
Yeah. But apart
NXT,
from-
The Raw.
But apart from that, flippity do.
Currently, it's neck and neck between Hogan getting booed and this. Is like, what's the worst segment of the year so far?
He did defer to her in the backstage segment, I suppose. He didn't say he was proud of her, but he was like, you got any advice for me, kid? And so, yeah.
Tongue in cheek.
And he should have listened to whatever she told him.
She didn't tell him anything. She said, you'll feel it. And he should have really
Yeah,
prepared.
Probably because
anxiety.
no one's ever asked her that question before.
Yeah, in fairness, like,
Leave her alone now.
She's bloody awful.
she's awful.
She's bottom of my league table this week, but, that's the
being-
storyline.
Not only was she bad before, but in a really endearing way. But now she's being like kayfabe booked like terribly as well.
I think
it's a double whammy.
I think they think, the writers and Sean and them, I think they think that they're writing her as like a really just cool GM, and it's really not. It's
what it
really
needs
not.
is Stephanie McMahon to come in as the special. She just writes Ava's stuff. That'll get her back on track.
That'd be good. You know what they need? Sean keeps referencing himself, so Ava needs to come out with a cowboy hat and that grey suit that he had in like '99.
Oh, I thought you meant he needs to start.
Hi,
He needs to.
I'm Ava.
He needs to start writing rock references for Ava to live out on NXT.
It'd be better than what she's doing now.
How long can she learn to kip up, perhaps? And that would
Yeah, that's all we need.
after the door. If she'd gone,
Yeah, yeah. Hit the worst sharpshooter of all time on the door.
starts laying the SmackDown on the door.
Yeah. So that was a weird NXT full of the absolute highs and absolute lows.
It was, yeah. hopefully we're just, when the early bits of Netflix and whatnot, but I know it's not on there like in America, but
But the era of.
Yeah. So hopefully it's just a bit of teething, and then, we'll be sat here in a month's time remembering what NXT used to be.
Yeah.
Because it's back again.
It's back. Hey, look, it's AEW Dynamite, which is also back. In the opening match, Will Ospreay defeats a defiant Buddy Matthews. Or Buddy Murphy, as he calls him after the bell. Afterwards, Ospreay tells Buddy that he and Brody don't need to be following a leader. He can see him winning tag gold or even singles titles. Ospreay says if Buddy ever needs someone in his corner, Buddy, I'm your guy.
Is that The Rock?
Buddy,
Come and see me.
yeah, I think I forgot the person's name, but he echoed my thoughts. It's like it felt like when the traveling import has come into the local indie and goes, boy, hey,
Give it up. Give him
I won't be here, but this guy's gonna be. This guy's got a future in the business.
This guy I just beat.
yeah, this guy is
This older
annihilated.
man I've just beat.
Yeah,
I think it worked in this instance, though. And it teases a future confrontation between Ospreay and Malachi, who's probably going to be like, what are you doing?
Well, apparently he's off. Was it Fightful saying that apparently either he's winding down or people have the impression that he's done with
Is this
AEW?
another-
damage will inevitably in-car promo
I was
from him
going to
then.
say, there's another stage in the feud between Fightful and Malachi.
Maybe. I hope
Hardest feud.
Let me
Next
have
to
a look
Lucha
at the news
Blog
today.
and AAA. It's Malachi Black and Sean
I
Ross
need to
Sapp.
read, apparently Lucha Blog did a really good post-trashing Triple A's latest show or something.
Every
A
week,
rant.
every
Oh,
time
right.
they do the thing, he's like, I'm the only person reporting on this, and Conan still feels the need to blast me on his podcast.
Also, I saw people speculating that because Buddy has a comparable move set to Kenny Omega, then this is like a tune-up match for Ospreay before an Omega thing, and I thought that's not true.
Oh, okay.
Then it got to the end of the show, and I was like, actually,
Ross has just made a noise.
That was just agreeing with Jack
Oh,
about
sorry.
noise.
I thought that was your alert news
Yeah, it
noise.
is Fightful Select who say those that we spoke to in the company were of the belief that he was finishing up with AEW if he hadn't already. They did not clarify if he'd be appearing on TV again. That's about
Which is
Malachi
funny
Black.
because they did that thing when he lost Adam Cole. And like, because he loses so infrequently. I mean, we were joking. He loses so infrequently. People are like, oh, he's done, and he had to go. No, I'm still here. And
Yeah.
Well, they're saying he's
no, that's
it's every time he says the opposite. So that actually happens then.
That's because after that loss, he stood in the ring for ages getting the ovation, and he stood at the top of the ramp looking back wistfully like he was departing.
And he went, no, I'm not leaving. I'm
Yeah.
like, wait, are you sure?
they also
He's just a liar.
they also invented a whole division for him not to lose, the trios division. So
I don't think. Yeah, he's lost a lot of aura these last few times. Whatever he said. No, that's not true. It's
If
like,
it-
no, this is the actual thing that's happened. It's
if
what's
it-
been reported.
if we were wrong there, although now that you've read that, I think that is probably true. But if it did lead to a match with Ospreay, that's a matchup I'd like to see. They'd do loads of kicks and miss some of them and avoid some, and then some kicks would connect. And I'd like to watch that match.
And then they do one kick where they both connect at the same time.
Oh yeah.
And then one would sit up.
Whoa!
Oh yeah. And he would.
I
do
see
his
you know
cross
your
leg.
judo well.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of kicks, Ospreay did a sick coast to coast in this one.
He did.
My goodness me, it was sick. They outlined the issue with their booking they did AEW here because they put the promo on at the start going, here's the last time Buddy Matthews wrestled. End of November, where he got a win. He won at the end of November. I know it was a pre-show match, but still, it's a pay-per-view-ish match.
Oh, the four-way.
The four-way, yeah, and he's not wrestled since. This is the first time.
God.
Right.
That's the issue there. If people win, have them appear next week and have them win again. And then we'll care more.
Crazy talk. Crazy.
But the match was very, very good from start to finish, I thought. That kind of reverse GTS before the curb stomp from Matthews' class.
Oh,
yes.
he did a back of the head one.
Ah,
yeah,
the back
yeah.
of the head one. Very, very nice indeed. And I said effing Essie ending, I put down.
Wow.
Because it's
Did
that,
a finger.
that, I'm going to sacrifice myself because, I'm just going to stop trying now. Piss off.
The Jack Perry,
Yeah.
the Raven.
Don't like that. After the end of such a competitive match, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they do, don't they? Those weird goths.
So yeah, it looks like, I guess with the promo as well, Malachi could be gone because they teased the old singles run for Buddy in a tag team title.
But I'll be your buddy, guy.
Lol.
I'll be your mate, chief.
I kept thinking he was being really patronising before remembering, his name is Buddy, I suppose, yeah. You did really well there, Buddy.
You get it, mate? I'll take the piss out of you.
You did really well, little Buddy.
Look at your little hair. Who's your good boy? After a video package recapping the events of Wrestle Dynasty, Private Party make their entrance and cut a promo on the stage. They're in the mood to celebrate, but the Hurt Syndicate interrupt. They act friendly and make a toast to the champs, but Lashley toasts to the Syndicate, taking the tag belts. He pours his drink out and things get tense. The heels head the ring for Lashley's match. Did lots of good stuff for Hurt Syndicate here and did nothing for the Private Party.
No, yeah.
They're done. Just give the tag belts to them now.
Lashley forgot what a microphone does, but it's okay. He said
Yeah,
his first line down here.
His delivery on that line really ruined the emphasis of what he was going. Like,
You think?
Yeah.
Yes.
I expected at least an ooh from the crowd, but he got nothing because the pause was a bit too pregnant. As Jack said, the mic placement wasn't quite right.
It was similar to when he said, "Your name is Finley, and you like to fight, but I think your name is Finley, and you're a bear."
Yeah.
And I was chuckling when you were reading it out there because Private Party were talking about making history. So I was like, whoa, what great thing have they done here? And they were like, we won a tag team match on a simulcast broadcast.
Oh,
That's why they were celebrating.
You know what's saying this about Raw and WWE saying, isn't it great? Like, this is, same here. Ooh, not the simulcast.
Yeah.
Just need to cut to a shot of all the executives in the box going like,
Yeah.
As a fan, I was just like, I don't give a toss about that.
Some executives got a Street Fighter is overrated sign.
I think the problem is that for a wrestling promotion to make it big, the owner has to be really rich. And really rich people don't know what impresses normal people.
Yep.
Are these executives all happy? Isn't that great? I guess.
Yeah, the kids, that's all they tweet about now on TikTok. And
One
on
of the-
business talk.
One of the lasses was a really good actress, I thought. One of the girls in the
The
party
lovely ladies.
One of the ladies was a good actress. She kept reacting appropriately with her facial expressions.
That's good. Did she open a can really loudly?
Now she was going.
Let's get ready for the party.
I don't know.
when the lads interrupted, she was like, "Oh no." No, she was good.
Oh
She was
dear,
good.
oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lashley takes on Mark Briscoe and wins the Hurt Lock. The Hurt Syndicate beat Mark down after the bell, but Private Party runs down with chairs and force the heels to back off.
Proper Ron Seal-like. Long beat down from Bobby. Valiant fight back from Briscoe. I really like the moment with the chair under the ring skirt, so the ref couldn't see it, but everyone else did. I thought it was a very well done bit. But yeah,
MVP like that.
It did what it said on the tin.
It did.
There's Ron Seal. We haven't had that in a while.
I think Mark Briscoe is one of the most reliable faces in wrestling these days. He's always going to get the crowd behind him. He's got that unhinged Kavorka.
He's the Corey Graves of AEW. Could put him in any situation.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I'll move on from that one. This is when the first time I noticed, Schiavone's not here. And the club says, yes, he's on assignment.
Well, I think it's a good thing because watching World's End this week, I'm officially sick of Tony Schiavone. I don't need to be told when it's a fantastic AEW moment, which he said loads of times during World's End.
When it loses all meaning after
it's
a
just
while.
like, wow, these guys are so big. Wow, what a move that was. Wow, what an AEW moment. That's all he's doing these days.
Shelton Benjamin or Bobby Lashley, one of them.
Yeah.
Flip a coin.
Oh, God. I can't. I'll tell you in the break. I've heard someone say that about Schiavone who shouldn't have said that about Schiavone. Well, carry on.
Said what about Schiavone?
That same criticism of him.
Oh.
Anyway.
His initials were SM. And he's very positive about
No,
wrestling.
not Simon Miller.
I was thinking Sam had to face off ID. But yeah, because there was a period of time where it was always just like, oh yeah, that's a good point, Taz. Is like his role as the third commentator. Then he got away from that. And he was just like, it was nice to have his just him being there and just being nice. But now recently he's just gone back like, AEW's great. Wow, these guys are massive. Ooh, what a moment. I'm like, come on.
I genuinely think...
We start with Charlton. Come on.
Smelly Charlton. I genuinely say this. I know people will maybe be over the top, whatever. Taz is something that gels those guys together.
Yeah.
He's the appropriate amount of wackiness. Without that, even Nigel is good, but he's a different type of... It's like serious and wacky, which is an odd thing, whereas Taz is just all wacky. It's weird. It's just them being straight-laced for a bit, and there's only so long you can go, wow, another great moment. Wow.
Yeah.
Another great...
Maybe
you need Taz to go, wow, tomato,
But
or something.
maybe Tony thinks this is the perfect commentary, just telling him how good his show is again.
I mean,
and
again,
He
for a
must
rich
have
person,
been
I'm sure he
told.
loves Tony.
I'm
but-
sure he's been told to get AEW moment in there as much as he can. But as a fan, I just feel like I'm being patronised. Just like, I'll make me mind up when I think something's an AEW moment.
And again, I've only noticed this about Tony. Now there's no Taz there. It was just him being straight-laced as possible. He doesn't have the same dynamic with Nigel basically picking on him for being old. And Excalibur there, who also has to be straight-laced and also a bit funny. It's like, it's just all straight lads.
Taz.
You know what I mean?
Taz is the delicious orange glue, the inside of a
He
Jaffa
really
cake
is.
that holds it all
and
together.
Danny Magic, I like his energy, but he's nowhere near on the level of the other ones.
Taz has been doing this.
Everyone else
This is what
relax.
Taz does.
But
Yeah.
last night, Danny Magic was a big improvement on what Tony's been recently for me. He offered a lot more.
He talks about his nipples sometimes, and you don't get that from Tony.
You know what AEW needs for commentary now? They could do some sort of trade. Booker T. They'd be. That would be so great.
If Booker gets confused by NXT, which can be a bit complex and nonsensical at times, imagine him in the labyrinth that is AEW storylines.
Here's his notes for one match. What's New Japan? What?
Why is this bloke next to me wearing a mask? How
many titles has show got? Bloody hell. But the next match is the men's casino gauntlet for an AEW world title shot. Here are some things that happen. Thank you for recoming.
Well, whenever it's like a battle royal or something, I always like...
Yeah, exactly. Jay White and Hangman Page are numbers 1 and 2, continuing their feud. Swerve Strickland's music hits, but it's just Ricochet. Oh, this silly scissors boy.
They're doing well with him at the minute, Ricochet, I think.
Yeah,
He's getting everyone's talking about him online, like, is this real? Is he just... Is he real? Like, is this what he is actually as a person and all this, which is fantastic?
Just a dick.
Yeah.
No, I think they're getting very good, because a note I made for this match was the fact the crowd were pretty quiet for most of it until Jeff Jarrett came out. But when Ricochet came out, he got a lot of noise as well, so it's working with Ricochet.
Oh, yeah, this was in Tennessee, wasn't it, as well?
Clarksville.
Ricochet, Jeremy Clarksville. Best match in the world. Ricochet strikes up a temporary heel alliance with Wheeler Yuta. Whereas Slater ganged up on himself by Adam Cole, Roddy Strong and Daniel Garcia. Powerhouse Hobbs and Lance Archer throw everybody around, then throw each other around and no-sell it. Local hero, Jeff Jarrett, is attacked by Wheeler Yuta during the entrance and they brought the back. Kyle O'Reilly helps Cole and Strong clear the ring, but they don't like that, so he also takes out Garcia.
They don't like that he also took out Garcia.
Yes, who they'd been aligned with before Kyle's entrance. Hobbs takes advantage, wiping out all 3 UK members and ping O'Reilly with a spinebuster to win the match.
Ooh. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Oh, Hobbs is a good one.
I was very happy with that. But then Renee interviews Hobbs in the ring and he wants to shoot for a second. Oh, no. John Moxley was the man who originally brought Hobbs to AEW, but next week he's going to make Moxley his bitch.
And you see Renee's face when she went, oh.
She sucked a
Don't
lemon.
say that.
Yeah, she went, ugh.
Right. Hobbs bumps into Jeff Jarrett.
That's more mine.
Yeah. That's how she talks. Yeah. Hobbs bumps into Jeff Jarrett on the stage. As he leaves, they shake hands and Jarrett heads the ring for a promo, because of course he does.
So Hobbs is a face now, basically.
Hobbs is a face.
Yeah.
And it feels like the storyline might be going back to its original purpose of elevating people to the main event scene who weren't quite in the main event scene to begin with.
Yeah.
Because after World's End, it felt like that storyline being quashed, because now 51-year-old Cope is Moxley's big...
Oh, I think he's ruining everything, by the way, before we'll get to him later on, but I worry that he is ruining everything.
Yeah, so it feels like this is more back to what we were doing initially. But I have to say, because I was very complimentary about everything Mox was doing before Christmas, having watched certain bits over Christmas, I'm now bored of it. I'm sick of the matches going the same way.
Now,
I'm sick of the...
Oh, you weren't a fan of the World's End Classic, then?
No.
So I'm still on board with it, because the World's End main event was disappointing, but I think that's the only Moxley match on a big show since the reintroduction of him that I've not enjoyed. So I'm still giving them a chance.
I like the idea of it. It's like, and I said, look, guys, let's see where it goes. We need to have this driving force, this heel force, and have this, as they said, an upcoming person wins. It's just they've absolutely knackered themselves by doing the bloody Continental Classic. Just there's been this giant spanner in the works.
Well, that's over now.
Yes, and suddenly the show's great again. Fantastic. Well, again, maybe not great, but it's improved, I should say. And also, it's like, oh, who's going to be the person to upend me? And there's no one you believe right now.
Darby.
Because they've been losing.
It's Darby Allin.
Yes, but Darby's lost low. Oh,
We've not seen him since he got thrown down the stairs. He's off training like Goku. That's
well done.
That's a Japan reference for you.
Yeah. I get it. I get you, man. Yeah, so it's like Orange Cassidy, I'm going to take you on. And then they have Cope. 51-year-old Cope.
Calling him that.
It's his name
I
now.
know.
I'm like, that's not the point of the storyline.
I can't live in this world.
Yeah, so I'm with you. Just hurry up and end. But anyway, there's still some good stuff on the show.
The Hobbs thing I'm positive about, yes. Because I think, even though we know he's going to lose to Moxley, I think we'll come away from it going, oh, he was very close. Like, he'll get screwed. And Moxley will be
He's had a couple of matches like that before. Like, going back to, like, 2021, I think I can remember. Like, who was it with? I can picture him at Daly's place having a big match against someone. I can't remember.
There was a Punk match he had.
But there's been a couple of points where he's had big matches against, like, more established names.
Cody, maybe?
It's gone nowhere. Was it Cody?
Maybe.
Yeah.
So, I know what you're talking about.
The fact that we can't remember it.
It might have even been
probably
Moxley, but I
speaks
can't remember who it
volumes.
was.
He had a crap match at the Thingy's place, as you were telling about there. That's where he got injured, sadly, but it wasn't his fault. So that's what I think you might be referring to.
But when he's on, he's on.
He's on.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
What else about this match? Oh, Archer looked good, but he always does look good in there. He'll not get used again.
Yeah, he really is a battle royal dude.
He'll go back to his tag team with Brian. What they called? Murder Madness.
The Murder Hawks? No, that's just Lance.
That's his name, isn't it? Murder Machine?
Murder Machine.
Yeah, because Brian Cage is the
That was a
machine.
guess. Wow.
I'm picturing the old Scooby-Doo. Bus. Car.
Hang on.
The Mystery Machine.
I know, but
Oh, got you.
Come on,
gnarly, man.
That's right, the Murder Machine. Deeply inappropriate name for a show for kids.
Kyle O'Reilly still had his conglomeration tron, which was strange. I thought he was in the UK now. But apart from that, I liked Hangman and White being number 1 and 2, because this is the match where you want to get the fall straight away.
Yes.
So the fact they were such big feuding men meant it wasn't going to happen straight away.
I like their feud as well because we've seen so many feuds recently that are pure hatred. One of them being Hangman and Swerve, but this Hangman Jay feud is the petty feud. It's like so petty and also like tactical, trying to work each other out. I like it.
I also felt a bit sad watching it because I was like, I remember a few months ago, when they were getting like. Obviously after Swerve and Hangman, but when Jay White and Hangman were having their like matches on pay-per-views and whatnot, it both feel like for both of them they've cooled off, which is a shame. But that's all down to Moxley's gang of bastards. I've had it with them.
Have you?
Yeah.
It's so bad, isn't it? I go, no, come on, guys, let's give it time. Then it's still wank.
I was just we need some comeuppance for the crimes. They're committing crimes. They had the bloody Ricky and Robert tied up last week, didn't they?
Yeah.
Nothing's happened. They can just do whatever they want.
That made. Speaking of Scooby Doo,
It just feels like
I've tied the.
they're throwing ideas at the wall and then they just put it on
the
TV.
Rock and Roll Express up to one of those things that like staff use to transport stuff at gigs, and then like outrunners, oh, we'll get you, stop, and they're like running away
With a big bag with swag written on it.
It does just feel like things are happening which need a bit of comeuppance or just another like point of the story. Then that point in the story is being skipped over. Then there's something else where something needs to like be a reactionary thing to it.
Especially Hobbs, who he won a battle royal, fantastic, yay! He just lost to Takeshita on pay-per-view.
Hey, now he's back.
Anyone can lose to Takeshita.
Yeah.
But why have him lose the match on pay-per-view if you're gonna put?
I'd wager the Rock would
Booker
lose.
can't be on this show because his head will explode after 10 minutes.
The Rock would lose to Takeshita. I would wager.
We can dream. After a video package for the feud between Cage and Hook, Jarrett is interviewed in the ring.
He's in the Rickabone zone.
He wonders if he still has what it takes to become a world champion. MJF interrupts and mocks Jarrett for getting beaten up by Wheeler Yuta.
I thought you would like that bit. Let me check my
yeah.
notes. You got beaten up by Wheeler Yuta.
Yeah. But he talks up Jarrett's accomplishments, saying he had to Google them. That's a lie. MJF reveals that Jarrett's new contract is only 1 year. That must feel embarrassing because Jeff doesn't want to retire yet, but 1 more year is all wrestling business thinks he has left to give.
I like that, It wasn't just MJF going for the low-hanging fruit. It was like...
Old lol. But yeah,
No,
you're right.
it wasn't old,
No,
though.
I'm
It
agreeing
wasn't
with you.
old.
I'm like saying that.
I
Yeah,
got you,
sorry.
got you.
I was waiting for like Jarrett's struggles back in the day was it drink he had issues with? I was waiting for that to get brought up, so I was glad it didn't.
Yeah. MJF can help Jarrett become world champ one more time on one condition. He gets the first title shot. Jarrett considers it, but takes the microphone, better than Bobby Lashley. He calls MJF young and naive. Just because Max was once on top doesn't mean he'll get back there again. He's a one-hit wonder. I was trying to think of a one-hit wonder then, and they all left my head, so I'll move on.
One and only, Chesney Hawk.
Yes, Chesney Hawk. Jeff's
Road
comfortable.
Warrior Chesney Hawk.
What a hit. Jeff's comfortable being at rock bottom because he's been there before, and it gives him the chance to climb all the way back to the top of the mountain.
Pop for top of the mountain, king of the mountain.
Tonight, MJF had the chance to enter the casino gauntlet, but he chose to scheme instead. Jarrett says he ain't buying what Max is selling and calls him an entitled prick before leaving. Oh, you're right.
yeah.
Because MJF wasn't like, as you said, lowest hanging fruit, which I think could be like the worst promos. This was all right.
And he had a storyline reason for this. He wants to scheme and stuff, and he wants to get Jarrett on side, and Jarrett's too valiant for that. Valiant old Jeff Jarrett, the biggest babyface in wrestling history.
Right. I have seen so many people get really mad at the fact that Jeff Jarrett is being teased as a world title opportunity and all this. I'm like, number one, he's not winning it. No. And two, it's a good use of something as a part-time thing.
I'd watch Jarrett and Moxley.
Yeah.
He can still wrestle.
Like, not like a main event of the pay-per-view, but on a TV episode, absolutely.
He can still wrestle, and more than the stuff he does in the ring, he still gets the crowd into it. He can still get the crowd, more than like 90% of wrestlers, he knows how to get the crowd.
He's genuinely amazing.
Yeah.
The limited stuff he can do.
You wouldn't have got this crowd into it, though. Because when MJF came out, I've never seen a more silent MJF entrance in my life. It was incredible.
He was interrupting the hometown boy.
But even still, where's a boo? A boo-hoo? Not a Tony Storm, like, boo.
just a rip. Just a rip, guy.
But that was really negative, the crowd. The rest of it was...
Well, they're being quiet, so they could load their guns going, keep talking.
Keep
Yeah,
talking.
say something. Say something.
Is it Bret Hart who talks about like the Memphis territory or something? He's like, it's populated by the most disgusting people. I hate the Memphis territory.
Oh, yeah. President loathes those areas.
Yeah.
Excalibur recaps the Death Riders' attack on Darby Allin, noting that he hasn't been seen
Oh
since they...
no! Sean Dyche has been sacked by Everton. Sorry.
I thought he died. I just saw his picture. It was quite a serious picture.
Yeah, that was the worst photos of people, isn't
Wow,
it?
I thought he was doing. He was getting point. He was picking up draws here and there.
Yeah. You know what that is, Joel? Say the line, Joel. You know what that decision is.
Utter woke nonsense.
Oh, that's him! Oh! Well done, Joel. That will be clipped.
Sorry, Maffew.
Watch
all right.
Everton now. Get someone who likes to pass it around the back and they'll get relegated.
Mourinho.
Good.
Mourinho?
He's favourite to replace, I think.
Oh, Mourinho at Everton's the best.
That dinosaur.
That's the
I'd be-
best.
I'd be up for
no
that.
one fits Everton more than Mourinho. They're the bus capital. Right, anyway, sorry.
Cope arrives and cuts a promo on Moxley. He talks about all the people the Death Riders have targeted.
Did this happen after the Jarrett promo?
Yeah.
I suppose we had the long casino one. Yeah.
He disagrees with Moxley that the young stars of AEW don't have what it takes, but Cope is a different animal. I can't even say it.
Well, I'm
Nobody
actually better than all them, though. So
again, the rock levels of contradicting yourself. Nobody has done more than him to get back in the ring. Oh, shut up, man.
no, he has. We'll give him that one. We'll give him that one. We'll give him that one.
Talks about breaking his
His
neck.
head nearly fell off, Maffew.
Yeah, all right, we'll stay out of the ring then, you idiot.
No, we'll give him that
He
one.
talks about breaking his neck against Eddie Guerrero, but still winning the match, and doing the same after breaking his leg against Malachi Black. What can Moxie do to cope that hasn't been done before? This is to sell this? The Death Riders enter through the crowd, but are attacked by FTR. Everybody has a big brawl, which the heels win thanks to a distraction from Marina Shafir and a briefcase shot from Pac. Moxie chokes out Cope and prepares to use the plastic bag, but Powerhouse Hobbs comes back out and the Death Riders leave.
I like that all the Death Riders ran away from Hobbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I like that bit.
But I also was like, why did Hobbs go out there like 1 week away from his big title shot? How did he know they were all going to run away? There was a chance he would have got felled.
Because he is brave. He
is brave.
He is brave. If I looked like Hobbs, I would happily take on 5 people at once. Look at
Oh,
him.
yeah.
But
The match? Sorry. Don't do reference to a meme online. I think we'll move on. Sorry.
I just don't like that this is Cope's return storyline. I'd keep him away from the Moxley one.
Yeah.
Because that's all about AEW homegrown young people coming up and saving the company. Well, that's the opposite.
Like Cope.
Whereas Cope is an ex-WWE older guy who definitely still has a place in a promotion. I'm not saying but
He's all about him, though, isn't he?
I know, and I worry that this doesn't feel like a Tony Khan idea. This feels like a Cope idea.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know that or anything, but it just feels that way.
Yeah.
Well, it's based off how Cope's time in AEW has gone. So
It's his name. It's his name.
it's based off how Cope's time in AEW has gone so far, because Cope has wrestled so many young whippersnappers, but every single time, yes, the young whippersnappers look good, but every single time, Cope has been that much better.
God, yeah, we know. That's not the version of Cope that I like. These 15-minute matches with Garcia or...
Yeah. Matches Cope should be losing, but
Griff
Cope
Garrison.
always wins.
Yeah.
Griff Garrison?
Yeah, we had a match
Yeah.
with him.
Where
People
is
used
he?
to say Griff looked like Edge, didn't they?
Oh, right, yes.
And then they had a match. Yeah,
He had an interaction with Big Bill, actually, who people have said that he looks like his big twin or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
So I just fear that maybe Cope would be the one to win this because Cope's involved. And more often than not, Cope just wins.
You think he's going to
And he-
beat Moxley?
Wait, it's Cope,
Duh,
isn't it?
duh.
You can't rule it out, can you? Based off how he's been using AEW so far.
I think Moxley will do something heinous to Adam Copeland. And then...
No.
Well, like a hammerlock.
Stop it. He's fought back into the ring.
No, but why bring that up? I've been injured loads of times, me.
Oh, crap.
Right,
I
it's not a way to
realised,
build
though,
yourself up.
Like, I liked your idea as well, which I think they might and should go with, which is that Darby's finally the one to vanquish him. But that's when Christian comes back
Yeah,
with his
cashes
title
in.
shot. But you know who makes more sense if Christian screws out of his...
Actually,
if Edge beats Moxley, I don't know what I'll do. I'll be fuming.
I actually like the idea of Cope turning heel and joining Christian because he's like,
Yeah, I'd
no,
like that.
I'm better than the young. If they do that, I'd be so happy.
Yeah,
That'd
I'd
be
like
fantastic.
that.
Because right now, I don't like you as a face. Go away,
I don't
sit
like
down,
him as a face either.
go watch Boss and Gromit.
He's
Man.
too up himself to be a face, in my opinion, at the minute.
He's always been a better heel.
Yeah.
He's Edge.
Cope.
No. Say it. What's his name?
Adam Copeland.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Shortened to Cope on occasion.
Up into land.
It's when Excalibur started saying it, I was like, oh, it's his real ring name
Yeah.
now. It's real.
Mariah May cuts a promo backstage. She wants the women in the Casino Gauntlet to dance for her like marionettes before she cuts their strings. Harley Cameron flies into frame and suggests a match on Collision. Mariah doesn't want to give her a shot at the belt, but Harley's fine with it being a non-title match. She just wants hot girl craps. Meltzer liked this segment. Mariah agrees and says she'll rip Harley's head off. Harley says Mariah will feel the wrath.
First, she tries to hide it because she doesn't want to say it. And then Mariah coaxes it out of her and she screams it. And she's the best person in AEW, probably.
Harley Cameron, absolutely.
Yeah.
She's not even human, is she?
No.
The way she delivered that final line is a cartoon character. It's not a real human.
Yeah.
She's
She's
two-dimensional.
like Yzma from The Emperor's New Groove.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And she just needs a cronk to be... I don't know if they're still together, but I saw that Harley Cameron was with Zion Quinn.
They were, yeah.
Are they still?
I don't know.
No, same.
I like how I've become this guy who just...
Yeah. But the thing is, you do know. What's the name of this wrestler's dog? And you straight away know it. It's like a wrestler's theme.
Oh, but I stalk one band from New York. And anyway...
Yeah, because Ross isn't going, God, I wish I was Mrs. Zion Quinn.
How do you know?
I wish I was... We all wish we were
Ross
Mrs.
keeps his
Zion.
thoughts about being Mrs. Zion Quinn to himself.
We
That's
all
the
do
issue.
wish we were... He's a very handsome man.
Oh, I just love following a dog on Instagram. So when I saw like wrestlers and dogs, just two worlds coming together, isn't it?
Here, Harley made Mariah's promo acting style seem like subtle and understated. But it was great. It was just so funny that it came after this really serious cope segment. And then we've got, scheming.
They could have put that before that, in between these two serious bits, with two old fellas going, I can win the title, mate.
Yeah, but still, I liked it. Harley Cameron's great.
Harley Cameron at the Chelsea Green of AEW.
Yeah.
That feud with Tony Storm that should happen soonish with Harley Cameron will be generational. The promos. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Next is a triple threat match to determine the number one entrant in the Casino Gauntlet. Willow Nightingale versus Chris Statlander versus that plucky newcomer, Tony Storm. How's she getting a match this early then?
I know, that's what I was thinking. How's she going to keep up with these two? How is she?
Statlander ends up getting the win after hitting a finisher on Storm, which I was surprised at.
So was I.
She's only been wrestling for about a year.
I know.
Okay.
Is acting like early? Is acting like a young her making her more likely to take losses? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, that was confusing to me. Like,
Yeah.
how far are we going with this thing? But
Statlander should have, having pinned Tony Storm, who, as we've said before, rarely loses, should have done like the shocked, like when Paige beat, was it Charlotte to win the NXT title?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've beaten Tony Storm.
a dejected Tony is interviewed after the break and admits she isn't ready for the big time yet, but Statlander really deserved
It was
it.
AJ Lee, sorry, who had Paige beat.
Oh, the night after WrestleMania.
After, it wasn't on
is that what
NXT,
you're
sorry.
referring to? Right,
It was when
okay,
she
sorry.
won, I meant when she won the Divas
I
belt.
can remember what you were referring to be honest with you.
When she beat her on her first night on Raw. Went like,
Storm vows to keep working hard and says it can't be Tony time all the time.
she's so sad.
And then she says she's sorry and then walks off.
I'm so sorry. I'll keep grinding.
The match was very good, though. Despite her lack of in-ring time, I guess she kept it well. Did Tony Storm kicking out of a DVD from Willow, which was nice. She wasn't able to kick out a Statlander's finish, which looked gnarly as well. And now Statlander's number one in the Gauntlet next week, which is good. That's where you want to be, so you get the fall before everyone else comes in.
I remember a similar gimmick to
Sure.
No, it's a yes.
Yes.
100% yes.
Well,
Well,
let's
this
debate
discussion
again. No,
before.
yeah, go on, Jack. Yeah, you're right.
Do you remember when? Did you see when Spud did this in like the sort of early Progress days? He did a similar gimmick to Tony Storm's here. Drake Maverick Spud. He did a thing where he did an angle where he hit his head and got amnesia and thought it was like 2005.
I do remember this because he was advertised on MySpace.
Yeah. He'd
I do
do
remember.
vignettes where he's like setting up the chairs before the show.
Yes.
And then he interviewed. He's like, there's a fan in the queue, and he's wearing an AJ Styles shirt, and he goes, AJ Styles, he's going to be NWA TNA champion. That was really, really good.
God, I forgot about that. God, that was an early gimmick.
Quite creative, his Spud.
He's great. I'm glad he's doing creative stuff now. And then the main event, Kenny Omega arrives to make his return promo. I just thought how funny it would be if he just did it like The Rock. Just like, it's great watching it. It's glad you've all come to watch AEW Dynamite. Obviously, New Japan's the sexy ticket, but
We
nice
also
to come
expected
here.
to pull a rabbit out of a hat with that stupid theme of his.
Oh, look at you.
Get some white gloves on, will you, Kenny?
I'm just imagining the Blue Man Group or something.
He talks about diverticulitis.
Diverticulitis. It's a shame that
come
you-
on.
it's a
No,
shame
you gotta
that-
say that.
it's a
correctly.
shame-
Laryngitis.
It's a shame that we're all laughing because it's like proper
really
bad.
bad.
like,
Oh,
really
yeah, out of
silly.
context. Wait, they're laughing at my pronunciation. Like,
Yeah.
these horrible bastards on the podcast are laughing at this.
Lesnar had it And then had an MMA fight. I think it was against Overeem, who decided to kick him in the body lots of times and won. I'm like, yeah, I mean,
Giant thing hit me here.
oh God.
He hasn't checked himself into a hospital. Oh, if he hadn't checked himself into a hospital a year ago, he could have died. After surgery, Kenny just wanted to know when he could return to the ring, but the doctor told him he'd be lucky to return to his normal way of life, let alone wrestling. Kenny says he pushed himself too hard and ended up back in hospital several times. He started to think giving up might be the safest option, but he realized being in front of the fans was his purpose in life. He tested this theory a few days ago in Tokyo, and now he's back in AEW to give everything he has. Even though he can't do all the things he used to, Kenny is now free of distractions like money, power, and revenge. He can still prove that he's the best. Don Callis interrupts and begins to cut a promo on the ramp, but Kenny chases him up to the stage and attacks. Brian Cage and Lance Archer rush out to beat Omega down, and Fletcher joins him in the ring. Cage hits Kenny in the stomach, and they prepare to finish him off, but Will Ospreay makes a save with a chair. Omega and Ospreay have a little stare down to end the show. Maybe they'll be friends now.
Maybe.
Aww. It's an interesting
The Golden
one.
Brothers.
The Golden Brovs.
Because he was in the Golden Lovers with Kota Ibushi.
No.
He was barred from the Tokyo. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, it's an
you're
interesting
barred.
one. Seeing him and Ospreay potentially linking up together, or are they feuding? We
What
don't
a
know
super
quite yet.
team, Ross, it would be.
Yeah. But it's just like Kenny Omega's like, he's missed a long while now of like wrestling. So you're thinking you want to make him like the thing. Like, we're getting him and Okada at All In, which I've just checked is in July. So there's a fair way to go until then.
God, is that where it's billed for?
Yeah,
Or
July.
rumored to be for?
Wait, it was
They've got Maximum
World's
Carnage
End
coming up.
when Kenny presents the title to Okada.
That is a long build.
The signs in the sky behind him, and the cameras just keep going like basically just
Right,
doing that to the
right,
side
right.
while they're in the foreground. It's quite funny.
That's a long time to go
Yeah.
for one match.
I was just expecting Kenny to come back and like just be like, I don't want to say like a final boss, but you know what I mean? Just in the main event
I get
picture.
you, yeah.
No messing about.
Yeah.
Like a special attraction
Yeah,
as well.
so they potentially see him like in a tag team. While it will be good, it just feels a bit, I'm intrigued to see where it goes.
Yeah. Also, 3 promos where on the one show where a guy's going, I've not got much left in us, like.
Yeah, but this one was, I think, the most effective of
Ooh.
the 3. And Jarrett's was all right. Just Copes that wasn't. But I think that it was... Because Kenny can normally... He struggles to do sincere sometimes because he's so, like over the top and that. But I thought this one was pretty good. And I found it quite sad. Like, his whole stuff about... Like, in an effective way, but also it felt real. Like him saying, like, my body's breaking down. I can't do what I used to. But I literally... This is what I do, and I can't walk away from it. I thought, Christ, that's true for so many wrestlers. It's quite sad.
It was like saying the quiet bit loud. You're like,
Yeah.
I'm really sorry to hear this. I nearly died. I had 2 feet of intestines taken out. I'm all this, I'm all that, but I still want to wrestle. You're like, don't, mate.
I know everyone's going, yeah.
Can you do something else? I
I
don't want you to
know.
get
Be a
hurt.
magician, you've got the music already.
Play Smash Brothers.
I felt like those Cactus Jack promos he did in ECW going like, the anti-hardcore stuff, just amazing. Going like, my glasses can't, let me put on my glasses. Can't go properly because I've got half an ear because I'm hardcore. It really felt like that. It was supposed to be a face return. Of course, and then he started teaming up with Ospreay, who famously, these guys, and, beefing with Fletcher and all the rest, who don't take any bumps in their matches. Just fat, lazy lads. Don't do anything. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I'm worried.
Maybe that's why then.
I
So
didn't worry about him.
He doesn't have to do much like actual wrestling. He can just come in for the high spots, and Ospreay can.
Oh, like when Roman Reigns first returned in 2020, it's just like, all right, and that tag pin, that's it. Yeah, I'll
I
be
can't
alright with that.
imagine Omega doing that.
Nah, it's not going to work.
He's going to be doing all sorts of stuff. And he did warn us. He said, I can't do what I used to. He looked pretty good against Gabe Kidd, though. He looked like he's... Yeah.
Right.
I think the match was as much a return for Omega, but it was also like a bit of a showcase for Gabe as well. Like, he got to do loads of stuff.
He looked more muscular, Kenny, to me. I don't know about you.
He looked wham.
Toned.
Vascular.
Yeah, how's it going? Slim, trim,
Okay.
buff, cut, rib, chiseled and jacked.
Was Devon a body guy when they used to do that entrance, that intro? Or was he just... I don't know.
You couldn't tell he's,
wearing
got
a shirt.
dungarees on in his
Yeah.
shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, big arms, though.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, yes. Shocking news from Chris Van Vliet.
Oh, no.
Rollins has revealed his best friends that he's met through wrestling.
Ooh.
Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, John Moxley, Castagnoli, Roman Reigns, and Cody Rhodes.
None of those are... Wait, what?
Wow, unbelievable. It's the most predictable list ever.
Excuse me, those last 2 there.
What about Becky
his
Lynch?
biggest-
Are they not friends?
No.
You can't be friends and lovers, can
More
you?
than
Of course you can.
He's just listed some of them.
Nobody told me that. But those last two there, shocking.
What, Cody Rhodes?
He's still embroiled in heated stuff with them on
Triple
television.
H has killed kayfabe at the start of Netflix. It's fine.
Oh my goodness, I am appalled. Just to clarify, that was a sarcastic thing.
can't-
Oh, okay. You're such a good actor.
I can't imagine
like
Rollins.
Rollins.
I can't imagine Rollins and Moxley getting along. I can't imagine Moxley getting along with anyone. Not even Renee. I think he likes her because she leaves him alone sometimes.
She knows when he wants to just go do drugs and read books in the library.
He doesn't do drugs anymore.
He used to do this.
Well,
I'm
he used
sorry.
to drink. I don't know if he did drugs.
Oh, he did in the library.
Is that? Oh God, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
What was it
It was
again?
in his autobiography.
I believe it was cocaine, and that's when he realised, I might have ADD if I just want to go and read books.
Oh.
It's like, have you done that? Yeah, it's a common symptom.
Right, you know how I read out earlier that it was 2-point-something million, the Netflix figures? Variety have gone with 4.9 million viewers.
They're getting the numbers from
globally.
WWE.
4.9 is globally. 2 point whatever was just US.
Just you,
Thanks, Joe.
That's a ridiculous number then for if that was just US. I thought it was all worldwide.
Wrestling is back.
Bloody hell. Oh, you know what? In that case then, everything we said about Raw, they should be celebratory. They should be patting their things on their thing.
Yes, but we have to be critics as well. We have to be vigilant.
Yeah, we have to. Whenever we say, we get called names anyway.
have to
So
dissect
just be
these
true
things.
to thyself.
Yes.
And that is the end of the wrestling.
Yes, it is.
Until next week, when it starts again.
Let's have a rummage in our mailbags.
The mailbag. What's it say? Hi, and Ty did the
Hi and Ty.
Like Hi and Ty, right? Hi and Ty did the Renos.
Hello.
Indeed. I hope you are all doing well. This is my first time writing in, but I have been watching since the olden days before any Adam graced a name redacted video. This now makes me old.
So you've been watching before us, even.
Apparently.
Jesus.
But enough about me. Let's get to my question, which will be a more serious one. Oh, no. After recently watching a video on a wrestler who went through a big body transformation, and it says here in quote marks, naturally, I began to wonder. Obviously, the wrestling landscape has seemingly moved away from the heavy substance issues of the past. But still, it seems to be an open secret that many wrestlers, male and female, still use steroids. Not naming any names, you don't need to. I wonder how you feel about this, as sometimes you do joke about the subject and a wrestler's physique being natural.
No,
Do you think if a wrestler does
We all
them,
do, don't
I
we?
don't do it.
they should be? I don't think I do. They should be open about it instead of denying it and possibly building an unattainable body image for audiences. I do hope my questions wasn't too much of a downer. Kind regards, Tsubasa Ozara, I think, of Nankatsu FC, aka IZ from Germany, or Easy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it's an interesting question.
Well, obviously, us being
Shift the
professional
gears.
bodybuilders, we know all about this.
I was going to say, I don't know enough about it to really
Bring the boom.
to know whether, you know.
Oh, there's telltale signs, obviously. The back acne, other
Yep.
things.
I can't even work
When a
out.
wrestler's head gets bigger for some reason, you're like, why is that happening?
I can't
Why's
even-
your skull gotten bigger?
I can't even work out whether it's taboo or not. Because I've seen the YouTube videos of lads going around bodybuilding conventions going like, how much do you weigh? What do you do? Blah, blah. Are you natural? And they go, no.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, so they don't care. Like, I don't understand if it's taboo or not. So I don't know enough about it to even begin. I don't know. But it's an interesting
But
question.
in terms of wrestling, you must have an opinion if you
I
care
think
or not.
this sounds so weird, especially in the age of social media and that, and when body image is such an important thing, and you can so easily get unrealistic expectations of yourself and all that sort of stuff. And I totally get it. But wrestling, I look at more as like superhero films or whatever. Like, if there's one instance where like you can accept someone on screen looking ridiculous, maybe wrestling's the one. I don't know.
It's an interesting subject.
I think wrestling should be a place where like, if no matter what your body type is, you can make an effective wrestler out of it. Like, if you're a bigger
Right.
lad, if you're a smaller lad, you can just adapt your wrestling style and be, you know, I don't think it should be like the 80s where like everyone's ridiculous. But I don't know. It's an interesting one.
And honestly, do I care if people are doing drugs? No. I care the after effects when they're, killing their
Yeah.
wives. That's obviously a big thing. I'll go, okay, that's a bit bad.
Or like even to themselves, like dying of heart issues. And,
Yeah. I understand, obviously, this is way too big a topic to be discussed as a nonchalant question on this daft podcast where you've said diddlers at the start. But yeah, there have been issues, obviously, with, again, The Rock. They keep on going that, yeah, he's 51, 52, whatever. He's all natural. You're like, you are out of your mind.
He's in the best shape of his life. If you look at the Rock,
All
when
natural, nothing but chicken and broccoli,
he's
whatever it is.
bigger than he was and has less body fat than he did at 30.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, and it's just people, this generation of people being raised going, well, if The Rock can do it, then I must be just not be working hard enough. And you're like, what, naturally? Like, no.
Some people just have freakish genetics, but we're not
going to get you so far.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting one, but I don't feel qualified at all.
I don't really care as much about what people are doing. I just care about people having to go, no, that's real. Like, no, that's something you believe in, man. That's not something, like, come on.
I agree with you in terms of, like, making sure people are healthy, not doing harm to themselves or the people around them, whatever. But in terms of, like, the aesthetics of professional wrestling, I agree with Jack. But the thing that used to bother me is just, like, when it became the standard.
Yeah.
Like, there was those few years where you had to be looking like Batista to get anywhere in wrestling.
Even naturally smaller guys like Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah.
Who blew himself up.
Just think about the late noughties in particular, like, how many people who were under the radar but didn't have that look were not like capitalized on and weren't exposed to how they should have been based on the skills with microphone or in ring, whatever. All shapes and sizes should be involved in wrestling. But if they want to use it, go for it as long as it's safe-ish. I think so. Which I guess you can never guarantee.
Yeah, it's weird, like people online. Maybe just because I'm all right watching independent wrestling for years and years and years, and I've seen all shapes and sizes. Don't really care that much. But the amount of criticism, just to point out someone, Adam Cole gets.
Yeah.
I mean, him turning yellow was funny. Okay, that's just something I'm gonna mock. But like, people, when that Excalibur image, when the Photoshopped image, and then Excalibur's absolutely went, "That's not a real image." Like,
really?
You acting like he's like E.T. or something. Like the way people are acting like the skinniest man ever is going to be wrestling and doing moves. I'm like, are you all right?
Cole's not even portrayed. He's not a power wrestler.
Yeah, he's not doing press slams to people.
He's got strikes and tactics and technique and all that sort of stuff, and he doesn't need to be ridiculous.
He still looks like an athlete.
Yeah.
Let's put him next to someone ordinary in the street, but he still looks amazing compared to them.
Most people, some people.
Most people, not Newcastle's, loads of fit people.
I was going to say this. I was thinking of all the gym lads. I was like,
we're really immediately contradicting ourselves here. But yeah, like what someone looks like has never been a thing for me.
No.
Me neither.
Especially, if you're good or not.
Especially if however you look works with your style and character. Yeah.
Imagine Dusty Rhodes like,
I know,
looking like Batista.
That's the perfect example.
Luke Littler.
Yeah, like,
Grado.
If Luke Littler was fit, I'd be like, whatever.
Imagine if Grado was Adam Maxton.
Oh.
No one would like him. Yeah. Nothing against Adam Maxton. He works for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Grado works for Grado.
Yeah. Look at me, I'm the everyman. No, you're not.
Oh, yeah. Count my arms. Yeah. I've lost count.
Start again. Hey, diddle diddle.
Hello.
Hey, diddle
Let's go
diddle.
from just the sublime ridiculous here on this podcast. On this last week's podcast, 365, the prediction special, you guys talked about Mustafa Ali's appearance on Chris Van Vliet's podcast and the last minute change to the 2019 men's Money in the Bank match that saw Brock win the briefcase. I'd almost successfully purged that moment from my brain, but this discussion brought the memories of that night in particular flooding back. As an interesting note, Money in the Bank 2019 took place on the same particular night and time. Is this right? As the series finale of Game of Thrones? Wow. I'm being so disappointed in the final season and having had the end of the show leaked and spoiled to me beforehand, right, that this decided I would rather watch Money in the Bank and hopefully not be quite as let down. And then, Brock. At this point in time, I was beyond done with Brock Lesnar as a performer and desperate for anything else. So once I saw him in the briefcase in his hands, I became so irrationally upset at the mix of Vince for booking the result and the hot garbage that was taking place on HBO at the same time that I made the following, admittedly shameful statement. I'm about 4 seconds away from driving to WWE headquarters tomorrow and shooting Vince McMahon in the back. Not to kill, but to paralyze him, so his insufferable ass has to live in misery. End quote. That's a quote. Don't want to hear this one of the bloody quote things a month ago.
All right. Hardcore Hollyism there, isn't it? I'll drive him in the woods and I'll put ants in his eyes.
And this is from Tommy Dreamer. As wild as a statement that might have been, it at least seems like it's aged well the last couple of years. No, don't try and retcon yourself into being a hero here, pal. My question for you all, what is the most I hate this word.
Disproportionate.
Thank you. Response, either positive or negative to a booking decision that you can recall. Very truly yours, Greg the Pedo.
Wait, what? Wait.
Swear to God. AKA Matt from Tampa. P.S. to Pachidi. Yes, the nickname did stick. Thanks for. Oh, I very
That's a
vaguely
Pachidi joke. I see.
Oh.
Most disproportionate reaction, either positive or negative, to a booking decision.
By the way, that's staggering. That. What a horrible, horrible night for endings. Game of Thrones and Money Back 2019. Jesus.
Yeah.
I guess mine's when Ronda Rousey started going hammer and tongue on Stephanie McMahon. I got really passionately into that.
That was a very
That
very
was
good
a
match,
great
though.
time.
To the point where it looked like I was enjoying seeing a lady being harmed, but that wasn't it. It was just the fact we sat through several years of Stephanie McMahon being booked like is the be-all and end-all.
Yeah.
So many people suffered to make her look better, and it didn't go anywhere. So that was that relief coming out there.
That match was, and Ronda was really new and fresh in WWE, and
That was
match
her
was
first match, yeah.
that match was exactly what it should have been. That mixed tag. She beat up Triple H a bit.
Yeah, that was great.
It was really good. It
I'm
was the
trying to
best
remember-
match of that year's WrestleMania.
You guys probably answer this one for me because a lot of crap I've spewed on people here or don't
Anything
like.
with Ethan Page.
Yeah, there you go. Paige, Lexis King, everyone else that people like now a lot. And I'm like, oh, really? I'm alone in this?
The most disproportionate.
There's been so much negativity.
Have you
on
ever
this
seen
podcast.
that, Joel, by the way?
What?
My reaction to Stephanie McMahon getting...
Don't think so.
God, isn't that amazing?
Kill Ronda, kill. I was there. My ears have never recovered. It was passionate, it was loud. It was a great moment.
I know one moment from the podcast, by the way, a really early one, where a guy wrote in a letter, and I was obviously getting used to the idea of being, likable. And the guy said, like, it was to set up. I think it was to set up a joke or something. But I laughed at the wrong bit, and he went like, I tripped, and when I was walking through my room, and my eye hit the side of the table, and I started laughing then. And that was absolutely not the moment I was supposed to be laughing at. I remember you guys kind of be like, oh no. I think that would be a good one. It was like, no, Maffew, pretend that you wouldn't do this. At
3
home
years
by yourself
later,
if
I've
you
finally
read
got out of
this.
hospital.
Yeah.
And
No,
right in
really?
the-
And they'll be like, no, Maffew, for the love of God, this is not the bit you're supposed to be laughing at.
Wow. I'm trying to think of one for myself, and I just can't. Probably when I was drunk the other week, and I told Rampage that if he lost to Trent Seven, I would have left the building. So that one, I'll say that one.
Yeah.
I just can't be having Trent beating Rampage. That's all.
You must have done a reaction in Germany. You've seen something happen.
Oh,
No, that wasn't
I mean-
disproportionate. That was like a big moment.
Yeah, that's what I mean, disproportionate.
The one where
One I booed. What was the tag team? Oni Lorcan and who was the governor? What was his name in NXT?
Oh, Danny Burch.
Danny
Danny
Burch,
Burch.
yeah.
They get sent over because WWE had taken all the good teams from DXV. And they won in night one. And it was like, oh, great. Yeah, cheers. We're going to, like, the D-level NXT team advance at the finals.
They were a good
Fantastic.
team.
Yeah, but it was just not the
Okay.
mood. I booed so loud afterwards, and I timed it just right. The music came down, and, he's going to go grab the mic and say, thanks to be here in Germany, like bloody Osprey with Buddy Murphy. And it was just a well-timed, it was loud. And he went, oh, it's always somebody, isn't there? And I'm like, no, don't take all the food off the table, then be happy we've got crumbs to eat, pal.
Oh.
Yeah, it was like that.
my.
And then they lost in the finals, and everyone else is like, yay! Cheering the supposed heels of EXV.
Trust the process, Matthew. I'll go for a live one then, because in WCPW, for some reason, there was a run of shows where I managed to. It was like a week of shows, and I managed to some nights managed to. I was always somehow free to watch we had the German lads over. It's reminded me you saw my Germany. It was Tarkan Aslan and Lucky Kid.
That's right, yeah.
Who's now can't remember his new name, but Lucky Kid and Tarkan Aslan, the Lions or whatever they were.
Oh, yeah.
And they were really good and exciting. And for some reason, me and one of the other lads who worked there decided we were going to support them like a football team. And they always lost, but it was fun to believe. They would get battered by the War Raiders.
Yeah. Also, when I was at a show in Ohio, and it was at a convention. I'll be very quick here because I'm rambling. There's a guy dressed up as Winnie the Pooh, and he was wrestling some other dude. It wasn't a very serious wrestling thing, but he tied a balloon to him so he could climb the top rope, like what Winnie the Pooh did that one time. And after 3 days of just not sleeping, I howled with laughter.
That is funny.
And I got a best match ever chant going.
Very good.
Hi guys,
Hi, guys.
you've mentioned
guys.
Gabe Kidd. We both have, but the WCW version a few times on the podcast. So because I was too young to grasp the graps, that's good that, I thought I misread it. Grasp the graps when WCPW was a thing. I've been taking a trip down memory lane to see what he was about. One question, what happened to his innocent little cherub? I watched a couple of his matches against the likes of Drake and Prince Amin, and I can't believe this is the same AEW hating Kenny Omega battering son of a gun we're seeing today. Any fun stories about Gabe that could be shared on the podcast? Thank you for all that you do. Jenny from Plymouth. Thank you,
Jenny. I don't know, because when we knew him, he was that sweet innocent boy. So I don't really have any stories.
I think the only story I remember.
Oh God, what's this going to be?
No, there's another show. It was at that weird show where it was at the Northumbria Uni, which is a regular haunt for them, but the crowd was just so bloody quiet.
For us? For WCPW?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And it was Walter's first appearance. Remember that? Okay. And crowd, nothing. Absolutely zilch. And I'm like cheering him on, obviously, because I'm a weirdo. And Gabe Kidd had a match against somebody. And Gabe Kidd was doing his boatman. The long boatman. I can't remember what it was about. The life boatman.
That's Matthew's favourite Gabe Kidd.
And he was putting on...
We would have already left by this point, I think.
Yeah. And he's putting on weight. And I said, "Oh, are you doing all right?" Because then after a while, I saw him later on, and he was looking way better. And he goes, "You all right?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm not dirty bulking anymore. I'm bulking properly. That's what I was doing. Was the
Oh, where you just eat more calories, however you can.
Yeah, he was just eating cake, basically.
Fair.
And he
that
came
sounds
out
more fun though.
Yeah, and he was being a heel and grumpy and stuff like that. And he was just wrestling like Stan Hansen and all this stuff. I'm like, all right. And again, crowd was just, it was a weird night because the crowd were just dead. And so I'm like, well, I'm going to boo him just to help out. Boo, boo. And like, I was right next to the guardrail. So I'm like, shoved the guardrail. So bang, clangs. So it looked like it was going to take us out. And the crowd like, ooh. And I'm like, yeah. And afterwards, I was like, yeah, all right, boss. Because, oh, yeah, thank you for booing us. You know? It's like, oh, phew.
You're the best tag team partner he ever had.
But I guess a bunch of people were like, oh, my God, Maffew and Gabe Kidd have got shoot heat.
I've got no stories. He was just a nice fella just to talk to.
He was a young lad.
Yeah, Nottingham Forest and that sort of stuff. And always used to laugh because I used to big up Prince Amin in my videos back in the day. Yeah. So Prince Amin would start wearing King Ross merch on WCPW shows. And because Gabe was Prince Amin's servant for a while because he lost a match to him, that would mean Gabe would have to wear the T-shirt as well. He never really smiled while doing so.
That's the character. He's meant to be the servant.
I felt, there was a deepness to the smile there, the lack of smile that was almost real.
He lost his smile in the merch.
I think that's for some reason we got into a habit of taking selfies together with the Snapchat like rabbit ears on. And I look back at that and think
That was
the style at the time.
We took little weird weeby furry weeby photos. I don't know, and then
hiding in plain sight.
Shared them on Twitter and that. No, I put them on Twitter and that. And now I look at him and think, wow, you've changed a lot there. Last time I saw him was at the North show in London in the Electric Ballroom. And we were both entering the building at the same time. And I went, oh, mate. And I haven't seen him for years since he became a madman, you know. And I was like, why are you like drinking on the streets of Japan and harassing Japanese people? He was like, they love it, mate. I was like, oh, you've changed. Scared of you now.
Oh, bless.
No,
I think someone else was like, oh, you're looking great and all this. He's like, yeah, thanks, I know.
It's mint that he's doing well because he went through a bad patch as well and came back from it. Yeah. And also in WCPW, he was game for anything. So like, he did the stupid losing streak storyline. He did the stuff with Prince Amin. He did all that.
He's there on the streets of Newcastle. You know, just then Gabe's like, Gabe, no, that's him, Maffew. Prince Amin's just like, wear this servant. And he's like, oh, do I have to? And like, oh, you're on Hippie Green doing this. He was
carrying him around Hippie Green, wasn't he? Yeah.
He did all that. He did. And then I think it was when we had Suzuki over. And it was before the show, and Suzuki and Desperado were just wrestling in the ring, practicing. And Gabe just went in and was like, can I join in? And then Suzuki was like, yeah, and started showing him.
He started doing Irish whips.
Started like grappling with him and then getting Desperado to grapple with him and give him pointers and that. And I thought, oh my God. And I was stood with like quite a few of the wrestlers all watching, going like, whoa. And someone, I can't remember who it was, but someone was like, that's what Gabe does. He'll just go up to anyone and just ask for, and it's all paid off. Nice. Now Tanahashi cries over him.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Answer that every unanswered question is always going to be no. So. And ask quite. Oh, bollocks that up.
It turns out you've just got to try really hard and be really good at stuff to succeed.
Now, good. We didn't say, oh, you know what, Gabe Kidd, he's overrated. Well done, pal. Thank you very much for your questions. Mailbag at cultaholic.com. Wrist piss from the very recent vault. Ooh. Good evening.
Good evening.
And Happy New Year, dear
Happy
diddlers.
New Year.
With the launch of Raw on Netflix, we've reached another milestone in the ongoing wrestling boom. And the immortal words of The Rock, wrestling is cool again. Well, now you've said it's not. Of course, Cultaholic has played a huge part in this resurgence. I mean,
I don't think so.
Thank you very much for saying so. The boom has officially arrived in my home country of Germany. Oh, hello. Last weekend, for the first time ever, a celebrity wrestling show was broadcast. I heard about this. Was broadcast on German TV. German celebrities teamed up with wrestling stars like Axel Tischer. I got it right. WWE
Alexander
I
Wolf.
corrected him. Yeah, Alexander.
One mistake.
VXB champion Peter Tahani. He's great.
Oh, Peter Tahani, yeah.
Smoke weed with him. Cash Money
You can't do that. You can't just drop that in.
All right, I didn't smoke weed with Peter Tahani.
Oh, yeah, Peter Tahani.
And Claudio Castagnoli. The celebrity's performance was really strong. I really enjoyed the show. It was exciting to see how celebrity involvement in wrestling has evolved over the years. From Pat McAfee to Logan Paul, Bad Bunny, Shaq, and even WrestleMania champion Snoop Dogg. Celebrities continue to bring new eyes to the sport, especially now in the Netflix era. I have to pause, by the way. Did you know one of the people, the celebrities that was on the show, was Evil Jared from the Bloodhound Gang? Unbelievable.
No.
No one else cares about that. No one else cares about that. I will move on. I'm sorry. And of course, let's not forget the Rizzler, Big Boom AJ, and his son. Cruelly denying the other one.
Justice.
Speaking of the Rizzler and Big Boom AJ, when it comes to deciding if wrestlers have the Riz, bring the boom, or neither, there's no better authority than you guys.
Oh, no.
Rizzy, Drip Drip, Twiddell, and the crew. Big Joel, the Jizzler. Is that me?
Yeah.
And the... Oh, really? And the JJ, bringing the boom every week.
Was that what mine was? Jay the Jay.
Tubman made them. I don't know.
Oh, right. I thought it was you.
The only input
I thought
I
it
had
was
was
you.
the Jizzler because he was like, "What do I call him?" So I was like, "Just call him the Jizzler."
I'll take it. Here's a list of wrestlers. Help me decide if they've got the Riz, bring the boom, or neither. I'm not entirely sure about these ones. I'm not entirely sure about this question, mate. Only active wrestlers are included, so unfortunately no Ricky Rizzy Starks or Boom Boom Colt Cabana this time. I get it. Greetings from Cologne. That thing that Charlton needs.
I wish
Keep
I had.
fingering.
Why did I keep saying Peter Tahani in the German voice if they're from Cologne? Or
Keep-
Köln?
Keep fingering. Long-time fan and listener, Paul the Pork.
Paul,
A.K. Olaf.
Olaf.
A.K. Tipping Point host Ben Shepherd. What? P.S. I visited the UK 4 times last year and fell in love with Greg's sausage rolls, all thanks to this podcast. Without it, I would have missed out on such an essential part of British life.
Yeah. It's a great email. I'm
go
so
home now after that
sorry. I'm
question.
so
All right,
sorry
after
for the
answering that.
So
German
we have to
accent.
work out who's got
If
the
they-
boom and who's got the Riz.
Yeah. Who brings the boom? Who's got the Riz? Or neither?
Cody Rhodes.
He
Boom.
brings the boom.
He's got the Riz with the suits.
Oh, okay. Lexus King.
He has both.
He's got neither.
Neither. Come on now. Nathan Fraser.
He brings the
He
boom.
brings the boom.
Neither. What?
He
What
brings the
boom?
boom.
His matches, he brings
Yeah,
the
he
boom.
does.
He doesn't bring the selling.
The hard-hitting home booms.
He didn't sell one.
Oh, don't worry.
match.
Nathan Fraser, you know what? I'll take it back. You got the boom. Next guy, Chris Jericho.
He
He used to bring the boom.
used to have the Riz.
Now he has neither.
Yeah.
Now let's do a quiz.
Tonga Loa.
He's a good-looking chap. Maybe he's got the Riz, but I don't think he brings the boom, unfortunately, at this current time.
I think he's got the Riz. Certainly hasn't got the boom.
I agree with that. Ridge Holland.
He brings the boom.
There has never
What
been a
else he
more
does?
clear neither in the history of this wrist piss.
Yeah. Come on. Ricochet.
He has like anti-Riz deliberately, and of course brings the boom.
I don't know, with his clothes and his dharmas, he's got the Riz.
Oh, if you look at, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say, if you look at his exes, they're all. I shouldn't have said that. He's clearly
Jack saying the quiet bit loud again.
no. I mean, also
He's going above his weight.
He himself. No, he's a handsome man as well, of course. Ever since he went bald, ironically.
Who are his exes apart from TB?
Oh, no.
Or not TB?
Katana Chance,
Oh, yes, of course.
Tessa Blanchard.
That was TB.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's still be livid.
And then obviously, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
Adam Cole.
He doesn't have it anymore. He lost the Riz, but he still brings the boom because that's his gimmick.
Exactly, that's the answer.
Yeah.
Right now, neither.
He's not even
but he
bringing the
did have
boom.
it. It's just this MJF feud is doing him no favors. Jack Perry.
I think he has the Riz because as bad as his gimmick gets, he just doesn't care. And I think I respect that. I don't think he brings the boom, but I think he's got the Riz.
There's something about him, because Anna Jay wouldn't suffer fools, I don't think.
No.
It's all going on in real life. That's so funny.
But I would say neither.
He told the story of how they got together, and he was so calm and cocky about it. He was like, yeah, we were at a party, and she said she fancied me or whatever. All right, mate.
This is not your nightmare. Hearing
And then she
stories of this.
farted. Because of that bit of a feet.
But only 3/4 of the way through the night.
And she farted.
Just for people who haven't been listening recently, her theme about 1 minute, something in, it sounds like a fart.
Why is my worst nightmare that, Matthew? Why are you
No, just
saying-
hearing about these stories about cocky men doing stuff with ease. You don't seem to like that.
You know that... Oh, I don't know.
There you go. There's an instinctive thing you want to say
That's
there.
fine. I was going to go, off camera, I'm a bit more normal than this.
Wow, that was not a good way to defend yourself. Bless you. Jack Perry, I'll say he's got the Riz, at least, because of that lovely hair. I'll give him that. But no.
He's got the frizz more like.
Well done. Well done. Jack Cope. That's not a request. I'm saying his name.
I'm trying, but he's got neither, unfortunately.
No.
Currently neither, but he used to definitely have the boom.
He used to have both, I'd say.
I don't know. I always thought the pleather coats and whatnot was a bit too much.
Okay,
I'm
fair enough.
with you. Yeah. Uncle Howdy.
He brings the boom.
Yes,
The boom? Is that...
he brings the boom.
I mean, I like his gear. I'd say the Riz.
Fair enough.
Natalia.
She is a nice lady, but I don't know if either thing qualifies.
I'd say she's got the Riz, Natalia.
Okay.
She's got the Riz.
NXT Natalia, both.
Oh, NXT
Yeah.
Natalia, yeah. Yeah, everyone else. She's got...
NXT Natalia.
Do you remember when she came back
Yeah,
on
she
NXT
comes out,
and
she's
everyone,
like-
everyone,
Oh, right, yeah,
She has
sorry.
the Austin 99 pop.
Generational pop, yeah.
Wheeler Yuta.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
You're being very mean, Ben Shepherd.
I think he brings the boom. All right.
What?
Neither.
He wrestles good matches.
Nothing about his character says that he has either of these things.
No, he's not got either.
He needs a haircut.
He had a match with Moxley once where he,
Needs
bled
a
all,
haircut.
where he bled all over the place and everyone went, oh my God.
Yeah, that was 3 years ago.
Maybe longer. Yeah.
Harley Cameron.
Both.
Both.
But especially the Riz.
Yeah,
She's
especially
hilarious.
the boom. Carmelo Hayes.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's been stripped of the Riz.
Yeah, he has. I can't.
No, I think he's got the Riz, he hasn't got the boom.
Maybe
I-
no, because he's now a
no,
dog. He's
I
now a
think-
delusional dog,
Yeah, he's
isn't
like
he?
he's like Ricochet, but not ironic.
Yeah.
I think that.
Wow, that's a really good description, actually.
I think that Mello still brings the boom. His matches with anyone are still always above a certain level, but he hasn't got the Riz anymore. He can get it back. Trick helped him with his Riz a lot back in the day.
Yeah, SmackDown, Carmelo Hayes, no. Karrion Kross.
He's refound his Riz.
He's got the Riz.
He's got the Riz.
Yeah, okay. Now I'll say he's improved.
But then the bell rings, lads.
Oh
He
no!
hasn't got the
Oh,
boom.
no. Who was it the other day saying he should be a world champion? Some like retired.
Oh, yeah, who was it?
Yeah, someone went. I just clicked on this headline that was like so and so says this WWE superstar should be a future world champion. I clicked on it. I was like,
Let's just blame Fraser.
Fraser. It wasn't one of ours.
Yeah, I'd hope not.
Oh.
Someone in the office has said that, though. Is it Andrew?
It's just someone who doesn't watch the product.
Someone. Oh yeah, it might be like Nash or someone. I can't remember who it was.
It's one of the one of the delivery
I'm gonna
men.
find
Jesse
out.
Ventura.
A Just Eat delivery
Carry
driver was
on
like,
and
"Do you watch
on.
wrestling?" Oh, that Karrion Kross.
Carry on, and I'll find out.
Nick-
Carry on.
Nikita Lyons.
Neither. Try hard.
She's got the Riz. She had a Shante. She
what?
had the Shante the Adonis tripping over himself. And Kenny
get away from her.
And Kenny Omega said she was a big, beautiful lady. So I'm going. So it was the least Omega thing I've ever heard. So because people are saying she's like a girl, him or something because of the hair. Don't say on the
Wrestling
knees.
fans
Don't
are
say
just-
on the knees. I'll say she's got the Riz.
No. Giovanni Vinci.
He's
Riz.
got the Riz.
Yeah, absolutely. All Riz.
Where's he gone?
To the Riz shop to get more Riz because he ran out. Ethan Page.
He has a certain Riz about him. He was the best in the promo with The Rock, so that's
The
something.
worst The Rock's ever been.
He has the Riz in spades. And he can also bring the boom to Siobhan's face. So I'll
Yeah.
argue both.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back to hating him. He's back to hating him. For those
Ethan
playing along
Page
at home.
definitely has the Riz.
I can't
am a
find this
positive
news story.
person.
I think it's just disappeared.
Do you dream about it?
I think someone
Ross
said it in
heard
the
it as
office.
well.
Yeah, someone said it in the office.
Jamie Hayter in brackets Scooby Doo version.
She used to have both, and now I only think she brings the boom, unfortunately.
I'd agree.
Wow.
No, I think she has the Riz more than the boom.
Yeah. I just prefer what she used to, when she didn't talk as much, which
terrible.
sounds terrible. But it's just a mate.
What are you
Hello,
laughing at, man?
Just full on analysis
Yeah.
of what you got. I like her gear.
I don't care about the gear. I just think that the presentation was complete before she got injured.
Does she still have the same theme?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough then.
What a time that was at Wembley.
Yes, it was. Good times. And it's not been anywhere near that level since because AEW. That was a lovely series of questions there from Tipping
He's
Point host Ben
fed-pilled.
Shepherd. Yes, that's fed-pilled. Thank you very much. If you have any other Reese's Pieces, please send them to mailbag@cultaholic.com.
It's Cultaholics.
It's the end of the show. That's
It's the end of the show.
Yeah. But just a little bit more time left for the magnificent producers. Reno 2200.
From the future.
It's future time. Sorry, that was.
Noah Anderson.
Is Noah evil? No, he's not.
You're not doing a second Anderson?
Anderson.
Yeah, you mother.
I know you wait until you say the next one.
Oh,
before
I
cutting you off,
see. Oh, there was a timing issue. I see. Levi LaRue.
yeah. Going in for the kill.
Jesus Christ.
Doing it for the thrill of it.
We're doing it like Cope's promo where he went, who's better than me?
Broke my legs. Jimmy Gillen.
Killing in the name of. We need to pick one for Jimmy and commit to it.
You're looking good. Sorry. The
Larry
most-
Robb.
Larry Robb, master of the Patreon. I forget the next line every time.
Tear of Grace.
Best there was, isn't
Yeah,
it?
Brett, he's all right, yeah.
You should. What I say this every time. He does Binding of Isaac on YouTube. You can
Yeah,
watch
he
him.
does.
Tear of Grace.
I
Everyone,
like
check him out.
him. Lord Bushi.
What was it? The Mighty Bushi. The Mighty Bushi.
Kendrick Alltop. Near bottom.
You must be a Kendrick Lamar song.
Mustard.
Oh, yeah, Mustard.
Alltop.
Also,
Mustard of
unless
puppets.
he's a Drake fan, and yeah, Mustard of Puppet.
I don't think he proudly
Hey
admit that.
now, Kendrick Alltop. That was
Oh,
it. That
there's
was
the
it.
one.
That was it. That was it.
Well done. And a big question is...
Oh, yeah.
Who...
Well done to us. We did it,
Like
guys.
WWE, aren't we great?
Seamless every time.
The big question is, who will benefit most from WWE being on Netflix?
Inspired by the earlier shout that I gave, where I said that Rhea Ripley would like go thermonuclear with her popularity, because I just think people will tune in and go, "Who the hell?" It's happened to her before. Where I'm sure she got a little burst on Twitter of like non-wrestling fans were like, who's this? No. Who's this lad?
Choice word.
But then now I think it'll be, she'll.
Yeah, and it's working either way with Roman Reigns, as we've seen.
Yeah,
It's like,
I'll have to find that.
all these hot people on. Oh, okay.
Saucy.
I think Rhea looks the part in a particular way for this generation as well. I think she's a goth. That's what I mean.
I think Rhea is probably the answer. She has got that it factor.
Yeah.
You can't manufacture. Bada boom.
Whoa.
Nice.
Bars. She brings the boom for the earlier question and also has the Riz.
Yeah.
She's got both those things.
Yeah. I reckon, you know what? I'm going to say Omos when he rocks up.
Oh my.
I think people will poo their pants when they see Omos on the wrestling and see him stood next to another wrestler.
Yeah, but they said, isn't Triple H not a fan of his? So that's why they said
don't
no.
know.
Like, it's a bit confusing. Like,
Is he not a fan? How
thought
can
it
you
was
not
the
be a
thing
fan of Omos?
I mean, I don't know.
Well,
that was a taste, like us.
sapiens, aren't we?
People say that because his push dropped off as soon as Vince was replaced by Triple H. It was like, right, that AJ storyline tag team thing, done. Yeah.
I'd say I'm very looking forward to it because we've been watching Lucha Underground on Twitch. We're on season 2. Penta.
Yeah.
No matter what name they're picking, no matter what style. I mean, I hope he doesn't do the Joker look because his normal look just looks so cool.
Is Newcastle United.
His
man.
Newcastle
Yeah.
United look. FC.
He's a really good shout because he's like a cartoon character.
Yeah, not far off.
I'll go with, as well. Can I pick another one too?
Of course you can. It's your show.
Maybe just for the memeability of Tamatonga and his weird little and all that sort of stuff.
I think it's tertiary in terms of bloodline.
You're right.
business,
I'll
so-
take that back. Even though I really
If
like
you're thinking
him.
about memes and stuff like that, surely a Joe Hendry type,
That's
when he
a good
comes out in the
shout.
Rumble,
Henry's
it's going
a
to
good
be,
shout.
everyone's going to be just so happy to see him.
Is the answer Jey Uso?
Potentially.
Oh, yes.
Potentially.
Oh, you hate that. Look how mad you are.
I liked him when he was a character with layers like onions. Now he's a flan.
He's got licensed.
Flan.
No, a pancake is what I meant. But he used to be.
Yeah, I got you.
Used
No,
to
it's-
be-
I just thought of a flan because I'm hungry.
It used to
It's
be
like,
like.
oh, I could-
It used to be
oh,
like a lasagna. You
Yes.
could dig in. What's
That's
this?
it. Please-
Cheese?
Please talk about more food, please.
It's been ages since I've had lasagna, actually. Oh.
Aye. Yeah, Jay's a lasagna.
No,
And
he's not. He's a pancake now.
He's a pan. Okay, well, people like pancakes.
I don't.
Got a National House of Pancakes in America. Yeah.
Very nice.
Well, it's-
IHOP was
they were
good.
Matt's only.
Yeah, we went IHOP. It was great. We had a great time.
Well,
Oh, is
IHOP,
what
that
IHOP
Jey Uso has a
stands
good year.
for? International House of Pancake. Right.
Not for one-legged people.
Sorry, I was just trying to find that lady with her reaction to Roman Reigns, just to say Roman
Yeah.
Reigns is probably another one as well.
Bless
If people
you.
haven't seen him in the flesh before, they'll be like, "Whoa, look at him! He's barry him." Oh.
Yeah, because it seems to be, apart from a Hogan type, it doesn't seem many people that aren't going to benefit from the Netflix or the crazy high numbers they've gotten and everything else. It's like,
True.
4.9 million globally.
Do you think there'll
Nuts.
be more? It might make things like trickier backstage because it's going to be like everyone's a big sharks in the water. Everyone's like, "Oh, Netflix is here. We all need to be competitive with each other." Competitive with each
oh, no,
other.
that'd be terrible.
That'd be good, I suppose. Yeah, rising tide and everything.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So, yeah, those are some people. Oh, Ober.
Ober.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he, depends. I mean, NXT's obviously on Netflix, but it's just like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Is
Who's
he, I don't want him to leave the brand just yet. If he's
Maybe-
the champ because he's so good.
I don't know if
NXT
she's-
needs him.
This is a person I'm going to say as well who I don't know if she's only funny because we know the conventions of wrestling and we know that she plays up to them in funny ways. But would Chelsea Green appeal to a non-wrestling audience?
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. People like those characters.
Do you think? I just couldn't
Like,
tell.
she's a
if-
bit of a silly Karen.
I don't know if we find her funny because she plays with our expectations of what a wrestler does, or whether that will cross over into just slapstick, like
I think it'll cross over
for new
quite well,
fans. Yeah, fair enough.
Who is the most Ricochet-ish wrestler now that Ricochet's not there? 'Cause
Carmelo
that,
Hayes.
that one will blow people away.
Oh,
Who
as in high flying.
yeah, who haven't seen that sort of style before.
Yeah.
Axiom.
Yeah,
Maybe
someone like
Axiom
Axiom if
or
he gets to the
Nathan.
main roster. Yeah.
Yeah. On the main roster, they've not got that many like pure high flyers now, have they? Really?
No.
And it all kind of blends together, doesn't it? Also, Banker Belair, who's
Yeah.
been not in
Oh,
the
Jade.
main scene. Yeah, those two, when they have their feud that they've been obviously waiting off.
Iffy strats.
Are you suggesting that Bianca attacked Jade?
I'm just purely speculation.
Nailed on, sir.
No.
Sam will eat his hat if that hasn't happened.
Bully Ray told me it could be a thing.
Do you know what I thought when I was watching the Raw show?
I just got that.
And tried and looked at it, and I thought like early on, I was like, God, imagine a non-wrestling fan watching this and going like, what is this? I don't think he's one for the thumbnail. He's not like my answer, but I remember thinking they're gonna find Paul Heyman crazy when he's doing Roman's
That's a
entrance.
good
He's
one,
like,
yeah.
they're fighting and all that, and I was like thinking that people are gonna be going, who's this parrot from Aladdin fella screaming in that? Iago.
That's it.
Iranu.
Yeah, those are some good answers. There's lots of people really going to benefit from this.
Yeah.
I think
That's
so.
such a hot take there.
I hope our enjoyment of it benefits also, because that's the most important thing.
I will say,
Yeah, absolutely.
our enjoyment won't be as enjoyable for at least a month.
While we get used to it.
Yeah, well, we get this. This is why this person's like this. Ooh, here's this big name, so you care. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, all necessary,
Yeah.
I think. As long as you remember watching it, that's what it's for, you'll be all right. Or you can just alternately wing it by listening to us,
Hey.
the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast.
We will make it through, don't worry.
We're here to tell you what's good and bad.
Yeah,
That's all you wrestling fans do now.
we are the bellwethers. That sounds naughty, but it's not.
Bellwethers.
Didn't he sing that song?
We're the bellwether. A lovely day.
Yeah, he knows it.
Like a bellwether state in America. If that state goes one way, that's who's going to win the election.
Oh, I see. It's an American thing. Lovely. Jack, you've been lovely. What have you got for us until next week?
After we record this, I'm recording my matches of the month for December, which should hopefully be out this weekend. And that'll feature my final top 10 matches of 2024, and then it'll be on to 2025. I'm also doing a Royal Rumble themed weirdest episode, which will hopefully be out in time for the Rumble.
Lovely. Ross?
Stuff will happen in the future. That's all I can say. I don't know. I've not got much. It's been do YouTube on a Tuesday afternoon, 4:00 on the Hold and Give YouTube channel, where you can see me literally have a breakdown. Lost 6 matches on Tuesday in a row.
Oh.
6 in a row. How about you, Maffew?
Well, Ross, I'm very happy. New Bodge will be out soon. Twitch streaming on Sundays, late-ish, about 7 p.m. my time. More Lucha Underground. Zero, Miedo, whatever.
Where are you up to?
DMCA.
Your first season?
No, on season 2.
Oh, it's still good. It's still good.
Many great characters. They're doing some odd booking, and the crowd have been not as hot as the first season. First season's so great and perfect. Obviously, I've never watched much after that. I can't remember what I've watched. So it's nice to go back and see it.
Has there already been like the all night long match? Is it just the whole show?
Yeah.
You should speak to Tubman about that because nothing gets him excited, but Lucha Underground gets him excited.
He's a good lad.
Does it still?
Oh yeah, he loves it.
Even in this day and age?
Daria, what's his face?
Cueto.
He should be on the list.
He loves him.
On the GMs. No, that. Yeah, okay. This has been Joe. It's been magnificent. This has been Jack. This has been Ross. This has been myself. Mailbag at cultaholic.com.
Oh, man.
Patreon.com/cultaholic. Now we're going to end by pointing at this. Do this, apparently. And what we're going to say at the end, Ross?
No idea, Maffew.
We're going to boo. We're going to boo.
No idea, Maffew.
1, 2, 3. Boom.
We bring it. The boom off.
Go away.